look at this. Stream isn't available. Oh my. All right, I think it is actually live streaming. I can't tell on YouTube.
We are live on the Twitchity Twitch right now.
I think we're also live on YouTube as well. Very hard to tell what's happening on YouTube. Still don't quite know.
Things are happening though. People are saying let's go.
Yeah, okay. So is it LFG or is it just let's go?
Let's font go. I don't know what.
Let's friendly go.
Let's.
Oh, people were saying very blurry. Pixels, blurry.
What the heck? Why does it look bad?
Because that's what I was saying, is that I figured this is what was happening. Is that this one looks nice on our end, but it's just doo-doo garbage on the other end.
What do we have in our settings down here?
I have virtual cam full definition 1080p. We're currently streaming in 20 by 16.
144p on YouTube. What about on Twitch?
Yeah, the Twitch is also saying 16p. We're at 16p on Twitch.
The heck?
See, I knew this. I knew it.
Well, then why is that happening? Should we try and run it from this? Should we try and run it from here?
What do you mean try to run what from here?
Just do restream from this page, and I'll control it over here.
No, because we should be uploading at this beautiful rate.
Well, I'm saying maybe it's because it's going through this dumb Mac.
This doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense, but...
That makes no sense.
Yeah, well, why is it blurry?
I would like to say I have an answer.
Chat?
But I don't.
Any software engineers in the chat?
Yeah, do we have any software engineers?
Hey, do we have anyone in the chat who works at a company primarily related to delivering video in high quality to other people?
That's an excellent question. Can we get any +1s in chat?
Wait, the bottom left corner looks good?
Look at us. Look at how... Oh, yeah, look at how crispy that is.
It says 1080p.
I know, it says 1080p. -1 +1. Okay, we got some people that work at software company. Did I just see Vim Conf themselves? Moderator and all.
Yeah, okay, so maybe it's you.
I think it is me.
How is it you, though?
I think the uploading is just crappy. I don't know, because if I go like this, so if I'm gonna just test something. I'm just gonna go to fast. This is gonna tank the signal for a second, so hold on.
Well, there's nothing to tank.
I know. We're gonna tank. Okay, so right now, perfectly fine downloading. Let it get through it.
Yep.
Sorry, give us a second.
Hodl.
Oh my goodness. What
internet are you on here? Oh, you're connected.
I'm wired. I'm wired.
You're wired.
I'm wired. Okay.
You're wired.
Wired. Let's look at my upload. My upload speed is currently sitting at plenty. We're at 50.
Good.
50. It should be right around 50. Okay, so we're sitting at 50, 45.
Let's try refreshing restream.
Yeah, because this is just doo doo. All right, hold on one second. Quality right here.
Hey, now it looks good.
Are you sure it looks good?
Chat, hello, press play here. Let's see.
Are we looking any better? Have we at least hit 380p? That's not a thing, but it could be. You know, like if you feel it out, you know.
At the rate we were going, 380p would have felt really good.
Yeah. We're at 720p. Okay, hey, 720 is probably as good as we're gonna get, so I feel pretty happy about this.
Okay, nice.
Nice. I should have announced in the Discord, shouldn't I?
You should.
Do you think people will want to join such a great
now thing? In HD, caught in 4K.
Caught in 720 at least.
Caught in 160p.
Neovim Conference. All right, hold on. We're going to tweet this out as well, so we kind of need some...
I had a pretty good tweet, too, for it.
Where is it? Why don't you link it?
Okay, I'll link it.
Yeah, link it. Could you just link it already?
I'll put it in the chat, but I'm going to send it as you. People making fun of our stream quality already on Twitter. What the heck?
Well, we can't have people making fun of the stream quality, okay? Can you just give us a second? Okay, we're new out here to streaming. Live now, Neovim Conference.
Okay, I sent it in the chat.
Twitch or YouTube. Oh, you gotta spam it. You gotta like send it 8 times.
No, it's been pinned by your excellent moderators, Bertrand.
Oh, no. His name's not Bertrand. It's Bertrand.
Bertrand?
Bertrand. All right, everybody press the like button, press the retweet button.
Use the hashtag Neovim.
Make a great comment such as L plus ratio.
Wait, what the heck? How am I gonna get L plus ratioed by my code?
We're gonna L plus ratio. Let's see, where's a good one? Oh yeah, how about that one? That seems good. We'll put that one.
Didn't ask.
You're a bozo. There you go. Quick ratio. If we could ratio TJ right now. As the co-host.
My name's not Trash Dev.
Speaking of Trash, is Trash speaking today?
No. It was weird. I thought he was gonna get invited, but sucks to be him, I guess.
Yeah, sounds like Trash to me. Oh, got him. All right. This is looking good. We got a lot of retweets, got all that going.
Thanks,
fantastic.
chat.
Thank you, chat. Let's make sure that YouTube. Did you push it into the YouTube chat?
I didn't push it into the YouTube chat. I don't know how.
Just so everybody knows, if you wish, there you go, YouTube chat. You can go and do that as well.
Are we looking better on YouTube as well? Can we get some confirmation?
Yeah, YouTube. How are we doing on your side? HJKL ratio. That is
HJKL plus ratio.
I'm gonna have to try that next time.
No.
That is brilliant.
I need to make a new one with Trash's face on it, and it's like an embarrassing meme, and we put HJKL plus ratio on it.
I like it. We could definitely do that.
Mm-hmm. Where's the big ball? He had to move it so that we could both fit in frame together.
You know, if we're not next to each other, it's kind of hard to get the camera working. We don't need the touch, okay? We don't need the synergy.
We don't need to.
The warmth factor, okay? It's not needed. It's a little hot in here as it is.
Woo!
Woo!
Woohoo!
Woo! Hey, guess what?
Neovim Conf 2022.
Who's excited about Neovim Conference 2022?
Can we get some claps in the chat for
maybe
all
some
of our
claps.
speakers?
YouTube doesn't support IPv6, so I'm stuck on YouTube. Oh, Twitch doesn't.
Oh, the real live Bash Bunny in YouTube chat?
The real Bash Bunny clap. Thank you, Bash Bunny. Teaching YouTube what they don't know how. I appreciate that. Lots of claps. Thank you. In fact, if you use the clappy emoji from my channel, this is from last year's Vim Conference, which makes me think maybe we need to make a new version of it.
But should we do it with something besides? Maybe we need to do one where we like do a high five, and so you could have like a...
And then do it again.
Okay, nice. So now we'll have like high five one, high five two, and you spam them together, right? And it's gonna clap together.
Do that. Ooh, I like it.
You know what I mean?
I like
that. You gotta have the two part ones.
The conjoining of forces.
Unfortunately, though, I also think people are gonna give you a lot of high five to some other inappropriate. I don't know what.
I'd be excited.
Emo, but...
I'd be excited. I want that. I want that.
So, well, we do, before we get too far into other things, I do feel like there's a few people that we really need to give a shout out to.
Are we talking about Marcos?
We are. We're also talking about Carls.
Okay, Carls.
We're also talking about MD. We're also talking about Bellin.
Okay.
And we're finally, and also a speaker, Emiliano. What'd they do? That's a great question. They built this wonderful website, neovimconf.live, which you could go and share to your friends to get them hyped about this. It's got a schedule. It's got speaker summaries. It's got signups. It's got a cool dark theme.
You really lost it on that last one. You can't swing your hand with no point.
It's got opportunities.
And sign up.
It's got opportunities for me to make a fool of myself. There we go. That's the last one. But big shout out to them, working hard on that, making it ship and look great and be a place that we can get everybody to sign in and learn more about the conference. The current schedule is up there. So I just wanted to make sure the first thing that we did is give a big shout out to them. And of course, there's one other person we should give a shout out to.
I think the person that I really feel like we should thank the most potentially, who always is the one putting it on, getting us motivated, making things happen, none other than A,
B,
D.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing because it's like the beginning letters of the alphabet, but it's not.
It's not ABC.
A, B, D.
A, B, D.
Don't teach your kids that?
Yeah, but he has been the one that has started Neovim Conference 2 years ago, got it last year, and again this year, ABD. So a lot of claps in the chat. Can we get tons of claps in the chat? So many claps in the chat that it almost feels uncomfortable.
It'd be great if you could just take down Restream and we could go back to 160p.
Yeah.
Because there's so many claps.
So many claps that it actually causes the internet to have a bit of a hiccup. Netflix's quality goes down slightly.
But seriously, though, big shout out to all of them. And this really wouldn't be happening without ABD. He's the one that does all of the really difficult work. And we just show up here in 160p.
Yeah, we're 160pers.
160p crew. 160p gang. Checking in.
Checking in.
Checking
Feeling
in.
good. Feeling great. All right. Should we get started with our first talk? Or is there other things we need to do?
Well, I think we're pretty much ready.
Okay.
The plan for today is we'll be going through several different talks, a lot of really great ones from a variety of speakers. And in between each one, we'll try and do our best to allow for at least a few questions, if applicable. So try and save your questions if you can till the end, maybe, because otherwise we won't be able to keep track of them all.
I won't even see them, to tell you the truth.
That's true, because we'll be listening to the talks. And that's the main thing. And other than that, I think we're pretty much ready to get started. We'll hop back and forth between here, the MCs. We should introduce ourselves.
What?
Yeah, we haven't introduced ourselves.
Who are you?
That's a great question. I've just been sleeping at your house.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Who are you?
This is ThePrimeagen. You may know him from his silky smooth mustache, his blazingly fast memes, and excellent high quality, low quality, scuffed content online. You can follow him at ThePrimeagen everywhere.
I thought you were going to compliment me on my rather large Adam's apple as well.
I was not.
That's where I keep my testosterone.
And just store it up in a little ball.
Yeah, right there. For release at any moment. Increases mustachio presence when needed.
Whenever it needs to, the mustachio needs to come in thicker. Just.
Yep.
Cool, nice. I didn't know that about you.
Yeah, it's a weird fun fact. It's fun fact, TJ.
That is a fun fact.
I would also like to introduce my co-host, TJ, commonly referred to as Telescopic Johnson, inventor but not maintainer of Telescope. Clearly, Connie maintains.
Shout out Connie.
Connie, thank you, Connie. Streams regularly on Twitch. Content usually is based on some arcane language or Rust.
True. Oh, camel, my camel.
Oh, camel, my camel. One of the would you be considered a primary maintainer of Neovim or a secondary?
We could go secondary these days.
Secondary maintainer to Neovim. You help build the auto command feature, if I'm not mistaken, for Lua.
Lua auto commands. I've worked on the LSP quite significantly and a lot of the Lua integration features.
Okay, so some pretty significant features that really bring it into the next level. And this is him, TJ. Great Twitter memes, better than Trash Devs. Probably the best memer for tech Twitter.
Also, I just want to mention, I never repost a meme.
Yeah, there's no reposting memes from TJ. These are all grass-fed, organic, free-range tweets.
Handcrafted.
These are not just cut and paste ones from Reddit 3 years ago.
Honestly, I swear Trash has some bot that just randomly gets the top post from a random week from r/programmer humor.
Yeah.
Which maybe that's for you. Maybe you just like getting reserved the sloppy seconds of Trash's meme consumption.
Yep. I mean, that's why they call him Trash.
Yeah. So.
Oh, by the way, someone is shouting out that you have a 10 out of 10 shirt. Could you explain this really quickly since we're at Neovim Conference? What is this?
Well, a while ago, we just watched a video where someone said, confirmed, you could use a text editor or you could use an IDE. Both are fine. But every single person I've ever seen use a text editor has been slow and clunky. So after that, I figured, well, I guess that's me. So I made this t-shirt. You can buy it at my shop. Oh,
Hey, things happened.
We're streaming from my phone.
Yeah. Hello.
Prime did it on purpose because I was chilling my.
Oops.
No, it's saying that you're connecting.
Okay.
So I'm gonna send Bash in, and she's gonna do talk, and we'll do our best to see what happens next. Okay. Bye, everybody. Here's Bash. Maybe. Hopefully. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You still are on T.
Okay. Trying to click Bash's thing to turn it on.
We're trying to get Bash to go. It's not going.
Oh, here we go.
She's live.
Hello? Oh my gosh, it's me now. Hi guys. I'm just here to save the conference. Don't mind me. Hi everybody. Nice to meet you on the internet. I'll give you a little bit of context about what I'm going to talk about and like who I am and stuff because you're probably just like, who's this chick with the cool hat? But hi, I'm Bash Bunny. I am a software developer, technical content creator, and I love Linux and command line things. And I am really liking this hat. I need to remember not to read chat while I'm talking. Otherwise, I am going to lose my train of thought. I'm basically got my first development job this year. So in February of this year, got my first ever dev job. So as of right now, kind of more specialized in the Go space and in the 2E command line space of things. And my talk today, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my learning journey. Okay, story time. We're basically learning with Neovim. I started Neovim at like a really interesting time, and I'm excited to share that with you all. So get your hot drinks, get your blankies. Okay, we'll give you a little bedtime story, except don't actually fall asleep because like beginning a conference and stuff, you know. But yeah, Linux user, by the way. That's part of why my audio doesn't work a lot of the time on stream. Also, TJ, hey, oi, stop trying to steal my thunder, huh? Get out of here, TJ. Anyway, it's fine. Let me start with my little story time. So let's talk a little bit about my learning process. Okay. So one thing that's really important for me when learning is that I know my why. I need to know why I'm learning a particular skill before I can feel that I can fully immerse myself in the topic. Once I understand the value it brings, getting in the flow becomes easy because I have like a really clear goal in mind. I think that Neovim is very conducive to that style of learning because you get to kind of tweak things, hope they work, and if they don't, you got to kind of figure out why. And it's a game of trial and error. I feel like the why for using Neovim becomes really obvious once you've watched somebody use it as their main editor. It's really snappy and fast after the initial learning curve, that is. I find that working on these customizations in your DAW files can be a great kind of like lazy dev contribution if you're feeling a bit stagnant or unmotivated. Unfortunately, it can also be overwhelming and frustrating when your config breaks and you need to get work done. I have a very fun clip of me crying over a Lua error in front of 400 people. So you can look forward to doing something like that if you're a Neovim user. I ended up actually just having a file name conflict on that one. So, you know, a classic. The nice thing too is that being in a fully customized environment makes it very welcoming. So even on days where you don't really feel like putting in the work, I often find that when I'm feeling overwhelmed with my tasks, I can kind of take a break and check out some new Neovim plugins that might improve my workflow or explore the functionality of like existing tools or Neovim itself that I might not be leveraging to the fullest. So I find that getting the ball rolling, so to speak, lets me start to get a bit of positive feedback, just like being at my machine in my dev environment. Also, I get excited to try out my new changes. So it gets really easy to work up the enthusiasm to write some code. Let me give you a bit of backstory on my coding experience when I made the switch to Neovim. So before I started using Neovim, most of the coding that I was actually doing was through school or at work. I worked in IT as a like systems analyst, which was basically a term for business analyst that also does the technical implementations of all the things. So I was essentially just like the entire IT department, from gathering requirements to deciding on our infrastructure tools to administrating those tools and tailoring them to the needs of the organization. Um, of course, this was like in a startup environment. So, entire IT department is not that far-fetched in that scenario. I got to do some coding at work from when I was an intern to that point. But I didn't have much guidance as I was often working alone on these things. So I basically taught myself how to do the things I needed to implement with the various projects that I was working on. That experience definitely made me more resourceful and independent with new challenges. The coding that I did at work often came from me experimenting with automating our processes to minimize the cost, as our resources were quite limited. Also, doing that kind of tailoring existing products to the needs of our organization allowed me to get some experience working with APIs and even like doing SQL queries and stuff like that at work. So that was nice. But beyond that, I pretty much took any opportunity that I could to automate or improve my efficiency with systems admin tasks. I taught myself PowerShell so that I could become the resident PowerShell expert. And I got a lot more experience working with the command line, and I got to spend more time coding because of it. And that was when I was doing a lot of systems administration stuff, and yeah, needed to use PowerShell for that. And people really liked handing things off to me at that point because it took me way less time to do it because I wasn't in GUIs or anything anymore. Everything was all just kind of scripted out and I could just do it real quick. So at school, I did the usual projects and labs that get graded and teach you the basics of coding. The tools that I was using was mostly JetBrains IDEs like PyCharm and IntelliJ, but some classes required us to use Eclipse, and my C++ class actually made us use Visual Studio on Windows. But I was usually the rebel of my classes who used Linux instead of Windows or Mac OS. It was kind of like one of the requirements that we had a Windows machine. And I felt pretty bad showing up with my Linux boot. Okay, felt pretty cool about that. Eventually, because I was working with multiple different languages on a regular basis, I switched to VS Code. So what I liked, I know I should have blurred that out. I'm sorry. Okay, you gens, don't at me. All right. What I did like about VS Code was that I could add plugins that made my developer environment do more for me than just edit code. I used it to keep track of my tasks, to read markdown files, and it just felt easier to organize my projects. And it didn't require as much CPU or RAM as like full-blown IDEs, which was really nice because it's super embarrassing when you're the kid in class whose laptop fans just like boom through the classroom when you boot up your IDE. And then when I started on Twitch, so I stream on Twitch, by the way. When I started on Twitch and decided to use the platform as dedicated time blocks for hacking on side projects, I was a VS Code user. It was in my first week of streaming that I got rated by other programming developers whose chats came in and said, "Hey, have you tried Neovim? We want to see Vim tutor," and all that. So you can probably guess where those degens came from. But I was intrigued and decided to give it a go. It was easy to get it set up on my desktop because I was already running Linux on that box. So I did that for a while, got familiar with it, and then I started writing my markdown notes with Neovim. And a week or two later, I started working on my Java homework in Neovim. It was the worst experience of my life. I didn't know how dot files worked. My terminal color scheme was purple and yellow because I literally did not know how to rice anything. I had no code completion, no LSP, literally nothing else. It was just a bare bones text editor whose motions I was like slowly picking up, but I persisted anyway. Okay. I'm not one to back down from a challenge. All right. I used Neovim as much as I could, but often when a looming deadline was approaching, I had to kind of switch back and forth between Neovim and my IDE to kind of clean up the unformatted code. Because again, no code formatting. So I had to like go into my IDE and like save the file, and then it would format my code for me. It was, oh yeah. If you know, you know, you know. It was only when my friend Faison recommended that I try Neovim COC. I'm not gonna say that word on the internet. Okay, I know you guys are like, that I was able to adopt Neovim fully, because it was so painful just using a basic text editor for coding. Honestly, looking back on it, I didn't even have COC set up properly. I think I got errors from it, maybe formatting, which were the biggest problems for me. So it kind of solved it anyway. But I completely forgot about linters and autocomplete. So I literally didn't even have that working until I did a collab with TJ in January of 2022, where we set up the native LSP for Neovim. Like I literally just forgot those things existed. So yeah. Good job past me, trooper. I And so I started using Neovim when I was at the stage where I had just started working on my first ever side project. I was working on a React project that was slowly driving me crazy. It's a whole other story, but the long and the short of it is that I got sick of learning about how to use different libraries instead of being able to apply what I'd been learning in school. To be specific, I was building a habit tracker in JavaScript with React and Electron. I had never really done much web development. And I was finding that there was like a lot of conflicting information on how to do things in JavaScript. This was the beginning of me not liking JavaScript. I mean, why on earth are there 5 ways to write a loop in that language? Okay. Huh? Anyway, while my coding excitement about my new project was fizzling out, I learned about how dot files worked. I had Dracula theme working on my machine, and I also started trying to learn Haskell. Why not? I like pain, apparently, so that's great. So I was learning Haskell for a little bit after giving up my JavaScript project. But it was just too many things at once. And shortly after I had mentioned to Twitch chat that I liked C and Python, my moderator, Judo Panda Bunny, suggested that I try Go, and it was a done deal after that. I love Go. I've been working with Go since then. And anyway, love it. Very simple. Highly recommend. So let's talk a little bit more about finding project ideas, though. That stage is a tough time. If you're in that stage, I empathize. Okay. It took me a long time to even get there because I felt so blocked in trying to think of like new project ideas to apply what I had been learning in school. And it just felt like I was always kind of drawing up blank. I feel that Neovim actually helped me be more creative with project ideas for a few reasons. The first being that the configuration itself felt like a side project. I had to learn a lot. I made more of an effort to network with other developers who also use Neovim so that I could see how they used it and be able to ask questions. I got more comfortable reading documentation at this stage. There wasn't a ton of video content at the time around Neovim, and it got me learning about man pages, leveraging the help menu, and starting to look for documentation beyond what was on the web. Which brings me to my next point, which is that Neovim made me a more devoted kind of command line user. Once I moved my development environment to the terminal, I started looking at what else I could bring to the terminal so I could have everything in one place. Because I got more comfortable working with dot files, I also got my ZSH set up and tweaked my ZSHRC to have aliases for most of the things I wanted to access. I have shortcuts for folders I need to access a lot, different commands that I need. And since I use Kitty, I have some aliases there for kittens that help with SSH and showing images and things like that. I also started looking at more open source command line applications to test out. So mostly productivity apps at first. And then I started finding out about cool Go projects from that community, which included a lot of CLIs. This gave me plenty more ideas for creating CLI and TUI applications so I could replicate my favorite services in the terminal. And at this point, I already had a constant flow of project ideas, both grabbed from Neovim and just being more immersed in the open source community. And I could stop holding myself back and actually just get building. So from there, I started working on my first iteration of my PJs tool, which is a tool that is basically a project journal for keeping track of the status of different projects. It would essentially be a one-stop shop for meeting notes, design requirements, all that in a single notebook that was just organized by project name. This project went through so many changes and iterations and is what actually introduced me to the charm stack after CM Griffing had mentioned it previously. It went from me trying to manage subcommands and flags to a beautiful TUI and eventually to me working for them. As I'm sure everyone here knows, Neovim is open source. Neovim is what introduced me to the open source space in a sense. It encouraged me to start being more active in the space as I was using open source plugins. This is how I started feeling consistently inspired by other developers. I am curious by nature, if that isn't already obvious by the fact that I dove in headfirst to Neovim and Haskell for no reason except for Twitch chat saying, hey, you should try this. I don't know why I'm like this, honestly. I'd find a new plugin that I needed for my setup, and I would, go and check out how it worked and check out the issues, check out the PRs, and try and learn something from someone who had more experience than I did. I'd also often check out what else they were hacking on, which is always fun, especially when it's someone who shares similar interests in the tech space. So you kind of find all their projects really interesting. Anyway, so that's another rabbit hole that it threw me down. And now I'm at the stage where I have no shortage of projects to create on my own time. And there are plenty of open source tools that I think are super cool and want to contribute to. I really have more work. I really have more to work on than I have time for, which is a great position to be in. The nice thing too about using Neovim is that while I feel comfortable with my current Neovim setup, there are still things that I can do to improve it and make myself more efficient. Okay, don't freak out, but my experience with Vim Motions is still pretty minimal. I'm learning new things every day with my editor, and I love that. I think that if you're someone who gets bored easily and is constantly looking for ways to improve and optimize their workflows, I think Neovim would be worth a try. I've always loved coding, except in the moments where it's made me cry. Okay. But it has honestly been increased tenfold since having a developer environment that I love and look forward to using every day. All right, just remember it could be worse. Your setup could look like mine did when I first started using Neovim. Purple background, purple text. Switch to the upgrade from that was literally yellow text, purple background. What? All right, I'll look at chat a little bit. Hi guys, do you have any questions for me? Purple on purple. It was actually, it's a meme. It's really bad, but it's fine. It's fine. It is live. Yeah. But yeah, that's my story. That was my little story time. Update your Neovim conf. Okay, listen, I do need to push my changes for my dot files, okay? You can check out my Mac branch. That's actually up to date, but it's because my stream setup gets all garbled and scuffed, okay? It's part of the aesthetic. No, it's not recording. I was just telling you guys my story. I know, it's just what can I say? Just did such a good job, you thought it was a YouTube video. Engaging. Would you rather 1v1 Primeagen or TEAJ in Fall Guys? Honestly, TEAJ. TEAJ is pretty garbage at video games.
What
yep.
the heck?
Agreed.
What the heck? I mean, you're not wrong, but what the heck?
That was perfect. That was perfect timing. I agree. We should get a 1v1 going, and it should be fantastic.
Our internet dies one time.
One time. Just a single internet death, and that's it. You're terrible at video games.
I mean, she's still not wrong. I'm still not, but what?
Yeah. All right. So we're going to help you kind of field a couple questions. Can we do that? Just because you can just kind of focus on the questions. We'll focus on which ones might be nice, and we can go back. So we actually have the question posted on stream right now, which is, would you say that personal programming, learning, and projects are hard to do while in school?
Yes, so hard, especially because I was in school and working. So it was especially hard to kind of put time aside into your own personal projects. That's actually why I started streaming on Twitch, because I knew that when I was streaming, I couldn't show any work stuff. I couldn't show any school stuff. So it had to be personal projects. So that's pretty much why I started streaming, is just that it was basically time allocated every week on a consistent schedule that I would have to work on my side projects. So no matter how busy my schedule got.
Smart. I think scheduling, people often ask, me and you, I think, about like how do we also make time for stream and everything. I think an important aspect is to schedule it in and be very consistent about doing that. I think that's how you make continued progress, like what we've seen on your stream, Bash, which is really fun.
Yeah.
Bash, I've got a question for you. Should we do a Bash to Basics about Rust, even after you made fun of me?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
Okay, sweet. Cool. All right. Well, we'll cue that up, chat, since
Rust,
a lot
by
of
the
people
way.
were asking.
All right, we got one more. I think this is a good question right here. Question: what do you do when you get frustrated while learning things about Neovim? How do you not lose interest in it?
Wait, TJ, can you show my clip?
Yeah, I'll show. I think I can. Hopefully, as long as our internet keeps working. Let's try.
If
Literally
I
hate everything.
This is me crying over the Lua error that I mentioned
It
earlier.
only took me an hour and a half. So, you know. Good thing I didn't waste any time on it. You
There's
guys,
a
I'm
name
literally about to
conflict.
cry right now. Oh my god.
TJ came in and literally fixed it in like 2 minutes. And I had spent an hour and a half troubleshooting that problem. So I guess my answer to that question is just like, you know, maybe you gotta step away, go for a walk, cry a little, take a nap, like whatever you gotta do, you know, it can get
Call
frustrating.
TJ.
But like ultimately just ask some friends, ask people in the community want to help you, you know, like you just ask for help. It's okay. People aren't gonna like, you know, destroy you. And then keep at it, you know. That's what I think.
Yeah. There is definitely something really awesome about it where you start with nothing. Everything feels confusing. And then after you've gone through it a couple times, like that feeling to be like, oh, I want to create something. And it's just like 5 times easier to create it just because you're used to. There's something very special about that.
Yeah. Agree.
Yeah, I think another thing too would be just like don't take yourself too seriously. Right? Like in the clip you showed, part of it is you're able to like laugh. And maybe we're freezing again.
The quality's down a little, but it's still live and consistent.
Okay. Just so you know, it's not necessarily the internet. The internet seems to be uploading quite speedily. We're not sure where the problem is, but we'll try to figure it out.
All right. Any last things that you want to plug, Bash, before we move on to the next item?
Yeah. Where do we even find you at?
Yeah, so you can find me. My handle on every social media platform is Bash Bunny, except Twitter, Pseudo Bunny, because I need the Twitter nerds to know that I'm the boss. I got root privs, okay? And yeah, the best place right now to find me is probably on YouTube. I'm posting a lot more on YouTube and Twitch because I will be living in on Twitch one of these days. Okay, I promise. I haven't abandoned ship. So yeah, Twitch and YouTube. Username is Bash Bunny, and then Pseudo Bunny on Twitter.
Awesome. Thanks, Bash. We appreciate your talk. We can hear you typing, Prime, because it's loud and we have no gate.
Yes. Sorry, I was
actually ASMR
fielding questions.
Yeah. Maybe that'd be fine because then it wouldn't matter that we have no pixels on the screen. You could just hear the audio.
Yep, the audio is nice and gentle. There you go. I think we linked out everywhere. Bash Bunny on YouTube, Pseudo Bunny Twitter, Bash Bunny on Twitch. We just did a shout out. I'll do another one.
Thank you. Very much appreciated. I hope that talk helped somebody who's maybe struggling through some of that stuff. There's a light at the end of the tunnel, I promise.
Yeah, I love it. Thanks, Bash. I'm sure we'll see you around at the conference.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye.
Okay,
all right.
I'm going to try refreshing this page. We might drop for 1 second.
We're going to refresh.
But we'll be right back.
Okay. We're back.
We're back.
We're back. Still not the greatest. We're still streaming from an actual potato.
360p maybe, though.
Yeah, it could be 360. It's a 360p potato. If only there was a service that could not shoddily take these things together.
Oh, now we look kind of nice.
Yeah, we're about 480.
At least resolution-wise.
We're 480. Yeah, I know. You're a strong 3 out of 10, though, buddy. Got him. You know, it's weird. It's mashed, but it's a 1080. That's been terrible. All right. So I guess we got like more talks, right? We got like a lot of more talks going on.
We do. In fact, next up we have David. David is going to be giving a talk about writing plugins and how it's never been easier.
It's true.
You can tell it's true because Prime writes plugins.
I write plugins at this point.
So it's never been easier.
It actually can't be easier.
Like, oh man, what if we did it so easy a caveman could do it? That would have been a good transition. Just put that in your head.
Yeah, a caveman or me.
Yeah.
Building a plugin.
But I don't think anyone even knows. Probably half our chat doesn't even remember the Geico if you were so easy a caveman could do it commercials.
I do.
I dated
remember.
myself. Well,
did.
Of course you remember.
Yeah, I know. I'm from the
You
80s.
were there.
I'm in the 80s.
You were there with the cavemen.
I was equally confused by Geico.
Until it was so easy.
It's so easy.
Okay, anyways, let's move to David while our internet's still alive. I'm going to send David live right here and bring him in and also share his screen. Thanks, David.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. So this talk is all about writing plugins. It's never been easier. So if you want to write a plugin and don't know how to start, or if you just want to know how plugins are written because you use so many of them, this talk is for you. So I am David Kunz. Originally, I'm a physicist, but now I work as a software architect at SAP. Maybe you know me from YouTube as Dev on Duty, and I'm also on GitHub. So let's get started. So this is going to be a live demo because I don't like slides. So, and the first thing you should do if you want to write plugins is to create a Lua function. So let's do this. Function to do. Let's just print something for now. So this is my init.lua file, and Neovim doesn't know anything about that now, so I have to source it, and now it's available to Neovim. Now, to invoke this function, I can just write Lua to do, and you can see the result is printed at the bottom. So it's as simple as that. So the first lecture is, sorry, I have to go back to my slides. Where are my slides? Here. So the first lecture is to create a function, just write this, source the file, and then you can call it. All right. Now it's a little bit tedious to always write Lua to do. Maybe you want to have other invocation mechanisms to invoke your function. So the next thing you can do is you can create an auto command, for example. So you can write Vim API and then create a user command to do. And now you can just reference this function here and provide an empty options table. So let's source it again. And now we can just write to do. You don't need this do anymore, and it works. Sometimes you want to run the code when something happens and not manually invoking it. So what you can do is you can use auto commands. So you can write Vim API and then create auto command. And now you need to provide an event whenever your function needs to be invoked. For example, you can use cursor hold. And as a callback, you can just provide the to-do function. Now let's source this file again and see how it works. So now whenever my cursor stays at some place for a little time, you can see that it's printed at the bottom. You can only see it once because it gets overwritten, but you can see all messages by writing messages. And you can see here are a few things. And the last thing, so let's get rid of that maybe, because otherwise it bugs me. So, and the last thing, which you already know, hopefully, is key maps. You can write Vim key map set, for example, in normal mode for leader, let's say you. You can also invoke this function. You can just reference it here, and that's it. Let's source it again. And now if I press leader U, you can see it's printed. So all that is good. So to summarize, and now I have to go back to the slides, you have various possibilities to trigger your building block, your Lua function. First is nvim create user command, then nvim create auto command to invoke it automatically when some event happens. And the last thing, which you surely do all over your place in your configs, is set a key map and just invoke that function. And in all these cases, you can just reference this Lua function. Now, the next question would be, now that you've written such a function, how would you actually ship it to other people, right? You want to have a plugin which other people can install. So let's get rid of this and let's see how that works. You don't need much for it. You need actually only an empty directory. And then in this empty directory, you create a Lua directory. And in this Lua directory, you create a file with the name of your plugin. Let's call it Neovim Conf. And this is a Lua file. And whatever you return in this file will be accessible to the users of your plugin. So let's just create an empty Lua table. So this is, I would say, common convention. And we return it at the end. And whatever you put in this Lua table will be accessible. So let's just say, okay, we have here this Lua function, and we just print hello Neovim Conf. All right, and I should write function correctly. And that's basically it. Now, if you would upload that to GitHub, and other people would use a package manager, like for example Packer, they can already require Neovim Conf and call this to-do function. It's really easy. Now, for local development, you don't want to go through this package manager stuff. You want to add this directory to your runtime path, and then you can also require it. So for local development, what you can do is you can start Neovim with the command set runtime path plus equals dot. Dot stands for the current directory, plus equal means you add this to your runtime path. And then once you do that, you have the option to just say require Neovim Conf dot to do, and you can see it works. Now, if you change that text and execute the same thing again, you will see that the previous result is printed, because when you call require in Lua, the result is cached. So it's only loaded once. That's bad if you want to develop it. So one trick one can do is one can just create a user command. You now know how it's done. So you can say nvim Vim API nvim create user command. Let's call it test. We provide some function here. And in this function, we have to clear the cache of this plugin. So we can just say package loaded. And now the package name, which is Neovim Conf, equals to nil. So that's basically cleaning the cache. And now we can require it again, require Neovim Conf, and we can also start this to-do function. All right, let's clean that up a bit. Now we source it, and now if I run test, you can see that whenever I change it again and I run test, I have this quick feedback loop. All right, so that is the second part. What you have to remember. One, to create a module, you need to create a file in a Lua folder with the name of your plugin.lua. Convention is you create a local table, plug anything in it, return it, and you can already ship it. For local development, you add it to your runtime path, and then you will be able to require it and call the stuff which you attach to it. All right. Now, this function is pretty boring. It just prints something. So let's do something more advanced. So usually when you're coding, you have a lot of to-do comments, right? And so when I develop and I know that I have to do something at some place, but I don't have the time to do it, I just write a to-do comment and never do it again, right? But sometimes it makes sense to do it. So it would be great if there would be a plugin to scan your current buffer for all to-do comments and populate a quick fix list with it. So you can do that kind of already just by writing vim grab, and then you also have a quick fix list with all to-do comments. But as you can see, it also searches for things which are not comments, for example, this to-do function. So usually it's totally fine to have this, but I also want to demonstrate a more advanced feature of Neovim, which you can utilize when writing plugins, and that is tree sitter. So tree sitter is a mechanism which lets you parse the source code into an abstract syntax tree, and then you can make use of this abstract syntax tree. So there's this nice little plugin called Tree Sitter Playground, which lets you inspect such a syntax tree. So in this case, for example, you can see if I hover over this tree on the right, you can see that on the left, the stuff is highlighted, and you can see these comment nodes. And these are exactly these nodes which I want to query, right? This is the thing I want to search for to-do comments. It also allows you to write some queries. For example, to get all comments, you can capture all comment nodes into a comment capture. And now if I hover my cursor over this capture, you can see that all nodes are correctly highlighted, right? And I'm not interested in all comments. I'm only interested in the comments which have a to-do in them. So I can also do the following. I can match my capture comment for the string to-do. All right, and now if I hover over this capture again, there's a thing missing. Now, if I hover over it again, you can see that only to-do comments are highlighted, and that's exactly what I want. So let me just comment this query string and just save it for a second in this variable here. And get rid of the stuff. So now we have a query string which is able, using TreeSitter to get all my nodes. Now I have to use the appropriate APIs of TreeSitter. And if you're unsure how it works, you can always consult the help by writing :help and Vim TreeSitter, and you get a nice little introduction of TreeSitter, which you can read, which I'm not going to do in front of you because I know the API already. And now you can make use of TreeSitter. So let's do this. I get my parser first. So for this, I require nvim TreeSitter.parsers get parser. And once I have my parser, I can also parse my query string into a so-called query. So I can say Vim TreeSitter query parse query, and now I need to provide the language, which I get from my parser, and my query string, which I constructed before. And one tip is, if you're unsure if it works, you should try it out and print it. That's a nice trick to see if it works. And that's this pretty print function, which you can use. You can just plug in anything, and then it prints it. So let's see if that works. And yeah, it works. So now we have our query. And with that query, we can now iterate over all captures which it found in this buffer. So we can say for node in query, sorry, it's Vim, no, it's query, iter captures. And here I have to provide the root node. So from my tree I get using the parser parse command, and it's the first element. And now I can plug that in. So it's my root of the tree. And I want to use the current buffer. And now I can loop over it. And let's just see if it works. So I get the text using Vim TreeSitter. Vim TreeSitter query get node text of my node for the current buffer. Let's see if that works. So I print text. And I run test. No, there's no parser. Node text, it should be called. Let's try it again. Parser. Yes, parser parse. It's called parse. You can see everybody makes errors, but you can see where the error comes from and you can fix it. So now it works. Now if I run test, you can see that I get all my to-do comments. That's exactly what I want. And now I want to use this information to populate a quick fix list. So let's create an empty Lua table called qflist. And whenever I iterate over these nodes, I want to insert it into this list. And I use table insert quick fix list. And here I have to provide the necessary information for my quick fix list. So there's also help, for example, set qflist. And it tells you exactly what you need to provide, the buff number, the line column, the line number, the column, and so on. So I know that already. So I just write buff number equals to Vim API and Vim get current buff. My text is my text, which I already have. And now I also need my line number and my column, which I don't know yet. But there's also this API from this node, which I have to get the line number and the column. And I can just say node range. All right. There's one little nitpick, I have to add +1 because why not? The APIs sometimes are a bit weird, but you get used to it. So you can just try it out, see if it works, and then you would see, there's an offset, and then you can fix it. Now we have our quick fix list. Now we just have to set it using vim fn set qf list, and we provide it here. And we also automatically want to open it, so we can write vim command c open. Okay, let's test it, and you can see it works. I get a quick fix list with all my to-do comments, so that's perfect. Note that we constructed this query string for all programming languages, and usually there are comment nodes. Not all of them have that, and for some languages who don't have that, this command would cause an exception. And error handling in Lua works like that. You can, if something throws an exception, you can wrap it in a p call and use the function as the first parameter. Then you don't get the result, but you get an OK result. And if it's not OK, then you can just return it. And then you don't bother your users. All right, and now our plugin is ready. So we can upload it to GitHub. I always recommend to add a license file to make sure that you have the proper license so people can use it and don't have to worry, and then you're good to go. There's also one thing I want to show you, because I know that at the beginning, all these APIs and how they work is a little bit tedious and also frustrating a bit. But there's a tool which you can use to actually develop plugins, and that is called ChatGPT. So let's open my slides again. So this is ChatGPT as a language model, and let's just write it. Create a Neovim plugin using the Lua programming language to populate and open a quick fix list with all to-do comments of the current buffer. Now you can send it to ChatGPT. It will take maybe 10 seconds if the server is not loaded too much. And I can hopefully assure you that it will blow your mind. Let's see. So ChatGPT is a language model. It basically scanned the whole internet for information, and it's optimized for this, chat style interaction. So you can give it questions or things or commands, and it will just try to execute it. So let's just wait a little bit if it doesn't work, because sometimes the servers are overloaded. I have a backup video, so let's just see. And I've done it a few times, so sometimes the results are totally garbage and contain a lot of errors, or sometimes it uses APIs which do not exist. But sometimes it also actually does work, and it's kind of remarkable. So let's wait for 5 more seconds. If not, I'm going to play the video, or maybe try again once, because it's always nicer to see it live. And it can do all kinds of stuff, not just creating code, but it can also create poems or everything which is text-based, it can create. You can also give it a bunch of text and say, improve this text, and it will improve this text. It's quite remarkable. So let's give it one more try. If not, I'm going to play the video. Servers seem to be a bit overloaded. All right, let's play the video. I think that's easier. So here's the video, which I did before. I did the exact same thing. I entered the exact same prompt. It takes always a few seconds, and then it will come up with the result. Here's the result. So it tells you how to do it. It gives you explanation of the code. It shows you the code, how to invoke your plugin, and everything. And you can see that it even uses some conventions, for example, creating this empty Lua table, this M table, which returns at the end. And in the end, it just implements the to-do list function. In this case, it goes over all the buffer lines. It does it a little bit differently than I did. It it loops over the lines, sees if the string matches a to-do command, and plugs it in the quick fix list and shows the quick fix list. It's not using tree sitter, so it's not as nice as my plugin, but it's a great starting point. And you can see it's never been easier to write plugins using Neovim. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention.
That was awesome.
That was excellent. Here we should be.
A lot of clappies going on in the Twitch chat.
Thank you.
A lot of scared developers.
A lot of scared developers. They can feel their abilities to write tree sitter plugins slowly slipping from their hands. That was awesome. So have you made that into a YouTube video?
Not yet, but I'm planning to do it.
Okay, good. We've been linking your YouTube in the chat. So everyone
Thanks.
go follow Dev on Duty on YouTube.
Yep, bang speaker in chat, and you'll see that it will say right away, or the service is down. We're not really sure. It turns out there's a lot of services that are currently down.
Yeah, so it's not just us.
Yeah, it's not just us. We're low quality because of the internet today.
Smart.
That was very good. How'd you come up with that idea?
Using ChatGPT for plugin development.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually it's kind of a funny story. So I saw about ChatGPT and I just plugged in the basic stuff which people usually do, write a poem about cats or something. And so at my current day job, I'm working at the SAP Cloud Application Programming Model, and it's not open source, but it has a lot of documentation and examples out there on the internet. And I was just curious if it works, and so I just wrote, hey, write in this programming framework, write a simple application basically, and it worked. And it just blew I even wrote a blog post about it. It just blew my mind. And then I was like, if it manages to create, an application for my day work, it surely can manage to create a simple plugin. So I just tried it out and it worked, and it just blew my mind. It's just fantastic. It contains a lot of errors often when you create such code, and it uses sometimes APIs which don't exist but should exist because they're actually good APIs. But it really gives you a really nice first step, right? You can also refine it. So if you create something and it's wrong, you just say, hey, this API doesn't exist, and then it corrects itself, and you get the final result. It's just crazy. So if you want to create a plugin, you have this idea of a nice plugin, just type it in, see what comes out, and maybe it makes sense, and you can work upon it.
Yeah.
And by the way, the result is there. Do you still see my screen? Because then I can show you what I just got. So it took a while.
Yep, everyone can see it now.
Okay, great. So this is the result which I just got. It tells you exactly what you have to do, that you can put it in this Lua directory and do the thing with a runtime path, and you can here create this auto command. Here's your list to-dos function where you can create this to-dos table. Also with this set QF list with the to-dos, and it basically also does the same thing as before. It gets the lines, loops over it, matches for to-dos, inserts it in the table. Pretty similar to what I've just did, but just without tree sitter. And shows you exactly what to do. It's just mind-blowing. It really is mind-blowing.
It did get it wrong though.
There are some errors. Is
call function a real function, or did that one just get made up?
I don't know, but the main problem it has for sure is that the iteration on for loops is wrong. It thought it was writing JavaScript or something.
Yes.
That doesn't work.
That doesn't work, but hey.
Saved.
Woo! Okay. Everybody, we got a job this year. This year.
So now I just told it that the iteration is wrong, and he said, yeah, you're correct. It's actually wrong. Let's do it.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Fix yourself.
Can you ask it if it? Can you tell it that it forgot to use tree sitter?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Use tree sitter. It's tree sitter instead. So it does it. It uses tree sitter then. So it also knows about tree sitter. It knows that it's a library to parse source code. But what I found out is it uses APIs which usually don't exist. But let's see what comes out. I'm curious. So it requires tree sitter. I think, okay, and JavaScript, oh god, no.
Not quite right.
So that's already bad. You can see it doesn't make sense, but it's kind of, it also constructs a query which doesn't make sense. So this is not a right query. So it will not work.
Goodness.
But it's really scary how close it is, right? So now
It's
I
the
could,
right
for example,
shape.
tell it it's not a real query. Improve
Yeah.
it, and it will improve, and so on. But it's just crazy.
Yeah. Saved though. I'm glad it got something wrong. So anyways, hey David, thanks a bunch for coming. Really glad to have you, and I really love the start to finish live demo. Can we get
Yeah.
another clap for the live demo?
That was good. Claps for the live demo. Claps. Hey. You gotta make it in the middle.
Nice. Okay.
Okay, never mind. You're just ruining it.
All right. See you, David.
See you,
Yeah,
David.
thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. And next up, let's move along quickly because who knows how long until we move back to 160p.
Yeah, we're looking good right now.
We look like
we're looking crispy.
We look like we've been on the internet before.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna keep up with that, and we're gonna move straight over to the beloved, the wonderful, the masterful B. Friedel. B. Friedel, welcome, welcome, welcome. And I'm gonna make us disappear. Thanks, B. Friedel. Although
he's not quite there yet.
You're just
He's
a
not
gray
there.
screen.
He's just a gray screen.
This time, I don't think they can blame us.
Yeah, they can't blame us. I've always called him Befreddle. So it's not Freddle. It's Friedel.
I'm actually not sure. It's first. I'm in the restream thing. We see you're in the restream thing, but you're sending gray. Try refreshing the page.
More
BF Idriedel, like best friend Riedel.
But that's Reddle.
Reddle. Best friend Reddle.
Best friend. Recording our talks on Twitch or YouTube. We are hoping everybody records as much as they can. This live stream will be on Twitch for some amount of time. And hopefully it will also, be on YouTube as the individuals can or do put it on YouTube. Also, the ads, I can't really stop them. I'm sorry.
That's just Twitch.
So that's
you
Twitch.
can stop them, though.
You can stop them. How?
You could stop them with one simple click.
$5 a month.
If you have Amazon Prime, it's free. Okay, so for some reason, Bjorn is just a gray screen for us right now. So I'm not sure what we're going to do about that. Do we have Gustavo in here with us right now? Because I can't get Bjorn to turn on. Otherwise,
yeah. Sorry that we're having a quick technical moment. We do see his connection.
He's here.
Yeah, I even see the name. The name's right here.
He's right here.
Yep, I see it.
Chat, can you see him?
I see it.
What if chat could see him and it's just us?
Yeah. Maybe he's streaming from Neovim.
Dang, what if he's just in a headless browser? That's why we can't see his face.
The old headless browser problem. An Ichabod crane. Why did they call, instead of calling it
Headless.
Phantom JS, why did they call it, Ichabod or something?
Probably because most people don't read.
Okay. Plus, Ichabod wasn't the one that was headless. It was the horseman.
True, he's just in the story.
He's the main character.
Yeah.
Of Sleepy Hollow.
We can't see anything for some reason.
But yeah, maybe Chat GPT knows a little something that's going on. I'll quickly run over to Chat GPT. We could always play a game of co-op.
Or if we have someone else in our...
Yeah, if there's another one in the roster while we try to figure out Befreddle's issue.
Oh, nice. Gustavo's here. We'll take a pause quick.
Befreddle, if you could just try to get the camera feed to show up, then we'll be able to easily swap you in for the next talk, and we'll just have to kind of do a little rotation the moment it happens.
Maybe give the computer a restart or the router. That's what we had to do.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to pass it over to Gustavo. Hello, Gustavo.
Hey.
This is a pretty interesting sounding talk. Building a WebAssembly framework for Neovim plugins. We're just going to pass it right off to you. If you want to share your screen, I can put that on the main stage as well. And I hope everyone enjoys this talk.
All right. Can you hear me? Is it okay?
Yes, everyone can hear you. You're good to go.
So hello, everybody. My name is Gustavo. I'm going to talk about a project that I've been working for a few weeks now. I'm going to show how I'm building a WebAssembly runtime for Neovim plugins. So essentially, it's a mix of Neovim, Wasm, Rust, and Lua, and everything in between. So it should be fun. So currently I'm working at JetBridge. So if you have a cool startup idea, feel free to send us an email and we'll happily take a look and review. So a little bit of a backstory. This all started with me trying to build a Neovim plugin in Rust. And as soon as I started, I realized that I was going to face problems, especially around distribution. The thing about Rust is that it's a compiled language, and to build a Neovim plugin, you would need to build a dynamic library. This is the most common way to do it. And well, unfortunately, because of that, and also because Neovim runs in a lot of different places, this was going to be a problem, especially for the plugin that I was building on, because it was so simple, probably not worth it tackling this issue. So you will have to build, to compile your source code into multiple different combinations of operating systems and architecture. So this was probably not going to work for me. The other option would be to distribute the root source code and let users build themselves the dynamic library, which is not really ideal because maybe the user don't have the rules to chain, so not really what I want to do. Also, I want to maximize the number of users. So while I was looking for alternative, I realized that I could maybe use Wasm. I had a little bit of experience before using Wasm, so this seemed to be a great opportunity to explore that and learn more about it and learn more about Rust as well. So yeah, let's see about WebAssembly. So WebAssembly, as what the website's saying, webassembly.org. There's the description there. And the most important thing that I want to highlight here is that it's a portable compilation target, which it's very interesting, exactly what we want. We want to compile our source code just once and let the users run whatever they want without needing to change or anything like that. The other thing that it says, it's for the web. Well, I'm not really sure about the web part. Because yeah, Neovim is not web, but web it can be, but not for this project. But yeah, let's see if we can handle that later. So the way that WebAssembly works is that you write your source code. It usually Rust because it has very good support for WebAssembly, but it can be C, C++, or even Go. And what I mean by support is that you have a compiler that is able to create a .wasm file. And that WASM file is just a binary format. It's a bytecode that it's machine independent, which it sounds really good for us because, as I said at the beginning, we don't want anything dependent on the machine. When we have that WASM, we then feed into an engine. That engine is the one responsible for allocating memory and making the translation between the independent machine code of the WebAssembly to machine-dependent system calls, like Linux system calls or Windows system calls or whatever the user is running the engine. And this engine is usually inside browsers, Node.js, Dino, or in our case, Neovim. This is our end goal, right? So this is looking pretty good. We can build this .wasm file and share with the users, and they don't need to do anything else. They just want to, they just need to run that file in their engine. But the thing that is missing here is the engine. We don't have an engine already inside Neovim. So let's explore how we can put that inside Neovim. Wasm Time. So Wasm Time is a project by the Bytecode Alliance. And as you can see on their website, wasmtime.dev, there are a few things to highlight here in their description. It says that it runs outside of the web, which is pretty cool. I don't want dependency on the web. I just want to run Neovim without anything else. The other thing that it says, it's a library embedded into a larger application, which sounds pretty good. Neovim is our larger application in this case, and we want to embed that library so Neovim is able to run that code for us. So this is looking pretty good. Maybe we can use that. So after thinking a little bit and exploring the alternatives, I sketched what I want the project to do. So essentially what we have, it's a patched required function. This function is, as you may be aware, it's a Lua function that you can use to load external files. You probably saw from the previous talks. And right now you are able to use that function to load external Lua files, but with the patched version of it, you can also load .wasm files. And as soon as it identifies that it's a .wasm file, it will dispatch to our wasm time that would live inside the Neovim. And with that running inside Neovim, we will be able to run FFI code that it's exposed by the Neovim API. So essentially, as you can see, there's no RPC calls, there's no sockets being opened to run all those files and to run the plugins. And so I'm not expecting any bottlenecks in this besides the translation code and the glue code. And it runs the same process. It even shares memory besides sandboxing. I'm gonna show a little bit more later. So, but how does this actually work? Well, it starts with a api.wit file. In this file, as you can see on the screenshot, I specified all the API functions that I want to expose from Neovim. As you may be aware, this looks pretty common. This looks familiar to some of the API functions like the command, the create buff, and the buff set lines. The parameters are even very similar, despite some of the changes, like some small changes. Yeah, and with that file and with all the functions defined, we feed into the ThePrimeagen project, which is also from the Bytecode Alliance. That project has a couple of macros, which is the import macro and export macro. It generates Rust code for us to make this translation happen. This is pretty good, but it has some limitations, mostly around variadic function parameters. So it works pretty well if we know the function beforehand, we know the parameters that we want to expose and make the conversion. But for yeah, this works for the host and for the guest communication. But when we want to call guest functions, guest in this case means the WASM plugins. When we want to call guest functions, which we don't know nothing about it, we don't know the function name, we don't know the parameters, this doesn't work very well. So the way that I did to resolve that, I created a macro called Neovim wasm export, which you can put in your functions and in your Rust code, and it will automatically generate all the code necessary to make the translations between the types. One of the limitations of wasm is that it doesn't have high-level types like string. Everything comes down to pointers and numbers. So this was one of the main issues here that motivated me to create this macro. And also it exports the correct symbol so that the host, the wasm time, is able to load that from the module. And with all that, with both macros from the ThePrimeagen and the Vim wasm export that I created, we have full Lua and wasm interoperability. And well, as you can see here in the screenshot, there's a big unsafe at the beginning, which can be scary, especially in Rust, and also weird pointers being passed around. So I would advise to be careful with that. But what I want to highlight here is that this is one of the functions that make the translation work. And essentially, you can use whatever type that you want in your Rust code. And this, as long as it obeys to the traits that I created, you'll be fine. And the code will automatically translate these types for you. And without that said, this is a small demo. On the top left corner, you see the Lua code that it's requiring the .wasm file, our hello world .wasm. And you see that it's also called in two functions, my function and create custom buff, both functions passing parameters around. And on the bottom, you see the Rust code that I used to generate that .wasm file. You see that I'm also using the Neovim wasm export macro. And after running that, you see on the top right corner, on the number 3, you see the buffer that it created, that the Rust code created through wasm. And you can see that it created a buffer, injected some lines in it, and the last line is actually a parameter that was sent from Lua. So the next steps and limitations for this, as I said at the beginning, wasm and wasm time, they are evolving really fast. They lack some custom type. So everything comes down to pointers and numbers, as I said. but they are working really hard to make that easier for developers. There is a project coming up called WASM Component Model, which I'm really excited about it. So I'm paying attention to that. So as soon as it's ready to use, I'll definitely see what I can replace with that code to be safer for the users. The other thing that is missing is that I don't have all the Neovim API functions ready. I'm still working on it to write everything. I just created the bindings for the basic functions, mostly for testing, but I'm planning to add everything else later. There are a few rough edges, as you saw in the Rust code. The code is not very clean, so I'm planning to clean it up, make it very easier and clean for the users. The other thing is sandboxing and WASI. This is a big point for WASM. Sandboxing is essentially you let the users decide what they want the plugin to have access. So file system, sockets, and all the host resources, you will essentially limit what the plugin has access to. And WASI is basically a system interface, so std out, stdr error, and sockets and file system access. This is all done through WASI. Right now, there's a very rudimentary support for WASI. Only std out and std error are being piped to the Neovim log, but I'm planning to add proper support later on for more stuff. But those 2 points, they would probably need some coordination with the core code of Neovim to not leak anything. So my next point would be to explore that, see what I can do without this, because right now it's essentially a plugin in Rust compiled so that Lua can load. So this runs inside Neovim, but what if we make that inside core? Would that be better, or would that be just like a gimmick? I don't know. There's a lot of room to experiment and try things out. And I would like to give special thanks to Ricardo. This is their GitHub profile. He's doing an amazing work on the NV crate. I'm learning a lot from it. This crate is actually, it exposes all the Neovim FFI code so that Rust can call it. So it's pretty amazing what they are doing. And I'm using this crate to complement my work. So it's, by the end of the day, we are using their crate. And yeah, special thanks to the Neovim core team and all the community around Neovim. It's pretty amazing what we are building together. It's also super fun. I'm really glad to be part of it. And yeah, that's it. If you have any questions, I'm glad to answer. And I'll probably open the source code in the coming weeks or coming months as soon as ready and not that messy with pointers and unsafe calls. But yeah. Yeah, I hope that the talk was not super low level.
I think it was pretty darn good. So let's jump over. We can actually field some questions. Do you want some questions?
Yeah, sure.
That'd be fantastic. Do you want to just come back, TJ?
Yeah, I'll come over here. I'm also trying to manage some other things, so I might look this way.
Yeah, right now we're trying to get the next speaker up in line, so if TJ's distracted, that's what's happening.
Yeah, that's fine.
And this is pretty fantastic. We got a lot of claps going on, so if anyone has any questions, please do. No, just
yeah. Thank you for all the claps.
Someone's question was just like, can you talk about like a concrete use case of what would be the purpose of this project, right? So just like lay it out pretty simple, because I think a lot of people don't know very much about WASM or even necessarily writing plugins.
Yeah, sure. Well, the main thing is it's easier to compile. If you have a compiler that create the output.wasm file, we essentially just building once, and you don't have, well, you don't have to share the source code. It's great to share, but you don't have to let the users build by themselves. They don't have to have a huge tool chain to build that dynamic library. And the other important thing is the sandboxing. I really would like to see that happening, especially because you are now running binary code that you can't audit. So sandboxing would be a really cool feature to add to this, so that the scope of the plugin is limited to what you want them to have access to. So if you don't want the plugin to have access to a whole home directories, and then you could do that by sandboxing the whole plugin.
Sweet.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think the sandboxing thing is really interesting. That's one of the really, really cool stuff for security for Neovim plugins, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Some people were wondering about the performance aspects.
Yeah, right. So I want to do proper benchmarking. I haven't done it yet, but I'm planning to do later on. I'm mostly on the development phase. I want to see how it compares with running just straight out from Lua. Of course, it's not going to be the same as native code. It's going to be some overhead there because it's mostly around the type conversion, the translation, but I'm not expecting to be that slow. You see that the buffer, it created really fast, but it's a small thing. But yeah, we shall see the benchmarking coming up.
Nice. I think some people were wondering just about whether it's possible to write Neovim plugins in Rust, and the answer is already yes, right? I mean, that's part of the way that you're doing what you're doing today, right? And you said you were using Emcee'd Oxy, is that correct?
Yeah, correct. So by the end, I end up with a Rust plugin that it runs inside Neovim, but it's a Rust plugin, but it has the capability to load the .wasm files and make the communication between Lua happen. So if you want to use just straight Rust, you can use the Neovim Oxy or just mlua directly. It will be fine as well, but you end up with the same problems that I mentioned at the beginning. Like you have to build dynamic libraries for the most common combination of architecture and platforms, and make sure that the users are able to compile themselves. These are things that I didn't want to deal with for the plugin that I started to build because it was too simple. It was probably not worth it, and I'll probably just be better writing it in Lua. But if we have this ability to load WASM plugins, then everybody will be able to easier build Rust plugins and not have to deal with those things.
Awesome. Very cool. I think this is pretty exciting. And with that, we're going to try and move on to our next speaker. So thanks a bunch, Gustavo. Gustavo, you have any socials or anything you want to plug before we say see you later?
Not really. I have my GitHub linked in the website, so if you wanna follow, please feel free to do that and keep in touch. And I'm happy to answer more questions on this.
Very cool. Yeah, for those wondering, I think almost all of the speakers have their socials on neovimconf.live website directly. So you can go there and check and find them. So thanks a bunch, Gustavo. Appreciate
thank you.
Your time. I turned us off instead.
Yeah.
Nice. There we
All
go.
right. You turned us
Professionals.
off. That was kind of
Nice.
weird. Hey, goodbye, and then we buy ourselves.
Yeah.
I mean, it worked. We did say goodbye.
All right, so let's see if we can get in our next speaker, Nicholas.
But Fred's still having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, now I'm a little concerned because what is going on here? Why do we also get a gray screen with Sir Pipe-a-Day Nicholas here? Nicholas, is your video on? Did we do something? Are we just like the worst scuffed streamers of all time today, or
is there a limit that Restream potentially has for people that could be connected? Like, is that possible?
Yeah, but it's I have 10 and we have less than 10.
Okay, I did the math. You're right. There's at least 5 more we could have.
Yeah. So. I don't want to restart stream, but I almost wonder if that's what we need to do.
Okay.
Should I click end stream? It kind of sucks.
If you do that, it quits the YouTube stream forever. I have to create a new event.
Yeah, I'm aware. That's why I didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
Can anyone else that's in here, maybe Fidel or ABD, can you try turning on your video and then we can see if your videos are working?
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
That seems like a reasonable thing to check.
That's a reasonable check.
Chat, you can ask us something.
Yeah, chat, why don't you ask us something? Yeah, chat, why don't you ask us something? We're not using ping. Unfortunately, ping doesn't quite have like the lobbying capability that we are looking for.
Okay. So ABD's is working. I can see ABD.
Yeah, ABD is working just fine.
Yeah, ABD's here.
Yep.
Bye, Bidet. Are you here, Nicholas? Do you know that we're here and talking to you? Nice. Fidel's working.
Fidel's working. Okay. So it does seem like there's a couple problems in between these two.
How do you get such a handsome mustache? Someone wants to know.
Well, when I was young, I decided when I'm older, I want to be a man. Boom. Big mustache.
Wow.
Burt Reynolds. Hero. All right. Turd Ferguson spoke to my heart. That's what happened. Okay. And I thought, hey, I could do that. I could grow a mustache too.
I can't.
I know. You didn't make that decision early enough.
I know. That's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate.
This is the only thing I can grow, and even this is not. It's just fine.
It's a pretty good turnout.
It's all right. Yeah, it's like Neovim Conf 2021. I mean, it's no Neovim Conf 2022.
These are facts. That is not a 22 conf. That is a 21 conf for sure. All right. They do want to also know, how is the ranch? Is it real?
The ranch is
real.
Is it a lie? I was under the impression that you had fixed the well. And I think a lot of people were too, but unfortunately, he just has the big tank of VS Code or tiers.
I do. It's a huge tank of Joey's tiers.
JS Joey.
JS Joey's tiers are filling my bucket right now.
It's true.
That's it? That's all you want to add?
I'm just saying it's true. I've seen the huge bucket. It's ginormous. It's full with VS Code or tiers. And that's why I have to take short showers while I'm here.
Yep, short. Well, no, actually, you take short showers because my water heater's broken.
Oh, that too. Yeah, that's a forcing function to make sure that we don't. Did you do that on purpose to make sure that your kids?
Yeah,
can't take. Off. You're like, you guys are spending too much water. Turn the hot water heater off.
Get them out. No, I did not actually plan that. So why use Neovim instead of Vim? I'll take a quick stab at it, and TJ, you can also give your stab post haste.
Okay, I will. And then we'll have Waylon come on.
Then we'll have Waylon come on. Is that fine, or should we just jump into Waylon now?
No, I want to hear your take, and then I'll say it post-haste, if you will.
Okay, so I was a long-time Vim user, non-Neovim. TJ remembers. Core Neovimmer. I'm over on Vim. He's saying, hey, you should just switch over. And I'm like, nah. My big hesitation...
You were already writing Neovim plugins when I first came to your stream.
Oh, was I already writing Neovim plugins? Okay, maybe that's the story. Anyways... The story we tell ourselves is the friends we made along the way.
But that was why we became friends.
That's why we became friends.
I was helping in chat, and you were like, who is this random guy giving all this help? And then I was like, well, you might notice that I've been pushing a lot to Neovim core. And then you're like, oh, cool.
Cool.
That's what happened. Yeah.
Cool. So my main thing is that I really do like Lua. I think Lua is a superior language to VimScript. It's just, you can Google it. There's just so much more available knowledge. And so that feels like the right move to me. And then, of course, obviously, being able to keep up with more modern experiences, having an LSP built in, at least the client side. Mm-hmm. And, of course, Tree Sitter, being able to just kind of play around with your AST when you need to. Those are all very, very good experiences. And to me, that seems like the right move. It seems like you can move fast. And lastly, of course, and I think the most important, is that it's a community editor. Everyone that's contributing, it's open for everybody. I think that's the right move for good open source software.
I like it. I don't really have much to add. I mean, my thing is I like Lua a lot. I think the integration is pretty cool. I mean, of course, shamelessly a bit. Part of that is that I made a lot of the integrations too, so I like that. But otherwise, I think it's the LSP. I think like I could be pretty productive in Neovim with literally just like get an LSP.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then start going. And like just like in 10 minutes I could have a brand new config that's like pretty productive right out of the bat. And I think that part's really cool. And I think the long-term vision for Neovim is really exciting.
Yeah.
So that's it for me. I think actually we are gonna send Waylon out now though.
All right, Waylon. Let's go, Waylon.
Waylon, hello. It's good to see you, buddy.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Woo!
Year 2, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Repeat customer.
I got to turn down my volume in my ear.
Oh, are we?
That's okay. We'll.
No, I'm in my own ear.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Cool. Well, we'll send Waylon out, and we're gonna go away. So Waylon, take us away, buddy.
Bye.
All right. Hopefully this goes better than last year. I was a minute in before that, or a couple minutes in before realized I wasn't live. Get myself turned down. Okay. Infinite Wayland again. Sorry. Who am I? So, husband, father, too. I like to eat spicy things sometimes. I did this hockey
Hey,
one chip
Waylon, I gotta
hockey
stop you,
challenge
buddy.
this
You're
year,
mirrored. You're mirrored right
and
now, buddy. I
went
gotta
down
tell you.
good. And about
Oh, he
30
can't hear
minutes
us.
later, it kind
Wayland?
of
Wayland.
ruined my night. First
Hello?
experience with the
Hello?
spicy stuff cramps.
Yeah.
So that was fun. Not really. You can see I have a phone call coming in. Oh, it's Nick. Out of my
nice.
ear, Nick.
No, listen to him.
Listen to
Listen
him.
I have
Restart
a
it.
business card here, and we can
No!
find it here.
No!
We'll do it
Call
in
him
a
again,
float
Nick.
term.
Nick, keep
Oh, I'm
calling.
muted?
No, your screen's flipped.
You're
Your
mirrored.
screen's flipped.
Again?
Yeah, you muted us and your screen's flipped. Let's go. Let's
He's
Are
go.
we
back
in?
to us.
Am
He's
I
back
good?
to us.
No, your
No, no,
screen's
no.
flipped. Your screen's flipped.
Hello? Can you hear us?
My screen's flipped?
Yeah, you have mirrored on in probably the Restream experience.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, nice. Can you hear us now?
because Restream assumes you're using a webcam, not a streamer, and so therefore you all your text was backwards.
Yep, go down to settings.
Okay.
Go
Settings.
to settings right there. Yep, there you go. And then turn that off and make sure that your video is on 1080p. I don't know if it is or not.
There we go. There we go. We're on.
Okay,
Oh,
nice.
so much better. We'll leave.
Thanks,
It was
Nick.
a good intro.
You
though,
tried to
still.
help.
I know.
We
Spicy
were
food
literally
moment.
yelling.
I know.
Okay, now we're gonna leave for real.
Bye.
Bye.
The worst part is I hear myself if I have you guys on. All right. So here we'll get into it. I don't think you missed anything bad. Okay, so I'll yank this and we'll go ahead and run this. You can run my business card. It's a PipX run Waylon Walker. It'll take you to here. You can do I don't know. It won't go side by side, but you click the links and takes you to my homepage. I got a blog, which apparently my feed is broken, but I get things like the Linux feed is fine. I have a YouTube, a Twitch. Life is busy, so I don't have as much time to do those things, but it is what it is, right? Nope, that's not what I want. I want the slides. So the TLDR of this talk is plugins are awesome. Lua is awesome. VimScript can make some cool things too. But you can also do a lot with the command line, and you don't necessarily need to dive deep into the into Lua for everything. Great talk this morning on making plugins with Lua. Very eye-opening, showing how easy it is. But the rabbit hole can still be kind of deep when you want to do weird things. So maybe why you would want to use the CLI, because you can probably build it with a language you're familiar in, which gives you a low barrier to entry. And well, it's probably not as performant as Lua, being like, JIT compiled in there already, raring and ready to go. Probably works good enough, and will work across all the editors. So if you have someone using one of those other editors, they can probably still run your. Moving on. So let's actually run some things. Close this out. What can we do? We can do some things like just hit a bang bang on a line. Oh, here. We want to do like vimconf inside of Vim is like the nice little figlet thing. I guess I got a question for chat over here. What question should we run? Give me a command. Oh, remove the name tag, please. We can't see the command. Is that something that
I removed it. You're good.
Okay, thank you. And that, yeah, RMRF. Of course, that's what you guys want me to do. Let's try something a little safer. Maybe a tree. We can do like a bang bang bash. Hey, this is the project I'm in. Rimraf. Don't know what that is. Curl. Oh, I've never even thought of a curl. So let's do like a curl. Let's see what happens. You guys are going to break my talk, probably. I don't know. There's probably a thing I got to do for curl. It gave me like the downloading thing. Anyways, what's going on here? Simply just works on Unix pipes. So what we can do is something, here. We can do it like what Neovim does, but in the command line here, it's just working on a pipe. So anything going into standard in goes into the command that I give it at the command line. So it's taking, I have vimconf, I hit bang bang Biglet, and it's piping vimconf into Biglet, and then standard out comes out the other side. Not all things work on standard in, standard out. So I made a small, potentially crappy little shim that works for me. Might work for you, might not. I called it generic format. We can get into that here. Okay, and we'll show here what happens. So if we want to run something like a formatter, if I do bang bang bash, you'll see black source code is required. It wants a file. So if I bang bang bash here, what we'll see is the demo god's not behaving well today. Be able to run it down here. Nope, of course not. Oh, because I was just trying to have a breakpoint. Of course, the demo gods have graced me. There we go. I don't know what I did. Okay. So it prints it black. It likes the double quotes instead of the single quotes. And so yeah, so I can do bang bang bash here. Bang bang black. Source code. Oh yeah. I just went over this. Bang bang generic formatter black. And it does that. We can even do it on multi-line statements. Generic format, formatter, black. And gives us a nice multi-line thing. Maybe you want doc strings in here. What we can do is do this highlight, bang, bang, do, and get a trace back. Currently, I don't have that installed at the moment, but I did it at some point, and I got this nice little doc string. Automatic imports, I do have. For some reason, in that environment, I was getting I can't find pandas. I don't know why, but whatever. We can do ID imports here and get automatic imports in our Python. And yep, so this one, it does the import pandas as PD for me. Some other things we can do, and I can switch back over to slides. We can get these formatters to run maybe on the entire file. So something like I can do a buff write pre on all my Python files and say py pre-save or py post-save. I guess this is maybe a historical setup for me because some of these need to run pre or post. I think because this is historical. This was a plugin that worked pre-save, but the rest of them, since they're command line, the text needs to be there. So most of them were a post-save. But this is Neovim Conf, so we're going to Lua all the things. I have an example here. Something I think I took from Jess Archer from maybe her talk last year was she had this nice settings file. So in my settings file, I have things like should I auto format, and I can turn it on and off real quick. And then I set up my auto command buff write post, run all of these CLI things. And these CLIs already existed. I didn't have to write anything, and I guess get nice for it. Maybe this section's maybe a little bit of a stretch because we have people like Teach who've blessed us with great file navigation with things like Telescope. But let's go ahead and play around here. Maybe you just installed Neovim and you're an environment. Maybe this even works with Vim. I don't know. I think it works with Vim. So you could be on a server or something. Let's run bash. And this can list all our files. Maybe you could write a little tiny plugin that throws this in an empty buffer. We can use things like gf to say, I want to go to my PyProject.toml. And I can just go there. But yeah. Or my init.py that has nothing in it. And I can kind of jump between some things. I could make like a little, I did with this a couple weeks ago. We'll see if it works. So leader F. Okay. I can do, new buffer and then go to that file and quit. I can maybe make something that helps me speak in a file. And so I have I don't know if I can demo this very well. Should have checked out that demo. I have a blog template, like a blogging tool, or maybe it's static site generation. That's what we want to say. And it can list out files. So I can do like Mercata. Typing skills are not my friend today. Mercata list -- map path. So maybe this is a some sort of tool that echoes out files, and then you can pipe that into Vim here. So Mercata list. And I can do things like filter down on my blog. I have 600 or 700 different markdown files, and they're all just in one folder, and they can be kind of hard to rep through. So it's nice to have something that I have like nice -- filter things in here, and then I can use that in Vim. Again, go to file. I'm getting to the part that I did not review today. Oh, so we can do something like a terminal file manager. Let's do, and for this, I grabbed a plugin called Float Term. So we can do a float term new. You know what? Float term new. Okay. So here we have, a terminal file manager, and you can use this to delete and move files around if you want. So no plugin needed, and maybe it's something that you already use in your terminal anyways, and you're comfortable. And then my last one is just talking about sending some things into like a quick fix list. We can do :args, and this is made to find. I don't know what I can find in H. Okay, I don't have a good example for this at the moment. I don't know how's my time doing? I feel like I am at the end.
Yeah, I
We have
think that was great.
questions?
I think maybe we can take a few questions from everybody. I liked all the different ways of
I-
interacting with the command line tools, just using basically like built-in Vim and Neovim stuff.
And to be honest, I was still editing this as Nick was getting ready to go.
Well, thanks for being the flexible one to come in and save the day while we had to rearrange while we had some technical difficulties. So, any questions in the chat?
And do we have any questions? Come on.
Was that NNN file browser in a terminal window, or was it something else?
Oh, that was LF. Getting the
Nice.
ASMR comment here. Apparently my voice does that. I get a lot of comments on my YouTube videos that I have like a nice whispery voice when I start talking.
You do. You have a very nice voice.
I think it's very soothing.
Yeah. As one with whom has a cartoon voice, I'm jealous of yours.
Yeah. I think the thing I tend to start like whisper.
Yeah. I feel like, a read through of the Vim docs. Woo!
Yeah. ASMR Vim docs.
I think that might need to be a thing, That might need to be a thing. So, anyways, I think we've got our next speaker up. So, just wanted to give a big shout out. Waylon, where do you want people to come check you out most of all? Give us one link.
WaylonWalker.com, and then I have all the socials in there.
Yeah. Very cool. Hey, thanks a bunch, Waylon. Super appreciate it, and hopefully we'll see you again next year.
All right, go Nick.
All right, so next up we've got, I believe, Nicholas has solved his. We've got the video going. We've got everything working, and this talk will be about the philosophy of Vim. Someone was just asking about it, and
the philosophy.
We'll deliver.
All right.
Not DiGiorno.
It's not delivery.
I would love to get sponsored by a pizza.
Yeah. Imagine this. We could go in here and be like, oh, yeah, Restream's quality, not that great. But you know who delivers good quality?
And then whatever the pizza place would be.
Boom. Think about that.
If you own a pizza franchise, just think about it.
If you just happen to own one, it's lying around, toss it our way. We got some good ads coming up.
Yeah. I would love to make custom pizza ads.
I know. I think I'd make a good one.
I just want pizza.
Yeah, you just want pizza.
Even though we ate it yesterday, I would still eat pizza.
But we could get some like Papa Murphy's, take and bake.
Can you bleep it out? We don't want to say anybody's names.
We could get.
Yeah, like we don't know. You could be the one sponsored. So
yeah.
With that, we're gonna move on to philosophy of Vim though. Thanks everybody. Thanks again, Waylon. And now we are shipping over to Nicholas.
Who's watching us? All right.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, a little bit of
it off to you. We can hear you great.
Okay, great. Do I need to? This is all good. Just want to make sure. I guess you guys muted yourselves.
Yes, it's all good. You can go ahead and go.
Yeah, I'll just hop in. Cool. So I don't have a timer. Where's my clock? Kind of there. All right, I got it. How's it going, everybody? My name's Nick, and this is like the first time I've given a talk in front of like people where I'm nervous. So I'm like, whew. Excited about it. As they mentioned, as TJ and Prime mentioned, my talk is called The Philosophy of Vim. It's probably more appropriately my philosophy of Vim, or how Vim changed my philosophy, but we'll get into it, and I'll try to make sure that this is like an okay size. So I don't have chat or anything in front of me, so if there's a problem, TJ Prime just like cut me off, and I'll work on it. So I'll jump in quick with just a brief introduction of who I am personally. I'm a husband and father. I have a beautiful wife and two beautiful daughters who right now are kind of challenging because they're toddlers, but they're really fun. As a person, I've got like a couple very deep interests, hobbies, worldview things that affect me. I'm really into biblical theology. In the last couple of years, have become a pretty staunch privacy advocate, big tech conspiracy theorist that will come up in this talk a little bit, and is something that kind of fueled my switch to Vim a little bit. We'll get around to that. And then I also started home labbing over the last couple of years, dovetails with that conspiracy theorist mindset of mine, also related. And then kind of another just relevant point about me is I'm a big learner. I get really dissatisfied with incompetence is too strong of a word. I mean, it's accurate, but I just kind of always want to be a little bit better. There's things that are good enough, but not everything is. So I do some front-end master's courses and just regular like online learning for tech related things. I do some Bible project classes and other things and some other theology outlets. And then I try to track some of that stuff on a blog with some tills and some blog posts. And it's all still kind of new, so it's not super well defined yet. Professionally speaking, I have been in like corporate America for about 5.5 years. My first job, I was hired as a data scientist, but kind of it didn't matter where I went. I've been in a lot of groups in about 5.5 years, probably like 6 very distinct teams. And I always was brought in as a data scientist, but there was never data engineering present or DevOps or anything. So I always got kind of shifted back by necessity to a lot of back-end work, which Neovim has helped me a lot with. Again, just keep circling back. We'll get around to that. So professionally, I'm much more like into the DevOps data engineering space. I'm a Python developer. I would call myself an amateur Python developer because although I know a thing or two, I just have to hop on Twitter for like 5 minutes and find a Python person who makes me feel like a baby again, which is good and fun. To Bash's point a couple of talks ago, like it's fun to learn new things, and sometimes it can make you cry, but it's always good. And then one more or two more pieces, I guess, of my kind of professional / personal positions in the circles that I affect are that I'm kind of a coach. So at work and in the professional space, I tend to coach people in like basic and intermediate Python, not just coding, but like setting stuff up as well, and base level computer science stuff. And then I teach outside of work too, like in church and a couple other theology spaces. So these introductions lead into my agenda here, which is that I have a large set of, I'll call them problems. And I don't mean bad problems. I just mean like things that need solved. And then over the years, I didn't realize it, but I'd carried into all of my problem solving a particular philosophy about them, as in how to go about solving them. And it was very problematic for many, many years. And then I was introduced to Vim and a couple other things that all dovetailed nicely together, came to the rescue. And I'll do some credits at the end. I just got a beep. I'm kind of afraid to like move anywhere. Should I come here? No. Okay. Well,
we'll yell to you if you need something.
Yeah. All right. I'll quit worrying about it. Thanks. Appreciate that. Okay. So there's the agenda. Here's what we'll cover. So let me outline a couple of my quote problems. The first one is I'm a big note taker. I got notes on a lot of stuff, and I have a lot of those notes a lot of places. Maybe it's already immediate how that's a problem. So over the course of like my academic and professional career, I've tried to take notes using OneNote, which works okay. I've used for my theology stuff, I use a pretty heavyweight application called Logos, which is doesn't matter what it is right now. It's a heavyweight program that lets me dig into a lot of theology stuff super fast. And it has some built-in notes integration. And it also has this thing called Sermon Editor. It's like made for like churches and stuff, which I've used to share notes and to write notes. But the notes and the Sermon Editor, they don't like integrate together super nicely. A little frustrating. I've also tried using Notepad. I got to the point one time where I was like, screw all the tools because none of them are perfect. So let me just use Notepad. That was obviously a bad idea. I tried Evernote. I had some good luck with TiddlyWiki, and I have a blog post about that. So if you're interested in Wiki is, it's pretty nice. And then I've also tried taking notes in LaTeX, in particular for my academic work that thankfully I'm no longer involved in, but LaTeX was really nice for mathematical stuff. But I got all these places to just keep notes. And then it was kind of hard to remember, did I take that note in Logos or did I keep it in OneNote? Or was I in Notepad that time? And how do I find it? And I don't even know how to log into Evernote anymore. And TiddlyWiki is its own thing. So this was challenging. on top of that was, how do I like distribute my notes? Because like when I coach and when I teach, I want people to have material. I want it to be shareable. And it just never worked out perfectly. For one hand, I never understood, and still don't, how to share stuff with Microsoft tools. We use it in the corporate world, and I'll share a file with somebody over Teams, and then I'll try to share that same file with somebody else, but it'll be like, you already shared this file. Like, no, I didn't. I shared it with one person. How do I? It's just been confusing. In the Logos space, where I spend a lot of my personal time, I can publish like presentations to a URL, but I don't really have a lot of control over like where that goes or when it gets updated necessarily. It was a long, nasty URL too, so it was hard to just like remember. And then back to my point earlier about the sermon editor and the notes not tying together right, I couldn't just like publish notes. I'd have to like copy them into this other thing. Notepad, just text files, right? TiddlyWiki kind of worked. It's like it ends up just being a really big HTML file that you just like open up. And so it was like in a Git repo, but I don't know. It kind of worked, kind of didn't work. And eventually it just always came down to, if I needed to make a presentation, especially, I just like copy and paste out of whatever application I was using, be it Logos or Notepad or Evernote or OneNote, just into a PowerPoint. And then I ship that. Ship is not the right word to use. Email. And just this, none of this feels good. And then didn't even talk about code yet, right? We're probably mostly tech folk here. And I learned to code in MATLAB. But when I started coding, MATLAB, the language, and MATLAB, the GUI, were MATLAB. They weren't different to me. And after I graduated out of MATLAB to R, because I graduated school, I was getting hired as a data scientist. And I was like, I guess I have to learn R. I saw R and R Studio. I was like, okay, these are the same thing. Like you write R code in R Studio. And so there was an equal relationship between like the language, the tool, and then like the development part of that tool. And then I hated R, no offense to anybody. And I moved on to Python, which is where I have a lot of, I guess, sphere of influence right now. And I started with Anaconda and Spider. It reminded me of MATLAB, so I thought I was comfortable. But the things that I liked turns out to just like be more distracting than helpful when you're deep into development. I learned about PyCharm after that, and kind of once again was just sort of, okay, Python is Spider. Oh, but Python can also be PyCharm. So I guess I could use either one of these, but there was a huge disconnect, or not disconnect. There wasn't enough of a disconnect. I didn't understand the difference again between the text editing, the IDE, and the language itself. And ultimately, I also switched to not ultimately. Ultimately, I'm in Neovim for life, but I did use VS Code for a short time. And don't need to go into how a lot of these tools sort of reinforced misconceptions about Python in particular. A lot of misconceptions were like confirmed, and then I would have to question my sanity over if a virtual environment was like properly activated or not. And PyCharm had one way of doing it, and VS Code had some other ways of doing it. Both of them did some magic, but if you ran the code somewhere else, the path and blah, blah, blah. If you're into Python, then you've had these path troubles before. And if you're not, it's not a big deal. But if you use these tools like PyCharm and VS Code, I think it can actually make things a lot more confusing than simple. And then finally, I guess I'll have to use my mouse here a little bit. For LaTeX, it was the same thing. I used TeXworks, and I was like, TeXworks is LaTeX. Spoilers, you can write LaTeX in Vim, and it's awesome. Okay, and now the last one, 10 minutes in, is to-do items. And so I would keep stuff in notebooks, paper notebooks, and digital type notebooks on the web. I used Azure DevOps boards personally. I would text myself, and very disorganized. It was hard to keep track of anything. It was just terrible. So up until a year and a half ago, my life was a disorganized mess where I was always trying to solve problems with a tool. And I guess I could summarize my woes, so to speak, with a couple bullet points. One is to do anything, I would either need to be on the same computer or have the same software running, which for something like Neovim, not a big deal, but for something like Logos, super heavy, it's a super big deal. And then I don't have the Microsoft suite on stuff, and I've thankfully given up Microsoft entirely, but I didn't have PowerPoint. It was hard to make slides at the time. Each of these things had a different backup strategy that I didn't understand or didn't understand fully, and it was different stuff to keep track of. This is locked into vendors from a lot of different angles. If you're in Microsoft, you're kind of locked into Microsoft stuff. Like I still don't have things that I have in OneNotes out into the way that I now manage my notes. I've mentioned that this is so disorganized, and then I was basically locked into Windows. I've given up Windows, and that's been one of the best decisions ever. So what's the summary here? It's that for me, I walked into problems And I thought problems are solved by a tool, but a tool is a GUI. Therefore, problems are solved with GUIs. And that's just how I lived my life up until about a year and a half ago. And it was the same with code. So it wasn't just notes. With code, you get MATLAB, you get RStudio, you get PyCharm, you get VS Code, you get a little play button. How do I run my code? I click the play button. And looking back, I didn't understand anything. And no wonder that's confusing to shift away from. So let's get on with it. Enter Neovim. And at the time that I picked up Vim, which I started with for a short period of time and switched over to Neovim, I was also transitioning into Linux and was seeing Prime on Twitch in particular, and then actually have worked with Wayland. And so I've seen him work fast with like a Vim and a Tmux centric workflow. And to see those things, it actually like changed how I view how humans and computers like interact. Computers weren't just Microsoft GUIs. Now there's a lot more to it. And I feel like my keyboard into my computer is now more of an extension of me rather than me sitting down to like interact with this thing that I'm uncomfortable with and I don't know. And then to Wayland's talk, being in Neovim opens the door for CLI tools like code formatters and linters and things that now that I set them up, I understand. When I just install Python or Pylance in VS Code, I don't necessarily know what's coming down with that. It's hard to configure stuff. The settings are in several places and I never really understood like where they fit. But when I set up Black to auto format my code, I've got my auto command. I know where the binary is. I know how I installed it. I understand it like, end to end. So that's kind of this last point about where Neovim jumped in, or what it did for me is it forced me to learn more about the things that I'm using in the tech world in particular. So Python and LaTeX. And now I'm already kind of jumping into where are we at? Oh gosh, I think I'm over. Lost my train of thought. Let me get back to this. I now have all those problems solved, not just because of Neovim, but Neovim becomes like the centerpiece of the solution to a lot of these problems. So for notes, now just everything is markdown, and everything is in Git. It's in a Git repo. And so I just, wherever I'm at, git clone, whatever the thing is, Vim, nvim, and I'm in. And I'm doing the thing that I need to be working on. And then how do I distribute stuff now? Well, I actually use Markata, which Wayland authored, and either one of us would love to talk to you about it anytime. But this site right here, this is just Markdown. It's one Markdown file, but Markata lets me just build it into these slides, actually with some Vim key bindings built right into it. So I'm going back and forth with J&K here. But so distributing now is super easy. I just Markata build, deploy on GitHub Pages or Cloudflare, which I'm trying to get off Cloudflare, or I self-host it. Code, it's great because I can make my editor exactly how I want it. It works just beautifully with Tmux. Whether I'm in a tiling window manager or not, the Tmux Vim marriage is great because the nature of my job is I have to hop into a lot of projects throughout the day. And if I had to open up VS Code every time, man, I'd be waiting for a long time. But just a couple hotkeys to jump around, efficiency, it's quick, and I understand it. And then again, the CLI is right there. And then for to-dos, I use Markata to GUI. It's another plugin. We'll talk about another time. And then like one of the only GUIs I use now is called Kanboard. And it's like a self-hosted Kanban type board. And it's not super related to this, but what Vim did is it let me centralize all of my to-dos personally. And then I can just look to one other tool for when I need to collaborate. Like in my family with my wife, we use this Kanban board to track our home chores and things. So TLDR, I'm on a journey to get faster, be more competent, etc. And I don't say this to be a cliche, but Neovim actually changed my life. And that's why I get really passionate about it at work. I don't want people to switch if they're not dissatisfied with their current workflow. But Neovim and switching to Linux and a couple other things that happened sort of at the same time made my life a lot better. And I'm really, really, really grateful for that. So a couple credits, Prime and Tej. I know that there's a lot more people in the development community, but Prime has helped me just like accept that it's okay to be excited about the code that I'm writing. I don't have to sit down and be mad that I have a job. And I'm grateful for that. Tej obviously providing core Neovim developer, giving me the tool that is changing how I work and how I live even. Jess Archer gave a talk last year at VimConf on making Vim a beautiful IDE, and her .files repo is extremely clean and has helped me see how I can manage like my dot files, because I use a lot of plugins and it was kind of confusing the way I was doing it before. Basically just like copy her file structure, and that has been great for my like Neovim experience and development and maturity. And then finally, Waylon has been like step in step with me, coaching me as I've switched to Vim. And he also authored Markata, which has made a lot of these things a lot easier. So I think I just went over time. I apologize for that. That's the end.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey.
love it.
Yeah.
I want to highlight one of the messages that we
Come back to
had
this.
from a speaker as well. Neovim Plus not using JavaScript changed my life. Shout out, Bash Bunny.
Yeah, that's a good call. Good call.
Thanks, Bash. Oh man.
Thank you very much for the kind words and the black hoodie. A lot of appreciation there.
This is the hoodie, if no one recognized it.
No, thanks a bunch for the
Black on
talk
black,
and yeah,
Black on black. All
there
right.
we go. There we go. Maybe tomorrow, are you gonna go front end mode?
I might go front end mode tomorrow.
You never know.
You never know.
You never know. Anyways, thanks a bunch, Nicholas. We're gonna move on to the next talk shortly, so we'll say goodbye. Give a clap. Send your socials in the chat.
Yeah, can you just paste them in the Twitch chat?
Yeah,
I will do
Waylon's
that.
been pasting them.
Okay, Waylon's been nice.
Waylon's
Hey.
on top of it.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks, guys. For
Oh, we cut him. You're a little too quick on that last one.
It's a trackpad over here,
Oh, okay. It's a
so
trackpad.
I like put my finger down.
Okay.
So
That's pretty rude, especially as a MC. You gotta play the music first, and then you cut them off.
I'm already stressed because your internet's died 10 times today.
Hey, look at our feed though. It's looking.
Do
pretty
we finally
clean.
look 2040p?
No,
24p?
we have strong 480 vibes right now.
Strong 480 vibes. Here's a question, chat. If we made a Dads of Neovim shirt, would you buy it?
Yeah, that's a real question.
Okay. That's just something to consider.
Yeah, consider it.
If you have a logo idea or anything similar, get in touch. Slide on into the DMs. I'm off the screen over here.
Yeah, I know.
into
I saw that.
nothingness. So, okay. That's it. Now we're gonna move on to Jesse, who has a real talk instead of us.
Yep.
So we're going to move on over to our boy Jesse Atkinson, JS Attack himself.
Yep. He's attacking JavaScript every day.
Every day.
Appreciate it.
Every day. And Jesse, your attack. Oh my goodness. Your talk. Your talk is Vim for non-programmers, I believe.
Yep. Yeah.
All right.
And
This should be
we're
exciting.
not gonna lose the talk this year. I still feel bad about it. We can't believe that happened. So
I bought him pizza afterwards, if I'm not mistaken.
This is true. This is true.
nice. That's pretty good.
It was a fair
All right.
trade.
Well, we're gonna hand it over to you. We're gonna disappear. Thanks, Jesse. Take it
All
away.
right.
We can all hear you, and you're all set.
Awesome. Let's start my little timer because last year I went way over. All right. Now I get to learn how to share screen. Come on. I believe in you. You're gonna work, aren't you? All right. People can. Yeah. Okay. I think that looks good. Is the font? Is this font big enough? I'm gonna do a little bigger. All right. All right, I can see the chat. Scream at me if something goes wrong. So yeah, I'm Jesse Atkinson, and this talk is basically going to be Vim for non-programmers. If you are Primeagen or TJ, you're probably going to find this talk boring. I'm sorry. This is not for you. This is for people who are Vim curious, or people who are like, why are so many? Why are people yammering about this, and should I use it if I'm not programming? Originally I called this Vim for data scientists, but it's really anybody who has to manipulate text. That's a very nerdy phrase, manipulating text, but everybody does it all day, every day. If you're a lawyer, you're manipulating text, you probably just don't say it that way, and you're probably doing it in Word. So some of the things that if you're dealing with text that you might have to do that are just silly is evenly spacing out some sort of table, or changing separators in a list, moving sections around. And also Vim, I don't want to call this part out. Vim is great for removing the cruft from Google Docs and Word. The other day, my manager, who I don't know if he's watching, wrote Markdown, but in Google Docs, and I was like, don't do that, and he did it anyways. And then he sent it to me, and I opened it up, and there was all these like little fun artifacts at the end, and I was able to get rid of those. So, who am I? Jesse, been a professional software engineer for too long. Kind of done everything. Started off doing JavaScript, and it broke me after 9 years, and now I don't do JavaScript anymore. Been using Vim for about 11 on and off, had a couple false starts, but been earnestly using it since 2014, and happily married. 2 cats, live in SF, and these days I write Scala at Credit Karma as my main, that's how I pay my mortgage. And there's going to be 2 plugins I'm going to recommend. I tried to make this completely plugin free, and this talk is mostly plugin free, but 2 plugins I recommend are JuneGun's Easy Align and Peekaboo. So, I'll go over here. So I downloaded a bunch of CSVs. Let me bring up my Okay, cool. Yeah, and hopefully you're seeing my keycaster I'm pointing as if you can see. I always like to have that on when I do Vim talks so folks can be like, what is he doing, or whatever. I downloaded a bunch of CSVs, just random data to manipulate. The one that I kind of found was my favorite was these baseball players. Just a huge list of baseball players. I'm going to bump the font size up a tiny bit. Hope that's good. All right, yell at me if it's not. I'm going to turn on line numbers just for fun. I normally don't have line numbers on, but I've found whenever I'm pair programming, that annoys people, so I'll turn them on. So this talk is going to build, and it's going to be boring at first, and you're going to be like, why are you talking about this? And I hope by the end, your brain will see how you can fit all of these pieces together and kind of go, okay. So, and another thing to call out, this is a CSV file. You might be like, well, what is this little symbol? It's just how it's rendered in Vim. I think I don't even remember, some nice little plugin that renders it. You can see when I visually select it, they are indeed commas. So don't let that throw you off. This is a comma separated values. That's what it stands for, right? Okay, so let's do something really silly. Let's add, let's say all of these baseball players, they all want Mr. in front of their name, right? All right, so there's a couple ways we can do that. We can do, go here, do append Mr. dot escape, right? And all right, so we've got Mr. And if you go over here and press period again, you can start to do that because period repeats. Okay, well, that's fine. But you can do a visual block select, which is Control V. I use Control V, I think, more than any other visual mode. Specifically the visual block select. There's if you do Shift V, visual line, and then just V is visual. Visual block, I feel like people sleep on. So let's do this. We've just selected this first character. I'm going to do insert mode, Mr. Dot. There. Every one of them have Mr. in it. Neat. Great. Okay. I know. That's not that cool. Well, what about if we want to append? Let's say we want to add a new stat here. And again, bear with me. We'll get to some fancier stuff in a minute. Has mustache, right? So let's say we have a new column, we want to add a new column. Well, if this data, which you can represent in Excel or whatever, you just add a new column and the column's there, and right, you sort of in Excel or Google Docs have infinite columns. The way I would add it is, again, do a visual select, capital G to drop, visual block select. I tried to say that properly. capital G to jump all the way to the bottom. Give it the old $sign to jump to the end. That's an important thing to remember. And then capital A. And then let's just do 2 commas in this case, right? So now we've got our little empty field there. Let's say you want to pre-fill it with none of these guys have a mustache, right? Whatever it is, you can start to see, okay, you can piece some things together. Still not the most terribly useful thing. But what Vim excels at is normalizing data. So let's say we want to, for whatever reason, we want to lowercase everything. Okay. Well, again, this now I'm just using regular visual mode. Just highlight, press U. U makes it all small, and I'm going to press U in visual select mode. Lowercase is U in normal mode undoes. That might be a little confusing. Let's highlight it again. Press capital. Right. Okay. So we can manipulate the text a little bit. What if we just want to flip it? I don't know why you want to do that, but that's an option, right? Let's say you have some data, probably not baseball team data, but if you had data that you want to do that with, that's an option. Well, okay. Let's get to 2 other things before we get to a little bit more meaty parts. Let me check my phone went to sleep. So let's go over to numbers here. What if we want to increase numbers? Well, you can go over here and, I don't know, press A, backspace, 1. That's not great. We don't want to do that. You can do R1, but that's still requiring you to think. I don't want to think. I don't want to have to think about what comes after 180. I might not know. Well, I'm going to do Control A. And you'll notice I hit it twice because I'm in Tmux and Control A is my Tmux thing, my Tmux hotkey. So that's the only reason why you have to do it twice. If you're not in Tmux, or if your Tmux, why can't I think of the proper name? But if your Tmux key is not Control, you only have to do it once. So let's do that. Okay, cool. But let's go over, let's try to increase what if we press it here? No, it doesn't matter where a cursor is. It's smart enough to, and this is like built into Vim, right? This is not some plugin. Well, of course, like anything, you can do 10A, or you know, 10, Control X brings it back down. Same deal over here. It's smart enough to know how to do this stuff. Okay, fine. So what if we want to do something a little more exciting? What if we want to change all of these to metric? Okay, well, that's like, you have to, normally you'd put this in Excel and you'd right click and you'd run some formula through it. And we don't want to do that because we're Vim people. So what you can do here, let me look at my notes, because I did live coding last year and I didn't write down what I was supposed to type because just all in my head, and of course I messed up the rebase at the end of my talk. So let's say we want to convert this weight into metric. Well, the only thing we have to look up is what that formula is. I looked it up. It's 0.4535. Let's just go with that. So you'd have to look that up. I'm going to do cut in Word, CIW. That's how I remember it. I'm telling you my mnemonics. Control R equals, Control R double quote. Now, it's important to note, I should stop pointing with my finger because you can't see. Down in the bottom left here, see this little guy? It says 180. I just put that in there. So now let's do times, and that's what I did, cut in Word, and then Control R double quote. That pasted what I had in my the double quote register. I do 0 for what is it? 4, 5, 3, 5, 9, 2, 3. Okay, that's neat. But what if you want to do that for all rows, right? You don't want to have to manually run that on each row. That's kind of annoying. So let's make this a macro. And this is the part, if there's one thing you get from this talk, it's learn how to use macros. Don't be afraid of them. Q is how you start a macro. And if you don't use macros regularly, I guarantee you've probably been typing in Vim, if you work in Vim but don't use macros, and look down at the bottom left and seeing that you're making some macro. Like, I don't know what that is. What? You can assign a macro to any letter as its like placeholder, its register. I always use Q because Q starts it, and I only need one. If you're a data scientist and you have a bunch of formulas, you can like go nuts and assign, you know, if you have to do a bunch of different need a bunch of macros, you can assign them to a bunch of letters. So I'm just going to use Q for mine for now, but know that you can have as many macros as you have keys. So let's do QQ. And this is where doing macros is always fun. You have to remember to because you want to be able to repeat this. So we're going to jump to the beginning of the line. And I intentionally pressed caret, not 0, because I want to go to the first character, even though in this case it's the same. I'm going to do, what is it? 5F, comma. And so now we're at the end of the wait. I'm going to go over 1. I'm going to do cut inward. I'm going to do Control R equals Control R double quote. 0.4, what was it again? 4535. Cool. Press escape because we're done with that. Press J to go down the next line. That'll always screw you up in macros. And Q again to quit. If you notice the thing that said recording right here went away. So now I can press at Q. We're going to start to do this on each line. But what if I want to do it on all of them? No, don't do that. Let's just do 100 because I think it'll take a little bit. But yeah, that did 100 very fast. Let's see how long it takes to do 500. Okay, I did 500 in a very short amount of time. This is huge. You can start to see how you can combine macros, text manipulation, appending, and the one of the last pieces I want to get to, or make sure I get to. Let me. How am I doing on time here? All right, I'm going to do a sort, and then we're going to end it with that. What if I want to sort by how tall everybody is? You can do that, Vim. Let's highlight everything. You can do visual line selection. Oops. Of course, I typo. Press colon to get into the command mode. And then we're going to do % sort. And we're going to tell it that our delineator is the comma, because it's a comma separated list, and we care about column 3. -K is how you pick your column. And now we know that Ivan Rodriguez is apparently Troy Catcher is the shortest guy on this list. I'm going to do undo here. Let's do this though. What if I want to normalize? This is very ugly, right? If you like you as a reader, this is not very appealing to you. Well, this is where we get into plugins. So let's do VIP for visually select in paragraph. And now this is where easy align comes in, and I love easy align. So we're going to GA asterisk, and we're going to give it a comma because this is a comma separated value. Look at that. Great. It's super convenient for you. And now if you want to delete, if you want to delete a column, it's a lot easier to do in this sort of mode. Now, is this the only way? Of course not. But this is a very nice, this is a very visual way. This is very a way that is not intimidating. So yeah, I think I'm a little bit over time. I was worried my talk was going to be too short, so I'm going to jump back to this guy. Say easy align. I recommend Peekaboo. It shows you what's in your registers. I don't personally use Peekaboo, so you didn't see it demoed, but I highly recommend it, especially if you're getting used to registers, because you can store all sorts of different stuff in your registers. So when I was calling out the double quote register, that's like kind of the default one things go into, but you can cut things and store things in all sorts of different registers. Like the world is your oyster. So yeah, lastly, just want to thank Adam, TJ, Prime, all the speakers and viewers. And oh yeah, and apparently my mode lines got rendered in this as well. Thank you guys so much, and I appreciate it. And yeah, I'm still don't worry, I'm not bitter about you losing my talk last year.
That's good. That's a relief for us. So.
Yeah. I know you'd only mention it because of how not bitter you are. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Right. Super not bitter.
I'm not gonna lie to you. When you did that little sort with the delimiter and all of that, I was shook. That was good.
I feel like it's right up your alley because you like solving advent of code and bash stuff. Like you don't, but I never see you do command bang in Vim. What's up with that, Prime?
I don't do a lot. I mean, I do it for JQ, so I surprisingly do it all the time for JQ.
JQ is a great, like, I know this is VimConf, but yeah, if you do mess with JSON, I know I was working with CSVs, but if you mess with JSON a lot, like, definitely install JQ.
And it works fantastic. Like, long as you have a little spot for it, you just highlight it, boom, you can minify, make it big. Oh, it's fantastic. See, I do use the bang command, just not enough.
I've never seen it on stream. I mean, you're just saying that you do. It's kind of like, okay, sure.
I made a YouTube video, so in your face. YouTube video short.
Well, yeah, like I said, like, this is all stuff that I have in my head and can, in theory, just, do. And like last night, I was like, I should actually like type out the commands so that I don't like, like
smart
mess it up last year. I tried to do a interactive rebase live and got funky at the end.
Always type them out. I always keep a little list of those type of things. The easy ones to mess up.
Yep.
All right. Well, I think we got to move on to our next one.
Cool. I think so. Thanks, Jesse. Thanks a bunch.
Thanks, Jesse.
And as always, good seeing you.
Yeah. Bye, Mr. Attack.
I always read his name as JS Attack, like it's Attack of JavaScript.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's just for Jesse, I guess.
No, it's definitely JavaScript. JavaScript Attack.
I will always read JSATK as that. There's no other way to read JS Attack. So, with that though, unless there's something you want to talk about.
No, I won't.
We'll save it for the after party.
Look at this little. I got like one hair sticking out. You see that? It's just like
I do see it. Yeah.
Little hair.
They probably can't because we're probably still in 12p.
And we're still in 12p. Actually, I can see it over there. Look at that. Look at that.
Oh, nice. Whew, not in 12p.
Yeah, it's actually in my eye. What is the after party, by the way?
Oh, that's just us hanging out later.
It is. We're gonna hang out. It's gonna be super cool.
I thought we're doing like a gift exchange.
We're doing a gift exchange, yeah.
Yeah, but you're not invited, chat. Sorry.
It is a party that's afterwards, just not an after party for everybody. Okay, so it's different.
Yeah, if you guys can find the house, you could come.
Yeah, you have to find the house. I'll give you a little hint. The person who owns the house, his name is Jesus.
Oh, where we're going. I thought you meant your house.
No, we're not.
I was like, wait, what?
We're having it over at Jesus' house.
Okay, nice. Well, you can join the after party if you want. You do have to bring a gift.
Yeah, you do have to bring a gift.
Because it's an exchange.
It's an exchange. Can't exchange with nothing, okay?
That's not an exchange. That's just a steal.
Yeah. That's just stealing. He's correct, damn it. All right, let's go on. What's the next thing? Who's next?
Next talk is Anton. We're going to have Anton talk about the Neovim ecosystem for plugin developers.
All right.
And so let's get him on.
All right, Anton. Can we get some claps in chat? Let's get Anton on. Hello, Anton.
What's up, Anton?
That's right.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there we go. We hear him.
Yep, we hear him.
I hear him. Do you share your screen?
All right, let me share my screen.
Wonderful.
And we got it. Awesome. Cool.
Yep. You're good, and everyone can hear you. Proceed.
All right. And then I guess you can see the screen and you can hear me. So we should be all good. And then we can start now. Awesome. So let's start. Today, I'd like to talk to you about the Neovim ecosystem state for plugin developers. But just before we do that, I have to introduce myself. So who am I? I'm a returning speaker. I gave a talk at the Vim Conf last year. I spoke about how to write plugins for Vim and Neovim. I've been a Vim user for about 7 years, so at this point, I definitely cannot use anything else. I love open source. If you write front end, there is like a huge chance that at least one of my packages is in your node modules. And by the way, do not blame me for the size of your node modules. All of my packages are like tiny. Check my GitHub. I really love dev tooling and static analysis, specifically code analysis. And I do mobile dev tooling and specifically IDE integrations at Meta. This is also a good time to say that this is probably why I found a way to how to capitalize on my experience of writing Vim and Neovim plugins. And yeah, it's also a good time to mention that this talk does not represent the opinions of my employee, but my own. Great. Now we know who I am. Let's move on. So I gave a talk last year. What has changed since then? As you can see, I no longer have the beautiful long dreadlocks. So that happened. I completely gave up on Vim script. Yeah, last year I was like, my talk was primarily in Vim script, and yeah, just like the vast majority of you, I completely rewrote the whole configuration, many of my plugins in Lua. I jumped the trains, the ships. That's it. I'm a Lua convert at this point. So why this topic? Out of everything I could have talked about, I've also contributed to many Neovim plugins. I've written quite a few my own plugins. I'm pretty sure that every single one of you who uses plugins has at the very least one plugin they have contributed to. So as both the plugin author, contributor, and the person who uses plugins, I've spent quite a bit of time thinking about how could we make this like ecosystem even better. Like, do we have problems? What is the best thing about it? And all of these thoughts, that's something that I want to share with you today. So let's move on. What are the things that like I absolutely love about this ecosystem? Well, first of all, gotta be the progress. I mean, Neovim is essentially a fork of Vim that just moves so much faster. Like, it's so rapid, it's insane. Like, remember just a few years ago, we had to like wait a year for a new Neovim version? Like, how many versions were there like just for the past year? Like, we've got all these like great Lua APIs that like allow us to iterate on the plugins or like just our setup so much faster. Like creating key maps, user-defined commands, auto commands. We can finally define our themes in Lua as well. Like, isn't it awesome? All of the amazing plugins that came with that, like the telescope, LSP integrations, tree-seeder, CMP, like you can go on and on and on about all of the things that like Neovim allowed us to have just due to how fast this ecosystem moves. Oh, by the way, Prime, can you like merge my my video with the screen, because there isn't going to be anything really important in the bottom right corner. So the next thing is the community. Like, it has to be the community. I would even argue that community is more important than progress. Everyone is super friendly. Like, it's so easy to contribute to things. Even if you don't know any Lua, you can like open a PR and like people would be willing to guide you, to help you make your first contributions. It's awesome. Like, I dare you, please try to join the community and not make any friends. It's borderline impossible. And obviously it gotta be the extensibility. It's like, it's in the nature of Neovim itself. You can build on top of what Neovim provides. You can build on top of what plugins other people wrote. Incredible. Like, I cannot express like the emotions I have about it. I'm like really passionate. But among of the things that I love about Neovim, there are also things that I don't quite like about Neovim. And Where are they? Actually, there is just one thing, and it's progress. And that's kind of weird, because like, wasn't the like progress one of the things that I like love about Neovim? Yeah, it was like on the previous slide, it's also on this slide. It's kind of confusing. So with this great progress, there are also some things that unfortunately they come as a challenge to a regular user. With how fast this community and ecosystem moves, a lot of things tend to break occasionally. So we get the breaking changes. Like just in the past year, in all of the years that I've been like a Vim and Neovim user, I've never been this stressful about updating my plugins. Just imagine you're starting your week, right? You open up your laptop and you run like an upgrade command, and then all of a sudden something breaks and you have to spend some time to like figure out, oh, was it like my configuration, or was it like one of the plugins? Which plugins was it? Like it can basically be a barrier of you being productive at work. And that's something that I want to focus on today, because to be honest, overall the ecosystem is amazing. Like it's the easiest it's ever been to like be productive and like actually write plugins or even maintain plugins for that matter. And there is only this one problem, and it's the breaking changes. And it kind of works as like waterfall, like cascading thing. Like, and for some reason, at the very bottom, there's always users there. So obviously, if as a user, you can like screw up your own configuration and like your setup breaks, it's fine. You're the only person to blame. So that's acceptable. Also, we have plugins. So there are plugin authors. They occasionally can introduce some breaking changes, and then as a user, your setup may break when you update the plugin, right? And then there is also Neovim itself. I have to give mad props to the maintainers of Neovim, because I think they've done an absolutely amazing job documenting every like breaking change that they've had, and like truly going with Semver. So awesome job, everyone. So what else we have here? There is only one solution that overlays all three of those, and that's the package managers. And I think that package managers, these are the tools that would allow us to fix this problem. And let me explain. So what package managers do we have nowadays? In my opinion, Vimplug and Packer are like the two main players in this field nowadays, and there are like a bunch of others. One that's like kind of an underdog, but I'm quite excited about it, is Dep. You should check it out. So we all use package managers to install our plugins, maybe like even manage them a little bit, update them, and stuff like that. And they all have some common features between of them. What are those common features? So perfect plugin manager has to be bootstrappable. This is something when you, let's say you get a new laptop, you check out your configuration, you just open up Neovim the very first time, and the package manager, or like a tiny script, just like a one-liner, can download the package manager before the very first time you use it and install all of the plugins for you. That's a very essential feature, I think. All of these package managers, they're also Git-based, so the vast majority of your plugins would be downloaded off some Git hosting like GitHub or some other one. You can pin your plugins by commit, tag, or branch. So this is one of the ways that you can actually mitigate those breaking changes that I'm going to go more in depth in a minute. You can lazy load your plugins. So by just simply using Lua, or if it's still in Vim script, it's auto-loaded. And there is low rock support, which I do believe currently is still unique to Packer, but it's pretty cool not to have to manually copy-paste Lua or set up like a complicated setup with Git submodules and that kind of thing. And then there is also dependencies ordering. So when you install a plugin, you can specify, hey, this plugin has like a dependency on other plugin. So you can, so the package manager would like load the dependency first before the plugin that you actually want to use, which is quite useful. So how do we actually currently handle the breaking changes? There are some ways that people still use. I've spoken about it last year. I can repeat it again. You can create a stable branch and never push there any of the breaking changes. You can use versioning via Git tags. So, for example, Telescope uses v0.1, so people can just like pin that and make sure that their setup wouldn't break due to some breaking changes being pushed to that tag. Some people also create a breaking changes issue. So consumers of that plugin can subscribe to the issue and be notified when, let's say, some commit introduces a breaking change, and then the comment would explain how to not mitigate, but to fix it. Like what changes to your configuration do you have to make in order to be able to upgrade that plugin? And then also it's sort of a nice manner thing to do is to include breaking in the commit messages. So when you're upgrading your plugins, you would your package manager would like notify you saying that, oh, hey, there is a breaking thing. You probably should look into what exactly changed in that commit. So that's all about today, right? But what if we can like reimagine a package manager for Neovim, and what features will it have to have in order to make it so much better for our experience, and actually maybe even potentially break this, not break, but remove the breaking changes, so you can just update your plugins and work, right? So what are those things? First of all, it gotta be support everything we supported before, because we don't want to break backward compatibility. There is the manifest file, log file, and discovery. I'm going to talk about them one by one, right? So manifest file. Think about it as package JSON in NPM or toml.rust in YAML. It's a file that would contain the metadata about your package. You could actually use an actual server package versions, and this way you'd make sure that you'd be safe to download new versions, which is pretty great. You could set up the minimal Neovim version. Due to Neovim, like on the very rare occasions, it would like remove some older APIs, meaning that some plugins could break due to this. This minimal version, not actually minimal version, but just the confines of the version of Neovim that would work with your plugin, could also help the users, since not all plugin authors do check the Neovim version before running their plugin. And then provide a list of dependencies, including perhaps lower rocks, would be quite useful. So all of the plugin users would not have to manually specify them. Nice. Just genuinely making life so much easier for people who just want to consume your plugin. The other thing is log file. And there is, and I think it's quite a big one, because it would basically allow you to have reproducible setups. The key idea is being reproducible. Think of it like Docker, NixOS, or anything else. Currently, when you set up your dot files on a laptop, right? You write your like packer install, plug install, something else. It just pulls all of the plugins. From my experience, very few people actually pin all of their plugins, which basically makes your setup quite fragile. So if tomorrow you get a new laptop, open it up, check out your dot files, run install to install your plugins, right? Some of them would be a different version, since someone pushed a few commits up the stream, and then now you get them, and all of a sudden your setup is broken. Oops. I know that Packer nowadays supports a feature called snapshots. I haven't looked too much into it, but I think it's a bit, it takes a shallow snapshot of your setup with some of the things, and they're not actually meant to go into your repository along with your configuration, which is a bit of a shame. It would, while the log files, you'd actually commit it along with all the rest of your Lua files, and then it'd be used the next time you run the install. I do know that there is a PR for log files in Packer, and I really look forward for it to being merged. And the last one is discoverability. Nowadays, it's a bit of a challenge for a plugin author to make the plugin surface and get more people to see it and maybe even try it out. People would like post on Reddit, post on Twitter, there is this amazing thing called Awesome Neovim on GitHub. There is This Week in Neovim, which, like, oh god, I can praise it all day. But then if you just want to make a plugin, share it, and like let everyone use it, you still have to do this meta work to like surface it to more users. This is where I think a GitHub-based marketplace could really help. It doesn't have to be a standalone registry like NPM or Cargo. Think of it more like, let's say, what does Dino do, or I think Golang, they also use GitHub as the actual like where the dependencies are being pulled from. So that's pretty interesting. Overall, this is all of my talk, by the way. This is my login on GitHub and Twitter, AntonK52. If you have any questions, do hit me up on Twitter. And then that's it. Thanks a lot for your time.
Hello.
What's up, Anton? Great talk. Do we have any questions for Anton in the chat?
Hey, yeah. My audio is slightly lagging, so I'm going to stop the sharing.
Okay.
We have clappies. Lots of clappies.
Lots of claps. Confirming some info about Packer snapshots that you can commit them. I don't know. It looks like it.
Oh, here we go. What is the first thing to do for a beginner?
Yeah, regarding the snapshots.
I don't know. That's
I
the
think
question.
for getting started, like as a plugin developer / in the plugin ecosystem.
There was a question
for
about
Neovim.
the beginner.
Yeah. We were hoping you would answer.
Okay, let's start. As a beginner, I think there are some very cool guides on GitHub. It's so tricky with the audio lagging. Okay. As a beginner, you go on vimconf.live, neovim.conf live. Watch all of the talks about people actually telling you how to write those plugins. And it's going to be really easy for you. You type it into Chat GPT, and it writes the thing for you. What else can you do? And then you watch the streams on Twitch. I think people do a really amazing job there, showing you how to use the most recent features of Neovim APIs. There is also this repository which I'm currently blanking on GitHub that just basically highlights you and like does quite a bit of hand-holding for very beginners on how to create your very first plugin.
Nice.
I like it.
I think that covers it pretty well.
Cool. All right. Well, I think we're all set to move on to our next speaker. Thanks again, Anton. Maybe we're still really delayed.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
I waved for a while.
Yeah.
And I just kept waving, thinking you're going to do it. And then my hand just stayed here like this for way too
All right.
long.
Welcome, John. I don't know if we're super delayed still. Chat was saying that it seems like we're delayed. But if we are delayed, then just wait 5 seconds and I'll give you your intro. Speaking of beginners, I think this is a great place for people to start. We're now going to do a Lua primer with John McBride. Very excited for this one, and we're going to pass it right off to you. You can get started, and no need to wait for us. We can see everything on your screen and everything perfectly.
Awesome. Cool. Sounds good. Well, thank you, everybody. Yeah, welcome to Lua, a primer. This is a talk that I wish I had when I got started with Neovim and got started with Lua. This could be called Lua, a beginner's guide, or Lua getting started or something. But before we get too deep into that, my name is John McBride. I work on a Linux operating system called Bottle Rocket. Before that, I was working on some Kubernetes stuff at VMware, Cloud Foundry, at Pivotal, and yeah, been around the block. And this is something I always come back to is Neovim. I've used a bit of Goland, the IntelliJ stack, VS Code, but yeah, Neovim seems to be my truest love. So here we are. Recently, I discovered Lua, and I mean, things have changed as people have been talking about. Things have changed so much in the last year or so with Lua and its plugins in Neovim and just the engine itself within Neovim and the Lua stuff. So what the heck? What is Lua and why might you care? Well, Lua is a very powerful, very, very small scripting language that is embedded inside of Neovim. You can almost think of it as a way to change the behavior of something that it's sitting inside. Oftentimes, you'll hear about Lua being embedded in game engines. You know, we don't want to have to go and change a bunch of C code or C++ code in a game engine. Instead, we can just write some really simple code, some Lua, some scripting code, to change that game engine or change that thing, which makes it a great candidate for being embedded inside of Neovim. Another thing you're going to hear about Lua all the time is, yes, its indexes do start at 1. It's kind of sad, but indexes start at 1 with Lua. That's the big know-how. But this talk is actually mostly a demo, so may the demo gods be with me. We're going to do some live coding in here, and we're going to chat about kind of the very basics. Like, I'm talking the most basics. Again, this is the talk I wish I had when I was getting started with Lua and all the things. So first things first, we'll just say lua.org. That's where you can go get it. lua.org/download. That's where you can get all the stuff that you will download, get onto your system. You can even get it all yourself and compile it if you so wish. But let's head over to here, and that looks fine. So if I just type Lua, boom, it's going to pull up the interpreter. You might notice this kind of looks like the Python interpreter. I almost like to think of Lua as like Python meets JavaScript meets C, and it exists somewhere kind of gross in the middle, but we can start doing stuff inside here. We can do print hello world. Oh, well, close enough. Had a new line in there, and that's fine. Lua is going to try to do and really grab whatever you give it and just do something with it. It's very, very forgiving, like almost too forgiving sometimes. So be aware of the foot gun there. Some languages, you know, that was a mistake, but it was fine with that new line in there anyways. So it printed hello world for us, and we can Control-C out of there to get back to our command line. So let's talk a quick bit about, let's go back into the interpreter. Let's talk about the data structures that exist within Lua. And it's so simple that it really only has one data structure. And Lua calls that the table. And the table sort of exists in a weird world where it's like an array, it's like a hash map, and you can kind of mix and match things all over the place. So let's just call some variable v, and we're going to do equals, curly brace, whoops, doesn't like when I use arrow keys, that's fine, a, b, and c, and hit enter there. Okay, that's cool. Let's try to just print that out. And it says, oh, it's a table, it's a memory address. It's just like something I know about. It's a data structure I know about in memory. Okay, that's fine. Let's try to print maybe one of the indexes. So let's do that starting at 1, and that's going to give us A. If we print v2, that's going to give us B, so on and so forth. What's going to happen when we do v0? It's not going to like that, right? Well, it just says nil. It doesn't actually like error out or throw a stack or like throw a panic, maybe like you would in Go or something. It's just going to be like, no, I don't know about that. It's just going to continue on. Again, this is one of those foot guns that you're going to see a lot in Lua. So be very aware. Be very aware of the indexing, and it starts at 1. We get something similar if we do something like way out of bounds, like v99. It's just not going to be there. So let's go deeper. Let's go a little bit deeper. Let's vim hello.lua. A .lua file is going to be a Lua script, something that we can essentially execute. So let's print hello world. And notice up in there that I used single quotes. Let's make that just a little bit bigger. Yeah, that would be fine. Notice that's single quotes. You can use double quotes. You can use single quotes. Kind of JavaScript-y, right? It's not really going to care. It's not going to complain at me about single quotes, double quotes, chars versus strings. It just knows that as a string. So let's exit out of there. If you see me typing JK all the time, by the way, that's a remap I have to escape. So I do that all the time. It's almost like I just do it. So let's Lua, hello.lua. Now we're passing this script actually to the Lua interpreter, and boom, it prints hello world. All right, let's clear that screen a little bit. Yes, I do have some notes. That's what I keep looking at. Let's go back over to this Lua script. I'm going to get rid of that. And let's talk about comments. So to tax, that's going to be a single line comment. My LSP, this Sumneko Lua, however you say that, it's going to keep adding those and stuff for me. So that's very nice. Thank you for doing that, Neovim, with your LSP. We can do some numbers. So let's do num 99. If I save this, it's going to complain about global variables and me not giving this a capital, so I can do something like that. It's going to be okay with that. Typically, global variables, quote unquote, are going to be capitalized. You can almost think of those as being exported out of this script if I was bringing this script into another script. But if we wanted something that was really only scoped to this script, we would say local like that. And it's like, oh, you're not using that. Okay, let's print num. Let's use that. And I'm going to split my window here real quick by the magic of Tmux. Huzzah. So let's now Lua, hello.lua. And we should see that number printed out. Very cool. We can overwrite that. So let's say that's 1 now. Back down here, Lua, hello.lua. And we've effectively overwritten that. So that's another foot gun I like to mention, is that variables they just get overwritten. It's not going to complain about like, oh, you've already declared the name of that variable. No, it doesn't care. It's just going to overwrite it for you. Okay, let's do some other stuff. Let's talk about a string. So let's do PrimeAgen. I think I spell that. I never know how to spell that. So PrimeAgen is like that. That's a string, it's just string variable. I am prime. This is going to be a Boolean. I am not the PrimeAgen, so we're going to call that false. Whoops. And for the sake of this demo, I'm just going to ignore most of these warnings. So be warned, the warnings are ignored. Let's do an if-else block. That's super important to programming, right? If-else. Let's see, let me give myself some space. So if-else is pretty much like you would expect in most other scripting languages. So we can give it some condition here, like if condition, then do something. So our condition can just be this Boolean. So if I am prime, then, and I see that there's a snippet right there that my LSP is giving me, and a bunch of that's some stuff I have configured, kind of behind the curtain sort of things. But after your condition, you're going to have a then and then an end. So inside of there is where we can actually put some other things to do. So let's print, if I am the PrimeAgen, then I am the PrimeAgen. And that seems like something I maybe could optimize. Like I see and I notice right here that I actually have prime as a variable. So why don't I get rid of this? And I'm going to use a special operator, the dot operator, to actually concatenate a string. So what we would expect here is I am ... the PrimeAgen, and it'll just look like a nice, beautiful string that gets printed out. Let's save that. Let's come back down here. Lua, we're going to hello Lua. Oh, it didn't do anything because that variable is false. So it did not enter that condition. So let's assume ourselves as the PrimeAgen for a hot second. Very cool. So now we would expect this condition to be true. Let's come down here. And boom, it prints that out. It concatenates that string. It's beautiful. It's great. Let's try an else. So we can just throw an else in here. Else if would be like, some other condition or whatever. And then you would throw a then in there and you get this whole block. But let's just do an else to print, something like and I'm mixing up my quotes. I am not the and ... prime. Again, foot gun with some of the formatting. It's not going to complain at me about different formatted quotes versus double quotes. So if we save that, we didn't change our condition, so we should see that same string get printed out. Let's go back up here, flip this back to false. And now we should see I am not the PrimeAgen. So that's a simple if-else block. Where am I? Where did I go? Here we go. Okay. So that's an if-else block. Let's do a quick little chat about loops. I'm just going to get rid of that. That was a little visual block mode, just got rid of all those lines. Now we can use a while loop. So we can say like while I am prime, which is again just our condition, we can do something and end it. We get inside of that block, which is the body of our while loop. So let's just do something, I don't know, something gross, something we'd probably never do in a real piece of code, but that's fine. This I am adding to an existing variable, an existing number, but unfortunately, there's no plus plus or plus equals operators, which is a huge bummer. So we got to do it the long way, where we do our number equals our number plus 1. And let's just print that out, just to see some stuff happen. This condition is still false, so we would actually never enter that while loop. Let's get rid of that. Let's make that true. So now that condition is true, and we can enter this loop. So let's run via Lua, hello Lua, and it's going to do a bunch of stuff. So it's just infinite looping inside of there. I can control C out of there, and we see that the Lua interpreter is going to basically throw the stack where it's like, oh, I got interrupted. Here's the traceback where I was inside of a print. Cool. So that's the basics of a while loop. We don't want to do that forever. Let's get rid of that real quick. Let's go back to tables, because tables are super, super important. People in previous talks have been talking about like, oh, can pass a table to a plugin or some configurations to a plugin or something. Most of the times, those things that you're passing down to plugins or between Lua scripts and things are just tables, and sometimes tables of tables and tables of tables of tables and so on and so forth. Tables are really powerful, but also sometimes confusing because of how composable they can be. So let's explore that to see maybe some of the gotchas inside of there. So we can just declare a variable t, curly brace, and we'll just do the same sort of thing, a, b, c. If we print this, we're going to see something similar where it's just going to give us the memory address of that data structure it knows about in memory. That's just some pointer to the thing. So why don't we write a function? A function that we can actually print the keys and values of the table just to see it with our eyes. This is probably something that is maybe unnecessary because there's definitely libraries and things. I think Lua Rocks is one of those things that just gives you like all these Lua functions you would never need to write again. But for the sake of this talk, let's do a function. So we can declare a function with local function, which is at the scope of this script. We got to give it a name. We're going to call this print table with the braces like that. And then we end it. So that tells us, okay, this is the block of my function. And then if we were to call it, we would just come down here and print table. Very cool. So that's an empty function that does nothing. We want to give this function an argument. So we can just call this table. And that's really it. It's not a like strongly typed language in the sense that, maybe in Go or something, you would say like, oh, this is going to be, I don't know, a map of blah, 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 giving it its type. All we're saying here is this is the variable name, the name of the argument that we're passing in, and that's it. So that's another footgun is if you're writing these functions, you might need to do some checking, do some error handling inside of that. So let's do something I love, which is the for key value in pairs. This is very similar to maybe the for range loop inside of Go. There's a lot of ideas that seem to have been, I don't know, kind of traded all over the place with stuff. So now we can print our key value of our table. And then this function call, we actually need to pass in our argument. So let's pass in t. And now we can Lua, hello Lua. There we see kind of the fully composed table, which would be 1 is associated with A, 2B, 3C, so on and so forth. Again, those indexes start at 1. Let's do something interesting here. Let's give A different key. So we could say like my key or something is equal to A. Okay, throw your guesses in the chat. What do we think this is actually going to look like? So if we do hello Lua again, okay, so it printed our table address. That was that previous print. I'm just going to get rid of that right there. Then 1 is associated with B, 2 is C, and then my key is A. And we could actually access that individually like print t dot my key, and we should see a just printed out at the end there, exactly like that. So it gets a little wonky when now the first element in the table that doesn't have a key assigned to it verbosely, which is B right here. B is the first one here that doesn't have something explicitly said. It's the one that's going to start with the index 1, and then C gets 2, and so on and so forth. It gets even crazier. We could even give it another table where we say Z and X or something. Come down here, and if we print that, well, now it's just going to say, oh, okay, at index 3, I have another table I need to know about. My function actually isn't going any deeper than the first level of tables. And this may seem kind of gross, but this is actually what gives Lua a lot of its flexibility, a lot of its power, where you can emulate full-on object-oriented programming just by doing tables within tables and different composed options inside of your elements you might be passing around and stuff. But I also call this a pretty big foot gun, where you have to be aware of these things happening kind of inside of Lua's data structure, which is, the table and the way it works. So, cool. That was that chunk. Let's move on back to my slide. So yes, Lua is, let me get out of the way for a second. Lua is a powerful, efficient, lightweight, embeddable scripting language. It supports procedural programming, object-oriented programming, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's super, super powerful. It's super, super great. And this chunk right here, the Lua reference manual, I'll come over here. Wow, my chair's in the way. The Lua reference manual is like a single PDF, and you could really just read the entire reference manual in a single sitting. It's that powerful, it's that simple, and I like it a lot. But beware of the foot guns. Let's dive a little bit deeper into what that means for Lua Neovim configurations. Like some people have said already in the conference, a lot of us have moved to just like a full-on Lua Neovim configuration. And it's a little different. Like there's definitely some nuances that you need to be aware of. You can use Lua scripts really for your entire configuration, all the way from your init.lua down to your plugins, down to how you configure options, how you configure global options, et cetera, et cetera. One of the first talks had some really good discussions around the Vim API that exists within Lua, which is what we're going to talk about, because really in the end, we all just want to be a hacker man like Prime. So let's talk about using the Vim API in Lua. All right, let me clean up some of this junk real quick. I want to exit this. Let's head into my .config nvim. This is where I have my Lua configuration for my entire nvim stuff. So if we look at init.lua, this is the entry point. This is the starting place for most of us where Neovim is going to look to start loading your configuration, start loading your plugins, start actually modifying the editor and start doing stuff with it. So init.lua is where most of us, it's going to happen inside of .config/nvim. Now, this I think is something that I've heard from people in the community that can be kind of confusing. Is like, where the heck is Neovim even looking to start loading stuff, start loading Lua, start looking for Vim script or whatever? There's always help, runtime path. This is huge. So this one right there, xdg config home/nvim, that's like the first one it's going to look in. That's my .config/nvim, and then it looks for an init.lua to start actually loading stuff. So help runtime path is huge. It's like the godsend if you're ever confused, like where's stuff even being loaded from? These are all the paths. These are all the paths. Okay, so that is super important to know about. I'm actually going to comment out a few option things that I have, like so. And I'm actually going to reload Vim. Okay, it shut down some stuff. It changed some stuff. Because I actually want to show that inline here happening in the flesh, doing it live. So let's configure an option. So we have a global variable, Vim, that is sort of given to us by the engine. It's things that the embedded Lua engine knows about, and things that APIs essentially that we get automatically through our Lua scripts to start changing some stuff, to start changing some behaviors. So what I want to do is vim.o for options, and it's already knowing about a bunch of this stuff from my LSP right here, that it's loading up some stuff from the environment. So one of the options I want to set is relative number. Thank you, LSP, for knowing about that. And we're going to set that to true. Whoops. See, I'm trying to type JK to hit exit, but I have that turned off. So we're going to save and quit vim init.lua. And now on that left side, we see the relative numbers. On that left side, it's trying to load a plugin as well. But this now option is set for relative numbers true. Let's go ahead and set that map, that key mapping that I like. So I'm going to do vim.api.nvim set key map. Yeah. And then this is very similar to how you would set a key map in Vim script. It's sort of a similar sized API. I like this in insert mode. That's the I. And then I want to remap JK to escape. And that looks like that. And then this expects a table. So here's that whole discussion about tables, where it expects a no remap. So it expects this key to be no remap, and then we can give it a value of true. And that looks fine. I have an extra thing somewhere. Oh, whoops, yes I do. Like that. Okay, and that's closing that brace like that. Let's close, go back in here. Oh, yikes. What did I do? Live coding. It's a good time. That's why I have notes. nvim set key map insert mode JK. What did I do? That's okay. You know what? I'm just going to comment that out because I'm not going to be able to do that live. Get this back in here, inside of here. And you know what? We could even look inside of my options, because I think I had this somewhere. This is probably a fraught effort. Whatever. That's fine. Save and quit. Init Lua. It's back. So if I'm in insert mode and I hit JK, we're back. JK. So that is vim.api. I'll write that again, .api. This is huge. Vim.api is really kind of the entry point to how we can change and configure a lot of the things within Neovim itself. You can almost think of this as if you were modifying an API on like a web server or something. You might be like sending some different things onto that web server and stuff. Okay, we're running a little short on time, so I'm going to speed through a bunch of the rest of these. I'm actually going to skip a few things just because they actually were already talked about from a bunch of stuff. So let me go back to my slides from other people. But my Vim script, what about my Vim script? Well, funny enough, there are actually APIs that NVim gives us to execute Vim script from our Lua. It's like, yeah, I mean, it goes deeper for real. So if we come back over here, we can take a look at one of those. We can do vim.api .mvim eval. That's a really big one, mvim eval. So we can give it some chunk of Vim script. Let's just give it like a data structure, 1, 2, 3. That is just a list inside of Vim script. If we print that, what is that going to look like? Go back into our Vim init Lua since it was executing from there. And look, if we look like down there kind of in the bottom left, you can see it printed out the address of a table. What nvim eval is doing is it's taking that list, that Vim script list inside of that evaluation, it's turning it into a Lua table, and then we're printing out the address of that. We can actually do something else, which is really nice. I had mentioned that, that print table function that we wrote, it's a bit redundant because we actually have a vim.inspect, which can take a table or some evaluation from Lua and where am I? Yikes. And it can actually just print out what, the whole table looks like. So let's save and quit that. Oh, yikes. Again, what did I do this time? Vim inspect. Oh, I didn't spell inspect right. If there's one thing you should know about me, it's that I cannot spell. But that's fine, because we got it eventually. So we see down there in the bottom left, we have 1, 2, 3. That's our table that we are building from some Vim script. Funny enough, it actually goes a little deeper. We have Lua built into Neovim, but for some reason, some people might want to execute some Lua from their Vim script, it is possible. It is possible. So one thing we can do is we're really going the opposite direction this time, and I think I might actually punt on this a little bit since I'm running out of time. We can do some, what will this actually look like? We can do Lua eval from our Vim script. So just imagine for a hot second, just imagine that this is all Vim script going forward for the sake of time. We could do Lua eval, where we would pass in some Lua, and then the Vim script would be able to evaluate that and turn it into Vim script data structures and things. We could actually access entire APIs from Lua within Vim script, where we would do like a call to v lua.print or something, and this could really be any API off of Lua that we get in the Vim script. This is the point where all these things sort of start becoming inception mode, where it's like, okay, I want to execute some Lua from my Vim script, which is going to be evaluated in Neovim, which has a Lua engine in it, and so on and so forth. To really simplify a lot of this, just use Lua. It's great, it's fast, it's efficient, it's embedded in Neovim directly, and it's, in my opinion, much easier to use compared to Vim script. All right, back to my slides. Lua for plugins has sort of already been discussed at length during the conference here, but I think it's important to note just like the things that have changed recently. It's a really powerful way to build and configure your plugins. We went at length discussing tables in Lua, and I think that's very intentional because anybody who's tried to configure a plugin within Neovim that is a Lua plugin has had to use a table, and sometimes tables within tables, sometimes tables within tables within tables, and so on and so forth. And it can get kind of gross, but it's a very, very powerful way to do it. I hope in the future it continues to be more extensible, and maybe some more adoption continues within Lua so that we can have better, I guess, methodologies across the community for doing all of this. Next steps and some resources that I do want to mention. This is the Lua reference manual. Again, it's super, super short. You can really go through it pretty much in an entire sitting. Highly recommended, excellent resource. The NVim Lua docs themselves are amazing. And if I get out of here, I mean, they are just like very big and long, amazing. Anything that you need to know about the Lua interface in NVim, it's up in here. It's very searchable. It's very nice, but maybe not so much a thing you can just sit down and read. Another resource I want to mention is the NVim Lua guide on GitHub by this user, NanoTree. Delicious, amazing. This thing is really, really good for getting started with Lua in Neovim. It talks about your init.lua. It talks about the runtime path. I stole this screenshot from this repo. It's incredible. So if you are curious and want to maybe have more kind of a blog style post about using Lua in Neovim, this is the one. This is the one. Those are those links. Take a screenshot real quick. 3, 2, 1, if you want them. And that's pretty much it for me. You can find me across the interwebs at johncodes.com, on YouTube, Twitter, GitHub. Send me an email. I like getting emails from people. So yeah.
Come on,
And
you
that's
can
it.
get it. You can get it.
Oh,
you get
yikes.
him. You get him.
Oh,
I got him.
What
Yo.
the heck? Are we alive?
Oh,
Who did
I
that?
forgot
What?
that they're green.
ABD?
Like they're green. You can't even see what they are.
Hey, thanks, John. That was an awesome talk.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for eating some grapes.
No problem.
No problem.
Clearly paying attention.
Well, we did. We
Yeah.
learned about the basics of Lua, and you shout out NanoT Guide, which is also my favorite resource to send people to learn about getting started with Neovim and Lua. So,
Yeah.
thanks,
It's
John.
incredible. Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Anything you want to plug besides? I guess you plugged all those, so that seems good. So we're just gonna make you leave now.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, I appreciate it. That was very good. Hey, it's too bad. We should have had red grapes. Like, look
I know
at this.
they look disgusting.
They
It literally
look
just looks like
disgusting.
it's just covered with mold.
Oh yeah, but look at this. It makes Neovim Conference go by. They're ghost grapes.
Whoa.
I don't know what
Wait.
I'm doing here.
I thought maybe you were gonna sing a song that I'd recognize, but I couldn't understand what you were saying.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Okay, give me 2 of these. Give me 2 of these. I got him. Well, I don't have the whole. I don't have the whole stem.
I don't got it. I don't got it.
Oh,
Okay,
so
yeah,
close.
so okay, here we go. Remember this one?
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. Okay, we're gonna make it disappear.
Get some claps in the chat. That's the Primeagen stock for this year.
Where did it go?
Where did it go?
Where did it go? I don't even know where it went.
That was actually really good, though.
All right.
Next up.
Who's next?
This year we've been really working on our transitions. Next up we have...
This year we workshopped them. We called this part the Graper.
Since 2021, I've been sketching. I've been writing out different ideas. I was like,
Yeah.
Prime, okay, here's one. What if we start with completely unexpectedly eating grapes from a grape thingy? What do you call these? A cluster?
It's a cluster.
A cluster of grapes. And then you make one disappear cool style. Like,
Like Jackie Chan.
And then after that, we just said, hello, welcome to the stage, Peter.
Hey, Peter.
Just like that.
And here I am. Look at that.
There we go.
All
What
right,
a transition.
look at that. See,
Very
these
cool.
transitions
It was
are
perfect.
planned.
You can tell you planned it out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad everyone has such high expectations for us. We're going to sign off now and allow Peter to talk.
Get it, Peter.
All right. Thank you. So hi, my name's Peter DeVries. I'm going to shamelessly hang at this screen for a second and show off some of my builds. This is my daily driver keyboard and a Raspberry Pi laptop I built with a built-in Corn keyboard. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong button. Here we go. Okay, so again, my name's Peter. I've been a VI user forever. I switched to Linux sometime in the 90s and started using VI then. I hadn't switched. When I saw Vim Conf 1, I switched over to Neovim. I've been very happy and really expanded what I've been doing inside of Vim and how I use it as a tool. And Telescope's been amazing. LSP's been amazing. A lot of big improvements. Have used mostly standard keyboards over the years. Tied to a laptop keyboard or a standard keyboard at work. Unfortunately, I can't connect my Dactyl there, but that's what it is. I built my Dactyl a year and a half ago, and I have to say, besides Neovim and besides some of the other, more modern tools, it is hands down the biggest change for using the system and just improving efficiency and just Tmux. I've been a long time screen user, so Tmux is in some ways a step back, but also an improvement. So Tmux, Neovim, and the Dactyl, it's just lots of ways to improve your workflow. So figured I'd talk about this one a bit. The keyboard itself is printed in a metal PLA, which I'm pretty proud of as well. It's ferrous, so you can throw some magnetic accoutrements on there. It's nice and heavy, which I like because it won't be shifting around your desk. You don't want the keyboard to be running from you. It's a mix of keys. So I put both regular keys that won't be clicking in there and clicky keys. So, when I hit escape or something, you get more of a response. The whole thing's hand wired underneath. You can choose from doing PCBs or other stuff. I'll talk about some of the build options. Myself, I'm an average typist, 70 words per minute, maybe. Sorry, I'm not watching comments, so I'm just looking over there, but I'll try and answer questions at the end. Average typist, but only like 20 words per minute if I was doing it live. So I'm not going to take the risk some of the other people did. I've got slides. I haven't tried alternatives to QMK, so everything I talk about is in QMK. I know there's ZMK, and a lot of people use it, but everything's based in QMK. Okay, so wanted to just kind of touch on the design choices that you want to think about before you build anything. There's a lot of styles and layouts out there. If you want to do, I'm a big fan of the Dactyl Maniform. I definitely say go look at that. But if you're not ready for the curve, there's the LilyPad, the Corn keyboards. There's lots of them that you can easily get PCBs, and be running in, a few hours, or a dactyl, which is a little more involved. A lot of them have the ability to customize the layout. I run a standard dactyl right now, but I plan to shift my pinky keys down a bit in the future because my pinky is a bit shorter and it makes, reaching for the escape key or P, a bit more difficult. So I'm going to do that in the future. I mentioned PCBs, hand wires. There's also, some people make those flexible materials that you can just lay on top and solder to. There's also, PCBs that break apart so that you can use them in a dactyl, but you can find a lot of that stuff online. Thumb buttons are the big one to me. All the thumb buttons, it just seems silly now that you think about, like, we've dedicated like 2 thumbs that are the things that make us different, to 1 space bar. It's just silly. So, I run 6 thumb buttons on each side, and it seems pretty perfect. That's where I put a lot of modifiers on this, and we'll talk about, how I use those. A lot of people put a trackball on. I actually did put a trackball on one of my keyboards, and I find I don't use it too much. I map keys to mice, and that's the way to go. Switching keys, I'm a little more default, but you can spend hours and buy, millions of samples. So I won't talk too much about that. The backlit LEDs, I like, for giving you some responsiveness. If your keyboard's kind of in your sight line, they can give you indicators of what's going on. Speaker as well. The LED screen is what I'm showing on the right-hand side that keeps flashing. I like that because what it can do for you is if you want to permanently switch into layers and know where you are, it'll do so. My keyboard's only momentary switch, and that's what's shown here when I switch over to Tmux or when I switch over to numbers layer. It'll tell me what it's doing. I'm a big fan of wiring a keyboard. I don't see why a keyboard on a desk would be Bluetooth, but definitely think about that. The only other thing I'll really mention here is, a big reset button. I like to do that because a lot of people put small ones that you have to find a paper clip for. I reprogram all the time, sometimes, 10 times a day. Not, if I'm adjusting workflows, because I want to be able to do this. I want to be able to do that. So make it so it's easy to do a reset on the unit. And if building isn't your thing, there's plenty of places out there to buy them. But do research the vendors. If you're watching Reddit and or GoMex, there's a lot of comments about some vendors that have, disappeared or started ghosting people. So do your research online. So anyway, general tips on building the keyboard. So use inspiration from online, but do not just trust mappings. Much like Neovim, there's no config that is going to do what you want to do the right way, right? There's no right answer. I'm going to make suggestions here, and none of them may work for you. Some keys feel natural. I moved my enter key to my thumb, and I don't think I've ever once accidentally tried to use my pinky to hit enter. It just is so natural there. On the other hand, I wanted the shift key to be a thumb button, and I could never get my brain to adjust over to that key. So sometimes you just throw in the towel and say, well, my brain doesn't want to do that. So I'll keep the shift where it belongs, or, where it is. Don't be afraid to remap often. And by that, I mean, be comfortable with the process, right? Don't build it once and configure it once and then forget about it. Remapping is like editing a Vim Conf. You should be ready for it. Commit. Don't keep the old keyboard around other than for emergency reflashing, because you will screw it up at least once. A few tips on the thing. I map multiple keys to the same function. If you're ever using your mouse, you'll want to have a space bar on your left hand. I keep space bar on my right, but I also have a way to get to it on the left if I'm in that position. Don't remap modifier keys that you're going to want. They still behave the same. So if you're using QMK and you're mapped to another layer, and you have whatever key on there, holding control and that key will still control modifier layer control, and that key will still do a control modifier to whatever you're doing on the layer. So that's important. I also use blockers a lot in the config, and we'll see that is you can use a string like that, and it'll stop that key from operating on that layer. And there's a lot of things you'll end up fat fingering. I find that's a great way to prevent you from hitting them. And the other important thing to do is either use a key map as your background or set up a mapping in Neovim so that you can quickly get it up, because, you know, very early on, you'll be, where did I put that? And if you can call up the mapping quickly, it's great. Okay, I just want to show the layout. Some configs do this in QMK, some don't. This is the Dactyl config. I wasn't the original one to do this, but I use the template a lot. Make it so it matches what you know and kind of have a mapping. You could have this as all one string, but the white spacing doesn't matter, so take advantage of it. Try and keep mapping names to 7 characters to preserve the formatting. This is a keyboard layout editor. You can get to this online. I have a link at the end. I actually didn't use this until I signed up to do this presentation, and I'm like, oh, I should go do that. I actually recommend you do it earlier, because it really helped me kind of identify, oh, there's open areas in my layout, and I can adjust things this way, and definitely tweaked my layout. So about using layers, this is my advice for how I use layers. I don't have anything that locks me in, right? I actually see a lot of people who tend to think you start by locking in. I think you just momentary key. So you're holding the key and you press in whatever your key is, and you can do a sequence. Like one of my layer keys is I hold the layer and it's the arrow keys, and so then I press the arrow keys. I can hold the layer key as long as I want. As soon as I let go, they're back to being HJKL rather than arrows, right? I group my application keys by layer. So all my tmux keys are a layer of tmux. All my Neovim keys are a Neovim layer. All my whatever other keys, Raise keys, web browser keys are all kind of linked together. And then I make the keys themselves do generally the same thing. HJKL is obviously, you know, left, down, up, right. So I do the same thing. That's also the arrow keys. So I don't need to move my hand at all. I just, you know, switch the layer and now I'm onto the arrow keys. Same thing for panes. In tmux, those same keys will switch which pane I'm in. In Neovim, they'll switch which window I'm in when I'm hitting that button. These top keys will actually resize. So you see in tmux, I can resize my panes around, and then in Neovim, I can do the same thing. And I'll show in a minute, like in Neovim, I also make sure to do escape sequences, because if I'm in insert mode and I just want to switch between panes, Neovim panes, you know, which obviously can get confusing, it'll switch back to normal and go there for me, which makes the process a lot nicer. tmux. So this is just my general tmux layout. Sorry. I just kind of wanted to show, you know, how I'm using blockers a little bit. I do use this one, set option G, repeat time 0, I think is an important one. I also map to Control A. I was happy to hear somebody else did that. I don't know if it's common, but as screen users, that's what I do. But anyway, this sets it so if you're ever in tmux, you do Control B, switch pane, and then you try and arrow up and down, you have to wait a few seconds because it's got a delay, so you can do key repeat on the resizing. Well, since you've moved that into the keyboard, you really don't need that delay anymore. The keyboard will let you repeat by just holding the layer and repeating the key sequence. So that's what I do. Get rid of this. It just removes that 1 second or 2 seconds whenever you need to, right? So yeah, this one also actually is just tagged as being a Neovim thing. I don't use focus events too much, but maybe you need that. So it's a Neovim talk. There it is. Okay, this is a little more Neovim specific for when you're, by the way, I'm not going into the keymap.c. My stuff is on GitHub. It's linked at the end, or, you know, please feel free to reach out. But I'm not going into the whole of the key map. That would take an hour, but just some snippets from what I do, right? And yeah. So this is if you send Control/Control-N instead of an escape sequence, you'll get out of things like terminal mode. You won't get out of why am I drawing a blank? sorry. There's like very limited situations you won't get out of, where if you use an escape key and you're in terminal mode, you won't get out of it. The reason I use this is like I just described a minute ago. If I've split VI into two screens and I'm trying to switch between sides, one side's a terminal, and I'm editing in that terminal. This way I don't have to go, Control/Control-N, out of the terminal. I just do like I normally do. Hold the modifier, hit the direction I want to go, and I'm there. So yeah. Map in Neovim, then in the keyboard if you can. Don't try and map like this whole string right to a keyboard key. There are cases where you might want to do that, but if you can map something onto a Neovim mapping and then map it here, it's going to be a little bit quicker in Neovim for starters because the keyboard type is slower. Also, if you're in some other software and you fat finger the key, right, you'll have problems if it starts typing this whole string and you don't know what's going to happen, right? So that's that. Tap dance, I think, is just a nice feature. Really, I like this for this line right here. This is the my leader key, but if I hold my leader key, it becomes my Neovim key. So my Neovim modifying layer. So I never have to really think about where I am to be in my Neovim functions. They're all in the same place, and it lets it do that. You also can do things like, hey, quit Neovim. Everybody's looking for a better way to do it. So you can set it up to quit with various conditions. You could have it right. If you press it enough and you can't get out any other way, it'll just destroy your system. So, so this is just one of the things I use tap dance for to zoom into windows. I don't think this has been resolved yet, but I don't think there's a way to like restore your previous window configuration in Vim. So this lets me zoom in on a window and then at least bring myself back to default. And it just does it with the same key. So I use Tmux N as my zoom key. And then so I do Neovim N as zoom and Neovim NN as my zoom out, right? So, sorry, I was wondering how it mapped, but obviously this is just the switch statement. So what it's doing is sending a string to size this window to the largest it can be, and then this one makes it equal, right? So it will lose if you split the window and resized and then try and do it, but it's better than nothing, really. Other little snippets that I do that are useful. These are kind of longer, but they're fun things to do. On the commands line, if I want to log commands a lot, I have a key that'll jump over to that'll call up the last line, edit the line to include an echo, and then run it and just capture it to a file. It just saves me, capturing commands that I might otherwise forget. Quick comment in chat, so I don't have to always remember to put the blocks. I just bam, one key. Let's see, some links. Just general things. I'm not promoting any of these companies. They're just who I've ordered from, and they've been reliable. So, like I said, there's some risks. And any questions? Let's see what we got here.
Hop us up. Hey, howdy.
Hey, how you doing?
Would you like us to read some questions, put them on?
Yeah, absolutely.
All that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard for me to follow what's going on there.
Yeah. Okay, we'll start with Vakarasik. How useful is the layer indicator? I have my entire keyboard light up in different color based on layer, but always find myself never noticing the change if not looking at it directly.
Yeah, I think it's a thing that, if early on you want to have it, but just like touch typing where you look down to see the keys, as you get better, it's, leaves your field of vision and you're not using it as much. I have considered kind of moving an OLED up somewhere else where it's more in the line of sight. But yeah, I agree. Once you know what you're doing, it's a little more natural.
Yeah. I'd equate it a lot to something like insert mode versus normal mode versus anything like that in Vim. At some point, you quit thinking about what mode you're in.
Yeah.
It's like flow state.
Yeah, agreed.
Have you played with the musical side of QMK?
Do you
have any songs mapped?
I have. It's funny. I actually have songs mapped, but I don't have a speaker. so they're in there, and I kind of set that up in the beginning, actually thinking that the Elite C and stuff like that had a speaker built on, but they don't. So So I played with the code, but I haven't used it. I do think it's a good idea, and it's on my list to do.
Wait, so it can make your keyboard play music?
Yeah, so you can capture events and say, "Oh, I saw this event," and then it'll play like I succeeded at doing whatever, you know. So
wait,
yeah.
so can we make like, can I make it so that if I'm just like typing really fast, it like plays music kind of along with the sounds of that?
You want it to keep tempo with your typing? I don't
Well, I'm
know
wondering
if it's
like if I, if I'm typing, right, can it like send a sound at the same time? And now I'm kind of thinking like, what if I could make it really cool?
I'm sure it could, because the OLED displays, I know there's like a cap that runs with the speed you're typing at and stuff like that. So you probably could, yeah.
Oh, that would be kind of cool. I kind of want to enter like virtuoso mode. You know what I mean? And like I turn on virtuoso layer and it's just regular typing, but it plays music while I'm doing
Well,
it.
isn't that what Beacon did like the first year? Didn't he like do Vim music?
Vim is the music, yeah. But then he did the project about 3% and then quit. So that's like classic vegan style.
Classic vegan. Big is a strong 3%er.
He's a good starter.
I'm really good at like 40%, but Bacon takes it to the maximum minimum.
I will not be throwing any stones in this glass house I live in. So
that's okay. We will.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right. So one quick question: do you think you could make a QMK layout in which could play QWOP?
Which could play QWOP. I don't think I understand QWOP enough to solve the problem. You may be able to do it in QMK, but yeah.
That'd be pretty incredible. All right.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
Do you want to pick a question? It was a good question pick. Called it.
Yeah.
Didn't have enough experience.
Oh, whoops, sorry.
Oh, get out of here, DJ.
Here you go. Here's pick. Oh no, sorry again. Can you show the links again? Yeah, I'll put the links back up so that.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't.
Here, I'll read a question. I am making. Let's see. Hold on. Let's go to a question. Here we go. Question for Peter. What's your preferred location to store key mappings? In the config files of i3, tmux, zish, neovim, etc., or on the keyboard hardware itself?
To store the key mappings. So I have my key map file set up that I just moved it. There it is. I have it set up. I mean, I everything's in the key map C, and then I just come down here and I have the full mapping table. I guess I don't understand the question beyond that. This is checked in to GitHub, and this is what I primarily use to do any adjustments. Right.
I think RD was asking, and you kind of covered it already, was like about the one example was you made an easy way to press Shift F2 from your keyboard, and inside of Neovim you had a mapping. So I think it's kind of like
so that's that's what I have here, right? So so I map Shift F2 to open up the key map, and it does :E and the path or whatever, and then I just map on the key map. I think you want to do both, right? If that's the question, I think you want to have a combination. Like you don't want to do everything on one side or the other, because it's just more efficient to do it one way, and you avoid some of those pitfalls, right?
I really liked your concept of doing like mappings on different layers that do the same like idea for each layer, like moving between them, and it's moving between something, right? And then it's like, oh, in tmux mode it's windows or panes or whatever, and then I think that's a really cool thing to do, and like you get the mnemonics kind of built in your head, and you just do different stuff depending on the layer. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, and you just have to make sure you know where your thumb is, and then everything else is easy. The only time it gets really bad is when you're running tmux splits with some neovim splits, and then you don't know how you got to the other. It's like that gets a little messy. So if you're gonna do splits, do one or the other.
That's why I don't split. There, 300 IQ.
Single monitor, single window, single buffer kind of guy right here.
I'm a monogamous buffer kind of guy.
True.
Okay.
That's still how Linus does it, so I don't know. It works.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Well, thanks a bunch, Peter. Really enjoyed the talk. Really
super cool.
Yeah, really liked, sort of this auxiliary thing that relates to the whole, dev environment. So very cool.
Yeah, it integrates so well, and I really, it's been one of the biggest improvements. So yeah, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Very cool.
And thank you for all you guys do. I love the streams. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He was talking to me.
He probably was. Glad you couldn't give him the opportunity to say anything afterwards. Just throw that out there.
That's because, chat, I'm the one doing the clicks, okay? You blame me when it goes wrong, and you praise Prime when it goes right. That's not fair.
Yeah.
Pick one or the other.
No. I think that's the proper way to do it. Okay.
Pick one or the other. Every time I say the word pick now, I think of pick.
Yeah. I'm sitting there trying to be serious, listening to this man tell us about the coolest keyboard setup in the universe, and Pick's over there talk about the key maps are stored in his balls, and I just couldn't handle it. I'm sitting there dying on stream, trying to be all serious. TJ's over here being an excellent host. Ridiculous.
Ridiculous, if you will.
Oh my goodness.
Pick, you need a shirt.
Yep.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Okay.
Well, that's how we announce our next guest.
Onwards and upwards, as they say. Wait, Artie Techie, what is this? Didn't make you rethink your what?
Advantage 360? No, it won't. I really like the Advantage 360. The thing is I'm not good at soldering or physical items other than, say, basketball.
Which we didn't get to test this week because you didn't tell me to bring basketball shoes. I would have brought some.
I didn't realize. Okay, you talk such a big basketball game. I assumed you're bringing basketball shoes, and even had an evening filled with gentlemen to play basketball.
Look how big my feet are. These do not fit easily inside of a suitcase.
All right.
Wait, can I just fit in yours?
Yeah, we do. How do we have similar size feet? Okay, here, just stand up and just compare where your hip starts. Our feet are the same size. My hip bone starts right here.
Well, your hip bone starts there?
That is the top of my bone. Is up here. Boop!
That's my chest.
How do we have the same size feet?
Dutch jeans. One word, Dutch jeans.
I have really tall legs.
2 words, made in America.
Boom.
It's focused.
All right, that was pretty great.
Onward to our next talk. Next up, Sixels and Vim. Finally becoming a full-fledged IDE.
Oh.
Question mark.
Question marks right there.
And we have Lorenz with us. Hello, Lorenz.
Hey, guys.
Howdy.
Greetings from Germany.
Great. I'm gonna put on your screen share and get ourselves out of here. Go ahead and take us away.
Get them.
Let's go. To something completely different. I will give you a talk/a demo about a Vim plugin I wrote for my note-taking workflow to display graphics in Vim. So I structured around basically like 3 themes. It basically first gives some motives why you would do like notating in Vim. I will talk a bit about technical details. What are Sixel characters? You probably never heard about them. I developed the plugin in Rust in a native compiled language, which is also unusual. And I also will shortly go into details about the inner workings of this plugin. So let's just go. Prior to starting my PhD, I'm doing currently PhD. I only used Vim for software development. I started in high school at Gymnasium. There was some friend introducing it to me when we were at the computer club, like managing server back then. Like for me, it feels like you all use Vim. You probably know this. It feels very natural to work in. It feels almost like working with pen and papers. And you can hyper optimize it to your use case, which is very good. When I started my PhD, after a certain time, I felt that a lot of information reading publications and stuff, I'm losing. So I started to take notes. Probably everyone is taking notes nowadays, either like digital or in physical form. So most important is like how to connect them so that you don't lose stuff. I'm using a very simple model, which is basically, for effect, let me just, I'm sorry. Okay. I am sorry. Okay, I'm basically first stashing, which is just a folder having some publications, creating marks, reading it, creating entry points, and then I'm rephrasing so that I create links to the document. Then I move it to a group, basically another folder of my papers, I don't know. And I have a separate file which is self-sufficient and contains only links to itself to explain and only references to those publications. And I, at one point, started also to want to include graphics into this special file called custom. Perhaps you heard about Zettelkasten. It's kind of very hip and trendy right now, where it was one name is especially connected to it. Niklas Luhmann, the top guy here, he was a sociologist in Germany. He published like 40 books, 70 books and 400 papers or something. And he was famous for publishing very hard to read work because he used his own very special language. And he once famously said that he make it hard so that people don't fall into trap of simple ideas, which is kind of interesting. But another guy I just want to mention, it's Michael Ende, which is a very famous writer in Germany. He published children fantasy books, and he also had like a Zettelkasten, so had short stories interconnected with them. But for me, I'm using it for my PhD. I'm doing PhD engineering, so it's more technical. I tried out two different things first. So first I had like an external markdown renderer, which didn't work really well because I basically then split my writing and viewing process, which I find kind of hard. So it was not like what you see is what you get. And I also had to tunnel through SSH servers, so that was kind of hard. And then there was one plugin for Uberzug. You probably heard about it. It's like an external renderer, which puts on your terminal graphics. But it doesn't report remote, so I can't use it over SSH. And it's also unfortunately not supported anymore. The maintainer didn't have time anymore to accept new commits. So then these are like my requirements. So I have like some graphics, some LaTeX or some gnuplot files I want to display. I don't know, and it should work remote, and it should be all in one place so that I don't have like two screens, and it should not be split. So now we're coming to the more technical part. I then learned about Zigzag characters. These were invented like 40 years ago for something called dot matrix printers. I don't know. It was like I would be born in 20 years. So it's basically a special set of strings. You can first set your terminal into Sixel mode, and then you can encode 6 pixels in one column with 64 characters and send to your printer instead of characters. You could send a bitmap. And later on, there were also terminal. This VT series of terminal also supported them. And recently, there was a renaissance of them in some obscure terminals first, like Decterm or rlogin, but also Xterm and recently Alacrity, which I'm using. And they also supporting this format. What this means is taking a file, you convert it to Sixel, and then you can just do cat this file, and then you're seeing the picture right below it because the characters, once set into Sixel mode, are just printed as a bitmap, which is pretty cool. I learned about it, and then I started to experiment a bit and tried like out, of course, like Lua and Vim script. But I want to support Vim and Neovim both, and I need a lot of speed. So basically, every time I'm going out of insert mode, I want to reparse my whole markdown file. And also I have to push these characters to the terminal as fast as possible. So that was the reason I went for Rust. I know this language very well. So it also has enough complexity into it. So I can model like a state machine to model my current viewport. And I can also parallelize easily because generating those 60 characters should work in the background, of course. Then I looked into how could I write a plugin. And it was actually easier than I thought. I basically just exported it as a shared library. I'm only using Linux right now, so no macOS or Windows support, sorry. And I used an extension called, a plugin called libcall extension to load the dynamic library and wrote a small shim around it, which hooked up some Vim functions. I basically had then 4 exported functions, just update my content every time when my file just changes, update my metadata when something like the viewport changes or my character height or I don't know, something else. I also support folding, which is important for markdowns because I have my nodes in separate folds, and a redraw, which basically triggers the drawing process. So yes, no, very shortly to the architecture, it's very boring, but it's also rather simple. I basically modeling a simple DOM, which consists of the folds as my tree, and my leaves are just the graphics I want to print. And I'm updating this DOM depending on my fold state and on my metadata. And on each time I have a previous one and a current one, I match them and generate a string of 60 characters to update what you're seeing on your screen to bring it on pair. And the generation, like I said, of the 60 characters are offloaded so that I can just run them background. I use image magic to generate them, and also like LaTeX and the ggplot generator. One disadvantage was that like I wrote a small Vim shim, but I now have to do polling because when something is running in those workers and not yet finished, I have to poll from my Vim process until it's finished. So this is a kind of background, but for me, it doesn't really change as much. Right, so what's next? Perhaps I will publish an alpha version soon. So I don't have much time to debug because I use it just in this one notebook, but it was very interesting experiment to do. It's like you saw, it's panics sometimes. I don't know, I need more debugging. Also, deeper integration to Vim probably becomes more difficult, but I haven't given much thought about it. Yeah, and it's also interesting that you can write Vim plugins in Rust directly. So, for example, my linking plugin where I create links to other files and have a special linking syntax in my Markdown files is also written in Rust. For example, I could do now like a network analysis of my interconnected nodes, but haven't done this yet. I don't know. There are probably also other use cases. You should probably stick with Vim script or Lua in most of the cases. But for something where you really need speed and and extensive modeling of some problem, then it may make sense to consider some other language. Right. Thank you for listening, and please ask questions.
Howdy.
Hey, excellent talk.
Hi. Yes. Thank you.
So is there anywhere that people can see this today, like that they can run it for themselves?
Sorry?
Is there anywhere that they can run this code right now on their computer?
Yeah. It's on my GitHub page. It's basically bytesnake/Vim graphical preview. How should I distribute? Can I write into chat somewhere? Oh wait,
someone already got it. They already
put
it in there.
Multiple.
Yeah, this one, right?
Yep. Very cool.
So please experiment. Please hack with it. Try out stuff, and do whatever you want.
So someone was asking, do you have any examples of your notes with like LaTeX or something that you could show it rendering the LaTeX?
let me see. I can look up some, but it would
There's
take
one on the
some.
GitHub. The very top one on
Yeah.
the GitHub has it going in and out.
I mean that right, there are demos on the GitHub page, so you can just see them there.
That seems easy. We won't make
Yeah.
you do a live demo on the spot.
No. Do you know, like in Germany, there's one word like Vorführeffekt, like when something is going only wrong when you show it in on live. Like it's, I don't know if there's an English word for this, but yeah.
Yes, very much so.
I like it. Yeah.
It's called
Murphy's Law.
Murphy's Law.
Murphy's Law, yeah, something like this, right?
Yeah. Or a macro pressure.
Macro pressure is a big one.
But that just means you needed to practice.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, sweet. I think that was really cool. I loved seeing that, and I think it is one of the interesting pieces kind of missing from like a note-taking perspective, being able to see some of the images and stuff inside of Vim directly. So that's really cool. Thanks for the demo.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Awesome. And you can check out his GitHub at Bytesnake, which we have already linked. So thank you very much. Everyone give a clap and say bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, hey, it's us.
Hey.
That is the best goodbye I've ever seen.
Thank you. I learned it from my kids.
Nice. That's where the mustache is stored, is what we learned earlier today.
Look, I can even hide my Adam's apple. Are you ready for this one? See, there's my Adam's apple.
I see it.
Here it goes. Watch this. Are you ready?
We're all watching for some reason.
Oh my goodness, I can't do it now that I have to do it.
Holy cow.
Dropped it down.
Oh my goodness.
Dropped it down like a good 6 inches.
All I see is Bisco making fun of your shoulders, though.
Bisco. Whoa. You don't want to flex. It doesn't look good.
There's nothing there.
There's nothing there. Don't make us have a flexing contest.
I'll flex on chat by saying you're not at the compound. Boom, roasted.
Boom, roasted. Flexing contest completed.
Can you just make us quick go to OBS and make us really wide?
Wide. Where's Biggin? Biggin.
Wide
Biggin.
mode, engage.
All right. We actually planned this one out as well.
Scripted.
This is all scripted. Bisco is a part of the scripting. Cue us on with that shoulder talk. He knows these shoulders are huge.
Bisco's just a plant.
He's a plant.
Mm-hmm.
He's a patsy.
True.
Yeah, that's what they call him.
So we have more talks.
Yeah.
But no one's here.
Oh, no one's here. They didn't make it. So we just have to hang out. Has anyone read Advent
Wheel
of
of
Code
Time?
Day 9?
Oh.
Yeah, no, not Wheel of Time. I literally Advent of Code Day 9. How are we looking for Day 9?
Haven't read it yet.
Anyone? Day 9. How are we looking? Feeling good? You did it? Where's Befrettle? Yeah, where the heck did Befrettle go?
Well, he logged in and he just had gray squares.
Yeah.
And that was all that we had from him. No audio, no video, no screen share. So I think he's working on solving that problem. Make FizzBuzz and Vim right now. Make it with Vim motions only.
I don't think that makes any sense.
Yeah, you could. You could do it like with motions and Control R register and equals, and you could do it.
Well, how would you get text in the first place?
Like you would put in FizzBuzz 0 to 100 or whatever. And then you would operate on it, and you need to get out FizzBuzz the way you'd expect. Did you not see the one guy solving
Multiplayer co-op.
Multiplayer co-op? What would that even be?
I'll do Q and W. I should do these two.
Okay.
These are the harder two. You should do these two.
All right.
And no,
Just
you don't have to get
we
up.
don't have to move.
Yeah,
We have a split keyboard.
Yeah, you have a split keyboard. Okay, hold on.
You need to tell me the fundamentals, though. I still
No.
don't know what to do. All I do is just fall over.
Yeah, no, that's not what you want to do. You want to do something better than that. So, okay, so let's do a little 2-player co-op.
We got to switch to a different scene, though.
I know it's okay. We'll get there. We're gonna
Okay.
get there. We're gonna get there. Let's see. Hold on. We're not gonna do any betting. All right. So here you go. I'm gonna do this.
They could do betting, but don't bet for more than 5.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the deal. All these events.
Welcome to Costco. Should I just turn it off for a second?
No. Okay, it didn't happen. Okay, so here's the secret, TJ.
Oh, okay.
The first thing you need to know is that you need to hold down outside first.
Okay, outside.
Outside, inside.
Outside.
Inside. Inside.
Okay.
You gotta kind of.
I can do that.
And I will be the one controlling how far the foot taps forward. Okay, so we're gonna start with outside, then we're gonna go inside.
Okay.
All right,
I'm ready.
So we're gonna click. So here's the problem: we have to refresh it right away. So hit the refresh button, Control R. See, look at us. We just
Control
fall backwards.
R. I don't even know where your control button is.
There you
go.
go.
There. Holy cow.
All right, so here we go. All right, give me the outside. There. No, way too fast. Way too fast.
Okay,
Slow it down. Go. There we go. Nope. Okay, hold on. Let's do like maybe a little 1, 2, 3. All right, go. All right.
How long do I hold?
You have to hold.
The whole time? Are you gonna tell me when to lift?
I'll tell you when to switch.
Okay, I'll just be an automaton. I'm ready.
Hold it.
I'm ready.
All right, go. Now switch. Oh, we almost got it.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You can't just start off. All right, go. All right, go. 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 Go.
We looked like we were running.
Oh my goodness.
We looked like we were running. Okay,
that was legitimate. All right.
That's just so you know, that's better than I got on 30 tries last week on stream.
All right, that was pretty good. Okay, one more. Here we go.
Okay.
Go. All right, here. Oh, hold on. And go. Yes. Go. Oh, sorry, I shot it out too fast. All right, go. The problem is you're not quite holding it. Go. There you go. That was a better hold. Oh gosh, I didn't realize you were going. I didn't realize you were going.
Okay, well, I'm trying to.
I was like, oh, that was a great hold. I complimented you. You just went right back down. All right, go. All right. No, don't. You can't keep going.
Okay.
All right, now go. Okay, that's pretty good. All right, go fast. Okay, hold on. We're twinkle toeing.
We're twinkle
Go.
toeing.
All right, here we go. Hold on. Go. Oh, sorry. That was my fault. All right, go. All right, and go. Yeah. No, why'd you stop? Hold it.
I'm trying to learn.
No, you gotta hold it.
Okay. I'm trying to learn.
Hold it.
I'm trying to learn. Okay.
If you don't hold it, my leg doesn't go far enough up.
I don't even know what my buttons do.
Your buttons pull the legs in and up, and the other one back and out.
Okay. I'm ready.
I'm
ready to
leg,
hodl this
on the
time.
other hand, mine will straighten my leg forward. That's what mine does. All right, go. Now go. There we go. Go. Oh, yeah. Go. Oh, yeah. Go. Yes. Yeah, there you go. I'm just going to tell you what you just do it. Oh, we punched the ground. You got to refresh it.
You punched the ground and you die?
Yeah. Here. We'll refresh it. All right, we'll do one more. Here we go. Go. All right, I feel like this is the one. You're starting to feel it. I'm just going to let you do it. I'll work off of you.
Oh,
that was my fault.
Okay.
I thought we were going sooner.
Yep.
I thought we were going. All right. No, just stop holding. You got to hold it. There you go. Okay.
No, we're back.
Go.
Okay,
Go.
which one?
You want to go outside.
Okay,
there we go. Now inside. Yes. Okay, now outside. Outside, inside. Outside. All right,
Yes!
That was so good.
Yes!
Oh, that was so good. That right there.
In the middle, it looked like a person that was running for the first time.
if there was like humans coming out like deers, that was a first time run right there.
It's like if just for the first time you're 25, you've never run in your entire life, you just walked everywhere and they're like, just give it a go.
It just was Forrest Gump. Started bad, ended amazing.
Oh, nice. JS Joe's here.
All right. Oh, JS Joe. Yo.
One more. Sorry, JS Joe. Here, we'll put him right next to us.
All right. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Hey!
All right.
There we go.
Here we go. You watch us do one more quap.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. One more quap. All right. Here we go. All right. Go. All right.
Oh man, that guy's
Hold on.
legs.
We'll save it. There you go. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. You gotta hold it long. Oh my goodness. Okay,
I'm saving.
It's okay.
Let's go.
Now there you go. Now.
Oh no!
Oh, man, you guys.
Oh man, close.
All
Okay.
right, JSJOEO.
Let's pass it off to JSJOEO. See you later.
Cool.
Go get him, JSJOEO.
Do you need a
All
screen share?
right, let's go.
Do you need a
Cool.
screen share or you're good? Oh my goodness, did you just put me on a crazy mic?
No, you're good.
Ah, why
Cool.
are you
We're
doing
good,
that
we're
to
good.
me?
All right.
Okay, we're leaving. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Boom. Game time. Cool. So, hello, everybody. My name is Joe Previtt, and today I'm going to be talking to you about why I use Neovim from within VS Code. So let me just refresh this. Okay, cool. And cool. Okay. So the goal of this talk is to show you how to use Neovim in an unconventional way. So a little bit about me. Like I said, my name is Joe Previtt. I work as an open source TypeScript engineer at a startup called Coder, which helps teams move their development environments to the cloud. A little bit more on a personal note, I'm a girl dad. I've got a daughter who's a little over a year. I've got 2 golden retrievers, and I'm into indie hacking and Star Wars. So if you're into any of those things, hit me up on Twitter or hit me up in Discord after the conference. I love meeting people with similar interests. So a little bit more about what I do in my day job. I maintain an open source project called CodeServer, which is essentially VS Code in the browser. Outside of that, I have a couple courses. I've got a Vim for VS Code course, which teaches you Vim for use in VS Code, and then a TypeScript course. So today's talk, the format for this is a story in 3 acts, which will take you from the beginning of my journey all the way to Neovim. So I want to start today's talk with a quick story about how I became interested in keyboard productivity, the gateway to Vim. So picture this. I'm at my first dev job as a self-taught engineer, and it's my first week working in the office after a month remote. And one of the things that my boss likes to do on Fridays is called Feedback Fridays. So we go sit at this little table you see here, and we give each other feedback if we have any. And so as usual, he starts off and says, "Hey, Joe, do you have any feedback for me?" And it's my first job. I'm nervous. I'm a self-taught engineer, so there's a little bit of imposter syndrome. And so I just say something very casual, like very easy. I say, "Yeah, I love pair programming with you. I feel like I'm learning a lot about WordPress because we were building WordPress sites." He's like, "Okay, cool." We chat a little bit, and then he pauses, waiting for me to ask the question. And I say, "So, do you have any feedback for me?" And at this point, like my heart is beating so fast. I got the first week nerves. I'm just like, I just want this job to continue. I don't want to be let go because of, lack of knowledge or things like that. And he smiles and he says, "I do." And he says, "You're too slow at the keyboard. You use your mouse too much. I want to see you invest in learning keyboard shortcuts." And so, I stop and I think, okay, that makes sense. This isn't something that I've thought about dedicating time to. So that weekend, I dedicated the whole weekend to learning Sublime keyboard shortcuts because at the time I was using Sublime. And I started to realize the power of keyboard speed. But deep down, I knew this was only the beginning. So the next act in this story, fast forward a couple years, this is called Used by the Greats. I'm here in Phoenix, Arizona at the Phoenix React.js meetup. I'm second row, and I'm listening to a talk by Ryan Florence. If you're not familiar, Ryan's the creator of React Router and Remix. And this is right after hooks came out. So this is a brand new paradigm, but that's not the thing that's got my attention. The thing that I'm focused on is Ryan and his fingers. He's literally moving through this presentation at lightning speed. And I'm like, what is this magic? How is he doing this? And then I realized there could only be one answer: Vim. And that's when I started paying more attention, where I started to realize a lot of these people that I look up to, they have one thing in common. They all use Vim. And I think, why is that? What am I missing? I've heard Vim, you can do everything. You don't need to touch your mouse. I'm using keyboard shortcuts, so I'm kind of doing it. I'm still using my mouse a lot, though. And at the time, I'm using VS Code. I've got my workflows down, big fan of VS Code. And I even brought my Sublime keyboard shortcuts with me. So if you didn't know, there's a VS Code extension, and it lets you use all those same keyboard shortcuts inside VS Code. And so I asked myself, is there a way I could get Vim inside of VS Code so that I don't have to take the full plunge? And after some research, I found this, the VS Code Vim extension. So it emulates Vim inside VS Code. So I looked at that as kind of like a replacement to my Sublime keyboard shortcuts. But I thought, is it worth investing? And then there was this one detail that made me realize, I think it might be. If you think about the Sublime keyboard shortcuts that I have memorized at this point in my journey, they can only be used in these two applications, Sublime and VS Code. But outside of that, they're kind of pointless. Now, Vim, on the other hand, Vim is this, it's like universal keyboard shortcuts. So if I invest in those, I can use them in Sublime, in VS Code, in any other editor that I want. I could just use Vim as my main IDE. Even modern tools like Replit and Code Sandbox have Vim key bindings. So to me, it was a no-brainer. That was kind of like the next level up. Learn these keyboard shortcuts and have this universal keyboard shortcut language that I can use elsewhere. So that basically wouldn't limit me to these two applications. So now the third act, it's 2022. I'm still using VS Code as my IDE. I'm using the Vim VS Code extension, but there's a twist. I'm using VS Code in the browser. And now I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, obviously, because I work at a company that is in this space, but I'm 100% sold on this local host is dead movement. And I've moved everything to a remote development environment. So most of the things I don't do locally, I do on the remote machine. I can access anywhere as long as I have a browser. This is the way. But Vim is still there in the background as like, dude, don't you want to come check me out? And somehow I also end up following these two degens on Twitter. And there's one thing that they keep mentioning over and over, Neovim. And so I end up befriending Tej and asking him like, hey man, like, can you teach me Neovim? And he's like, dude, come on stream. We'll do an hour. I'll teach you the basics. And we do. And we actually use a web-based terminal as well. So we do it all through the browser. And it's awesome. It's fun. I like being able to configure things. I like being able to move quickly just using my keyboard and my fingers. Don't even have to touch my mouse. And it's faster than VS Code, right? I think everybody here knows that. And I'm thinking back to my idols and thinking, they switched to Vim. Is that something that I should do? And I'm reflecting and I'm still kind of dragging my feet. And I'm like, I don't know. I've got this workflow down. And I like it because I only need two things, an internet connection and a browser. Literally, I could spill coffee on my laptop right now, go grab my wife's laptop, and I could access my development environment very quickly. And I like having that portability, that flexibility of not being tied to a specific device. I could even use an iPad. And so, I'm DMing Tej, and I'm like, hey, like, here's all my VS Code workflows. Could I do this easily in Neovim? He's like, yeah, like we could definitely migrate those. And I keep tweeting him back and forth, asking like, hey, is there a web-based terminal that you know of that I could kind of migrate to? And he finally says this one thing that clicks. He says, any website that does SSH for you, which is basically you just need an SSH client. And I let that sink in. And then I realized, oh my gosh, the answer has been in front of me this whole time. Code Server, the tool I maintain, that is my SSH client. It's literally a giant terminal that I can access via the web, which means I can use Neovim from it. And so having this realization, I can keep my workflow. I can have this environment that is flexible and browser-based, and I have the portability of that, and then having the speed of Neovim, all within VS Code. And so that's kind of the workflow and the IDE and the tool setup that I've been exploring this last month. So now I want to give you a demo of that workflow. So we're going to try this. I'm going to go inside OBS and I'm going to switch. And so here, I'm just going to double check. Okay, yep. So this is kind of how I access my development environment. This is all on Coder. We dog food our tools. But here I'll open up a code server, which I've done here. And so you can see this is kind of what it looks like. And so this is just, plain old VS Code in the browser. Explore here on the left, I can toggle hide. And here you can see like I'm moving with my keys because I'm using the Vim extension, right? So like, hello world, there, delete that, boom, boom, boom. Cool. So now what I want to do, and we're going to see if this works, is I've got my iPad right here. And I'm going to scoot this over. I'm going to switch tabs. I've got a Zoom meeting going. And I am going to switch over to my iPad and share my screen. So hopefully this doesn't lag too much on the stream. And I'm going to open up that same development environment and go over to Neovim. So here we're going to open up Safari. And so you see I have that same development environment. I'm going to open up Code Server. And I'm going to bring this over. And so we'll let that load. Sorry, I've got the mic here. And so now what I'm going to do is actually had Neovim open. So I'm going to toggle that. I'm going to hit leader key and quit. And so I'm testing out Lunar Vim as my Neovim distro. So I'll open LVim. So there I've got Lunar Vim. So here, I just switched mid-presentation to a different device. I'm still figuring out kind of like my workflow and everything, but here I'll just go to the slides for today's presentation. I can hit leader and then E, and I can toggle the Explorer on the left. I can navigate up and down. This is one thing I can't do in VS Code, is move up and down the file tree on the left in the Explorer. So if I open, I don't know, the README and hide that again. So you can see the flexibility here, the portability, right? I can switch between devices, and that's what I love. And I'm having a lot of fun learning Neovim. So I'm going to push my iPad over to the side here, come back to the browser, and come back and go to my last slide, full screen. And yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for your attention today. Again, if you're interested in any of those things, if you're interested in indie hacking, Star Wars, whatever, you just want to say hi on Twitter, I'm at JSJoIO. I'm eventually going to write a blog post about using Neovim in Coder in case you're interested in a similar setup. So you can click that link. It'll open to a GitHub discussion and you can subscribe. But that's it. Thank you so much.
The clap is back.
Yeah. I'm just happy that you also agree that VS Code's file tree is garbage.
Oh, dude, it's totally garbage. I mean, just being able to like navigate up and down files with my keys, like that in itself is like a reason to switch.
Here's something that you may not realize, but remember, it's just a buffer, which means you can also just yank a file name if you needed it in the other window, and you just copy and paste the file name as well, right?
That's
it's just
mind
a
blowing.
buffer. It's just a buffer.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's not anything special.
That's crazy.
No, but I do like it because in VS Code, you have to go to the folder and do it, but unless if it's a top level file, then you have to click the icon. Like there's like all these rules you have to memorize, whereas it's just very nice to have a consistent experience. So I just love the file. Sorry, the file tree hurt me. So if you asked me a few weeks ago what hurt you, it was the file tree.
Point to where the file tree hurt you. Right here.
Just right here.
Right here.
Just right in this region.
Yeah. Cool.
Well, I'm just happy to see your progression that now you're like, oh, maybe I could just open up Neovim by itself.
Yeah.
That makes me happy.
Yeah, I'm getting there. It'll take some time to get all the workflows down, but you definitely helped me get onto that train. So thank you.
I'm waiting for the day though that you just like SSH directly from a terminal instead of having to do the browser. Like that's what
Yeah.
I'm ready for you to just type SSH code or URL and log in through that. But we each pick our battles.
No.
One
The
day.
true ultimate one is that you use the Neovim API. And you make your
Ooh.
own Neovim plugin that you just go jsjoeyoyo.login. Bam, your Neovim becomes the one up on the server.
Yeah, you could totally do like edit
Hey.
coder / as like a beginning of a what do you call them? A URI?
An URL.
An Earl. Yeah. Hey, honestly, I'd be down to try that. Who knows? 2023. We don't know what 2023 holds.
You don't know.
We don't know.
You just don't know. If I did know, I'd invest in that stock that I knew.
Same.
Easy call.
It would be, I guess, if you knew what it was going to do.
Yeah, I'd already do it. I'd buy puts or calls. You name it.
You name it. Cool.
All right. Well, thanks. Thanks, JSJoeYoEO. Follow him at JSJoeYoEO on Twitter.
Yep.
Thanks, guys. Cool. All right. I'll catch you guys later.
See ya.
Bye. That was great.
Yeah.
I like
Very
that.
cool. I liked how it showed the progression.
I like that.
And it shows you why you should be nice to people, even if they use VS. Can you beep it for me at least?
Okay. 1, 2.
VS. Because maybe later they'll become Neovimmers. That's pretty much the reason that you might be nice to them.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's good call. I actually think it was pretty incredible that he had a boss that his form of feedback was, you should just become a better typer.
Yeah, and can you just learn the keyboard triggers? That'd be you.
Yeah.
Like if you were pair programming with someone and they were like clicking buttons,
I'd be like, yes, that was great. You're very good at problem solving.
I still think we should do the programmer challenge where it's pair programming like me, you, Bash, and Rox, and you have to watch Rox. All you can do is tell Rox what to do. You can't type or anything, so you're just screen watching his screen.
So wait, why do you get to be on Bash's team? I already called Bash. Okay, I am the one pair programming with Bash.
Well, because I want to see you when Rox clicks the start button at the top of VS Code. What your feeling is when he clicks it.
This is not okay. This is not okay. I don't feel like this is okay. Okay, well, you know what? That actually sounds like a great event, which is I will teach Rox Rust, and you teach Bash Bunny Rust. It's the first one to get a WebSocket server deployed on a Linode server.
But I don't know how to do that other part. We need to do something simpler.
It's very, very simple. It's like 10 lines of code.
Okay. Well, if I know how to do that part, then we can.
Okay. You can take a day and figure that out.
That's what I'm saying. Okay.
Take 40 minutes. You got it.
Okay. Well,
I
just can't be part of the competition.
You're going to have to be. Yes, my mustache did grow thicker. I don't know if you noticed it, but it is looking so big these days. Look at the size of this thing. Where did I get this? I don't even know. I started using Vim motions within Eclipse and slowly drifting towards Neovim. There's always hope. I didn't realize there's still hope in Eclipse. I thought Eclipse was kind of like Hell in Dante's Inferno, where it has a sign above it that says, "All abandon hope, all ye who enter." Was that too far?
I wasn't listening. I was trying to get our next
Boom,
guest
roasted.
ready.
Boom, roasted by hell. That was a hell roast right there. Anyways, I didn't realize that Eclipse was still a thing. But yeah.
Wait, did we talk about how
Hope Eclipse?
who didn't someone just get ratioed by Eclipse recently? In our fan base?
No way.
Yeah, someone was it Dimitri?
Oh, Dimitri?
Dimitri!
It's me! Oh, no, Dimitri!
He got ratioed by Eclipse recently!
Oh,
he got ratioed by Eclipse!
Oh, to get ratioed by Eclipse on Twitter. I didn't even know that Eclipse even had a Twitter.
Oh, well, he was making fun of them, and then they came out of nowhere.
It just dropped it on him?
Boom.
That is pretty amazing. Are we waiting for a next
yeah,
speaker?
Dimitri, first of all, let's get the link first, and then we'll get going with the next speaker.
Yeah, we got to get a link. Dimitri, you got to get a link for that one. There was a couple people inside the conference center that we could bring out here. Which one are we going with?
I thought we were gonna have Emiliano.
Where's Emiliano?
Hello, Emiliano.
I think we're doing two different jokes here.
I was just saying
where'd you
hello.
get that headset?
And from the ground.
where I store my other headset. Emiliano! It's a callback to A Night at the Roxbury. Remember when they would tell their story?
I don't know what that is.
Amelia! Oh, yeah, click it. Oh, we're clicking it. Oh, we are clicking it. And, oh, we are going... Wait, wrong one. Oh, yeah, we're going in. Oh, look at that. Oh, my goodness. I'm still a thing. That is released every 3 months thanks to hundreds of contributors. And that is downloaded about 1 million times every month.
Oh, my goodness.
NetBeans is also a thing as well.
That's a big wreck.
Yeah. You deserve that. You deserve this one.
Oh, nice. Emiliano's here.
Oh,
your yelling
here.
worked. You must have heard you.
I know. I yelled well. A Night at the Roxbury's reference.
I don't know what
it was Emilio Esteban, I believe, is who they were talking about. And so whenever I hear.
Okay.
Anyways,
I'm gonna bring him on the screen.
Okay.
And he's on the screen. Emiliano,
hello,
welcome.
everyone.
Emiliano.
Do you need to share your screen?
Yes, I do need to share my screen. Hello.
Wonderful.
All right, you want to get his screen up? There
I
he goes,
barely made it on time.
Oh, you're doing great.
I was too late.
Oh, we don't know what time it is. Honestly,
Yeah.
we could be an hour off, ahead, behind. I'm not even sure.
Like
did
30
you
minutes
click,
behind.
screen share?
No, in front actually.
Yeah.
That's
Go ahead
why
and
I was-
click screen share though, and I'll put it on the screen.
Yeah, let me.
There we go. I got the speaker updated.
Excellent work.
Thank you.
That one Prime has been doing. I have been saying that he hasn't been doing things, but he did do that one.
I did it.
Yeah.
I'd like to say I did it well. I'm also controlling OBS.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Tough guy. Streaming from Transylvania? No.
They're
the
not being
quality-
recorded. Sorry. Nothing's being recorded. We're going to scrub the internet of everything that's been said today. It's impossible to find that VimConf happened after this minute.
All right, there you go. There's
Okay.
his slides. All right.
Yes, we're recording them.
Take it
on
away.
YouTube later. Bye,
We'll
everyone.
be out. Emiliano, good luck.
Go for it, buddy.
Well, thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Neovim Conf 2022. Even though this is, I believe, is one of the last talks we have. So I hope that today's been a great day. My name is Emiliano from Argentina. Been software developer like for 3 years, and because Neovim has had such a big impact in my career, I really wanted to showcase this specific aspect about it. Is that how I managed to develop my skills while using Neovim, right? That's why I present to you here career development with Neovim, learning software development while using Neovim. And there's a reason why I talk about Neovim specifically. We'll get there in a moment, right? So when I tell people that I use Neovim, because of course I do, I also use Arch Linux, of course. I have to tell you, it's in the terms, it's in the contract. There's a very simple reason why I use Neovim. That's money, of course. But then I realized I was completely wrong, because according to Stack Overflow, I should be using TextMate or even Emacs instead, which is, I mean, Neovim is not a bad choice because it's fifth in this top, right? But it could be better, right? But this is actually a very stupid data. I mean, it makes no sense. Why would you pay someone more for using an editor than you pay someone else, right? And I actually really laughed when I saw this. But because I'm such a nerd and I love data, and actually I went really hard on this, right? Because there can't just it cannot be just a coincidence, right? You can't just have someone being way over the other. So I dipped down into this. Some of these were very simple to explain. Like, for example, you have Ruby and RubyMine, which are very close to each other. You have PHP and PHP Storm, which are very related. So the editors, some editors that are tied to a specific language or platform, this is what they will, well, the salaries will be pretty close to that too. But even when removing all those platform specific editors, there's still a difference, right? Here's the same chart with only the general purpose editors. And there's a clear separation between three groups, right? We have TextMate and Emacs in first place, followed by Neovim and Vim in second place, and there is the rest on third place. So I had to look somewhere else. The first thing I did was went to Google Analytics to see what's going on with these editors. I took the first group and I look at this, right? TextMate and Emacs are trending down by a lot, and TextMate didn't have any significant updates since 2014, 2015, something like that I saw. So my first guess was, well, because there is not new people using these editors, the people who are using them have more experience, have been more in the field, therefore they are paying, they have higher salaries, right? But sadly, that was not the case, because when I took other editors, like for example Notepad++, Sublime Text, and Atom, they are also trending down recently, except for Vim and Nano, which these two are flat. But Nano is perfectly flat. Vim is trending a little down, but it's not as bad as the other ones. But something caught my eyes, and that was that only two were trending up. Every single other editor was going down or just flat. And those two editors are VS Code and Neovim. And it's very, very interesting because they also have a huge spike. They start going a lot faster by December 2021. I couldn't find any reason why that date specifically. Very important to highlight that Neovim 0.5 released in July of 2021, just a couple months before that big growth. And even Lex Friedman is changing, right? So it's like a lot of people are actually changing their editors for something new. In particular, VS Code and Neovim, because they are the only ones trending up, at least in just the general purpose IDs that I call them, because they are not tied to a language or a platform or something like that. So my immediate thought was, this is my original idea was, this is just a meme, right? But it isn't. As I saw from the trending, it's not a meme, it's actually a reality. A lot of people are going through this decision of picking a new editor, and they are most likely choosing either Neovim or VS Code. There is a reason also why I put Neovim on the red pill here, and I will be talking about that in a moment. And that is that Neovim is Wonderland, right? But it's also a rabbit hole. I will come back to this in a moment. There are some requirements to using Neovim as a learning tool, right? Because a lot of junior developers or people who are really starting, then they don't want to get into it because there's a very steep learning curve, and there are some requirements that you need. These requirements are, first, that you have to know the basics of programming, right? You have to know how to make an if statement, a for loop, a while loop. You have to understand how to work with packages to import, maybe what APIs are. You have to know at least one programming language. Well, Neovim will require you either Vim or Lua, but you need to know at least one so you can actually translate from there to Vim or Lua. You also have to be curious. You have to constantly want to know more, and you have to be restless. You have to constantly be trying to improve your current workflow. You have to look for ways things could be done better. If you are happy just with the default, or you're happy with what you're given and you just grow used to that, Neovim is probably not for you. What you need to be a person who tries to constantly improve things and find better ways of doing the things that you do daily, right? And of course, is to have some spare time. This is no secret that whatever thing you're learning will take time. It's like time in the saddle, the famous time in the saddle. What you will need that, especially here. Not much really. It will depend on how much time you have, how much time you actually want to put into it. There have been times in which I spent hours a day configuring my Neovim. There have been years in which I would spend like 10 minutes. So it really depends. And a very important thing about Neovim is that it's very similar to creating a new world in Minecraft. Right? It's a game. I choose this game because we all know it. I found this. I took this stock picture. I found it on the internet. But you basically start with nothing. It's an empty box, right? You have to create your own story, and you have to discover things as you go, right? You will be learning about what you can do, what you can, and how to do the things. And the most important is that both are meant to have fun. It's weird that because Minecraft, of course, it's game. Games are meant to have fun. But why an editor? Why would you have fun with a tool, right? Because some nerds like we here just spending our Fridays and Saturday watching people ranting about text editors. Just we are tinkers, and tinkers we like to do this stuff, right? And it's Neovim is tailored for this type of people that wants to tinker, that want to have fun doing these things. Neovim is a framework, right? It's a framework to build your own personal development environment. You have to make it. So it's going to be challenging. You will have to build, but you can build exactly what you want. And of course, it will be a tool you will use daily on your day-by-day basis, which is something really, really cool. And we'll make an awesome project, right? There are 5 things. Yes, there are 5 things inherent to PDEs, like just the editors that are meant to be personalized, that will make you a better software developer, because they certainly made me a better developer. Thanks to using Neovim, I managed to get a promotion last year, and I really feel like since I started using it, since I went away from Visual Studio, I started adopting Neovim. My career, my knowledge and my career just rocketed, just skyrocketed. It really did. And there are 5 reasons why. The first one is that Neovim is something you can make it yours, right? You build it exactly for your needs, which means it's going to be fast and there will be no bloat. And you will know everything about it. There's also other benefits like the open source nature of Neovim and the growing community. There's a huge community, especially like here with Twitch people, in Discords, in Reddit. There's people talking about this everywhere. People who are brilliant, and you can learn a lot by talking to them. And of course, there's tons of documentation. I have not seen many projects documented as well as Neovim is. The second reason is that you get to write productive code. If you really want to get good at writing code and at being a developer, you have to write productive code, and Neovim allows you that. Why? And it kind of forces you to do that, which might be seen as a downside, because why do I need to write code? But at the same time, it's a plus, because you need it, because you're going to learn a lot by it. You will write code for installing plugins. You will write code for installing plugins, for configuring plugins, to writing them, and it's no different. Well, here I have some examples. Like, for example, installing plugins. I wrote code to configure plugins. In this case, Telescope. I had to write code, and sometimes you have to write utils, and they have to be reliable and maintainable, because each productive code you're using it day to day, right? Oh, I lost it. Yeah. Well, The third part is that it follows the Unix philosophy. And this is something really, really important for learning purposes. The Unix philosophy is that the whole system, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, that basically it can integrate with other tools, and you get to learn about those tools, and you get the most of them, out of them. For example, here I integrated my Neovim with LazyGit. There's Telescope and RipGrep. And you get to use the API of the plugins you install. The fourth point about using Neovim is that you get into open source, even if you didn't originally plan to it. And open source is great. Some examples are when you, for example, you back up your configs, you share snippets, you configure, contribute in other projects, right? We all have done this, right? Like we have our backup, or we back up our dot files and we share with them with the world. We create useful plugins. We create useless plugins, like this one I did that just says that you use Arch. You also create useful plugins that then you will deprecate, like this color scheme I made. And you get to contribute to other projects. Like here, for example, if it wasn't because of Neovim, I would have never contributed to the Neovim Conf.live website, which actually allowed me to learn Vue, for example. I wouldn't have done it otherwise. Do I have a message? Well, and the fifth point is, for me, the most important of them all. Because you get to learn development by solving real issues with productive code. You'll learn software development, because software development is more than just writing code. You start with nothing but a problem. That problem you have to make, or you have to think about, because, as we said, you have to be restless. You have to constantly be searching for these problems. If you're comfortable with what you have, then it's probably not for you. But if you search for those problems and you want to fix them, then you get into this loop. You start with a problem, you propose a solution, you code it, you get feedback, and you repeat until satisfied, right? This is very, very important, because that's a mentality. That's how you do software. And one of the quotes I personally really, really love that I saw from a video of DJ, that is that he says, I get to write code for a customer that I know very well, me. And this is key for me, because one, you're a tolerable customer. I mean, you're not going to get angry with yourself. And even if you do, you're not going to punch yourself in the face, I believe. And the second thing is that you get to be in both sides, right? The person who's proposing the solution, and the person who has the solution, which really, really makes you a more comprehensive person when working, right? Because when you have to talk with the client, you can actually understand what their feelings are. You get to understand what they are really trying to solve, what's the problem that they are really trying to solve, and then your solutions will be more aligned to that. You will be more effective at being a software developer. And he also says that it's an opportunity to learn more about API design, to think about performance in different settings, and for all these different aspects, and I am having fun doing that, which is also very, very important when using Neovim. So to close it all out, does Neovim make me the money? No, it does not. Of course, it does not. You have to put in the effort, because what really makes you the money is solving problem and writing code that is useful. Because code that doesn't solve problems is completely useless, right? You have to write code that actually solves problems that the people who's paying for it have in the first place, right? But the thing is that Neovim is the best side project you can have, and it's the best side project I can dream of, right? for all these things we talk about, and I believe I'm not the only one who thinks this way, right? So that's it for today. Thank you, and I'll have the people.
Hello,
There you
hello.
go.
Howdy.
Great talk, great picture of me. I can't believe you got my real face in there, the unedited version of me. I like. Are some people watching some football at the house?
Yes.
Is that what that is?
Chat was
Is that always?
dying.
I think we won. We just won.
Oh, you just
I
won.
know.
Okay.
I think we just won.
Well, that
Look,
has to feel good.
I'm not a sports guy.
Okay, yeah, I'm not a sports
I'm
ball
not a
guy
sports
either.
guy, so I really cannot tell. But my family is.
Okay,
So,
did you say you're from Argentina?
yes, I have my
So
matcha
are you
right
a fan
now.
of the Yerba Mate? Oh,
I have it right
let's
here,
go.
man.
Oh my goodness, I used to drink it all the time. I've been on like a 2-3 month break, and I just feel like all I want to do is just drink. Oh, right now I'm jealous of you. I'm just so jelly right now. It's time to
Yeah.
get back on. It's time to get
It's
back
very-
on.
Well, anyways, thanks for the talk. Thanks for the shout out, PDE. I like seeing the term come out in the wild some more. That makes me happy. So that feels good. And
It's
I
a
think-
great term, and it really solves a problem that is just how to categorize the editor we have.
Thank you. I felt the same way because I think people are very confused when you'd say like Neovim is the text editor and you'd be like Notepad. Like it doesn't really fit in the same category. I feel.
I had people surprised when I told them that Neovim has syntax highlighting. Like,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
Vim actually has colors in it.
Yeah, even just stock Vim with nothing there. So yeah, so I think it's a useful term, and I'm glad to see you felt that way as well. So I think we're just about ready to go to our next talk, though. So can we get one more clap for Emiliano? Great work, love the presentation. Thanks for your time.
Well, thank you, everyone.
See ya.
See you later, then.
Take care.
Alrighty, we have.
You're just so stoked right now that PDE has been used multiple times.
It was good that I was off stream because I was grinning largely. The smile was as big as my face in that picture that he made.
So the real question is your head that big or is my head that small?
I have a large noggin, but I mean also
I'm also
like,
leaning back, and so see there you go. Okay, now you're leaning too far back. There you go. Okay, our heads.
What is PDE? People are asking.
Does it stand for personalized development environment? Wow, that was the wrong one. Environment.
Nice. There we go. I don't know if we just blew up everybody's ears.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
My ears hurt, but oh wow. Skinny.
I'm just gonna throw that
Every
out there.
time I talk, oh, this is TJ's voice.
Why you did that weird light voice thing? No one's doing that.
I think you muted us.
No.
Oh no. Okay.
No. Sushi Dragon vibes. Yeah, little Sushi Dragon vibes right there. Well, hey, congratulations to Argentina if they just out foot gamed somebody else.
Yeah, I don't know who they were playing or what, but
hand comparison, go. Oh my goodness. Our hands are the same size, and I'm like 6 inches taller than you.
He's a lot taller than I am, Chad.
I'm significantly taller than you. Dang, I am small.
Victory is mine, chat confirmed. Live in 4K. 40p. Live in 4p.
Can we be real, though? Can we be real?
Yes, I'm real.
My mustache is so much thicker than your chin strap, whatever you call that guy.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I agree. Let's do the next talk.
Okay. Okay.
Otherwise, I'll just start talking about PDE and get us completely derailed. So
yeah,
okay.
I get it.
We've got 2 talks left today. Two. That was 3. And next up, we've got Paul.
Can you do this? Okay.
Oh,
Go like this.
I'm worried. Okay.
Okay. Now
Do it this way.
Now just switch it. Now just switch it.
Okay, I'm thinking.
Switch it. Switch it. Switch it. Switch it.
Switch it. Yeah. Chat, you try.
Yeah. We got two. We got two talks. Two talks. We
Okay,
got
so
two
like
talks.
this?
We got two talks. We got two talks. We got two talks.
Shoot, I don't think I can. I did it the first time and then I failed. All right,
It's just
so
like
we're
co-op.
we were doing good though. I'm gonna bring Paul on the stage. Paul's on the
Hey
stage.
guys.
Hey,
Paul.
Hello.
Hey, thanks.
That's
do you need to
impossible.
share your
That's
screen?
really
I got it
It's
right
hard.
here actually.
I know
I
it's
was
shockingly hard, which makes it fun.
You know that he practiced a lot though, so that he could make a fool of me. Okay, we're leaving. Paul,
I need to practice.
take us away, okay? Do your talk. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, first of all, I need to know that you can see what I see. Can I see what I'm seeing? So
Yep, we can see
the
your screen.
Yeah, it's the biggest cat I've ever seen.
Yeah, definitely. Bottom. Oh, okay. So let's start. And yeah, Argentina won. So Emilio, congratulations. And let's start with the mobile. Let's go small. Yeah. So I've been working as a software engineer for 3 months from my phone, like full time. And I want to share my experience. Was it painful? It was. Was it joyful? It is. Still it is. But what's the details? Let's talk details. Yep. Why I choose to do that? There is a bunch of things, but first of all, it's strange. Second of all, you need to change your whole private development environment. You need to start from the scratch. You need to how to say that? You need to rethink your process, and that's interesting. And I guess everybody need to try that. Looks and feels like when you move into the new country, like for living, and so everything is new for you, and you're not familiar with all this. You are by yourself without any stuff you already know. And the idea, too simple to be true idea, yeah, let's buy a phone and working from your phone. Like, your parents told you, like, don't spend so much time on your phone, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, that's already your working station. So not only laptop, but the phone. Strange idea, but now I can say that it's possible. So details. Parts of day-to-day routine. There is a code part and not coding part. So writing the code, it's the main stuff. Code review on GitHub, it's still possible. That's already useful when you using like native application of GitHub. And to be honest, I have no idea about application for GitLab or Bitwise. But for GitHub, it's possible already. And quite okay. Plus lead code, it was definitely unexpected that lead code supporting all mobile first mindsets and this philosophy. So you literally can solve the lead code problems from your phone, and that's comfortable. It's quite comfortable. Non-coding part, that's in meetings, all this boring stuff like in Slack, in Google Meetups. Yeah, that's possible. Nothing new for you. You already did it for sure when you work remotely. Yep. So tasks and cards, all this Trello, Jira stuff. You know that's possible. That's nothing new for us. So you even can make these slides for conference. Plus, you can play Apex Legends from your phone. And it works. So definitely no need your laptop anymore. But you need, but it will be the next steps. So tools, yeah, all this idea, all this philosophy stuff. That's funny, yeah. But tools, what I need to install on my device to start to be mobile first developer. Jump server, you definitely need a jump server. Yeah, try to work with like natively on my phone. So installed Termux or Termax, maybe Termax. Yeah, you can try, but for Android, you can handle the Docker. You can install some Elixir stuff. So my main language for now is Erlang and Elixir, and like natively on inside the Termux, inside the Android environment, you can't install many of the packages. That's why you need to use jump server. So next sentence, not sponsored by Funk company. So I choose the AWS and EC2, the smallest EC2, the Nana, and it cost me $10 per month. You can do whatever you need there. Thanks God, so I don't need any GPU, any 32 gigabytes for RAM, and yeah, Nana works for me, works for my projects, and that's so I can do the local development on the jump server. Yeah, and it works, and that's not that hard. But for connecting, if you want to connect your phone with your jump server, you need to use Terminus. Unfortunately, this slide not sponsored by Terminus. There is no links in description. There is no promo codes. Yeah, Terminus, they did a nice job. You can connect with your jump servers via SSH, via Mosh. If the guys from the Terminus you watching this conference, you definitely watching this conference. So let me tell you that Mosh not working with the AWS, but your support told me it is. But anyway, still starting with Mosh. But yeah, but SSH works okay. Yeah. Like, let's see how it look like. Yeah. Hey, Paul, will you stream your screen from your phone? No, but I will share the screenshots on my phone. Yeah. So the left one shows that you can jump to the, you can split the screen. That's inside the Terminus, plus the split the screen inside the Android. And so up there, there is a Chrome tab you can use, like documentation or something you need to read before writing code. There's down there, there's code inside the Terminus. On the right side is the Terminus. I guess I need to show the video how it works, and I will stop for a few seconds. Share screen, yeah, because you will kill me if I won't show you the real stuff, I guess. So that's how it works on the phone, day to day. You start the terminals, jump to jump server. I need to hide my IP, and so this is the working environment inside Tmax and then Vim. Yeah. And plus, you can show this one. So that's how you pretending that you have two screens, but you're using Chrome, like for reading the documentation, plus you're using like you're writing the code. Yeah. Yep. And stop the screen. Stop the screen. Sorry, guys. 1 sec. Bam. Pow. Back to my slides. Yeah. Is it? Is it? Is it? Yeah, it is. So that's how it's working. Yeah. So Tmax and Vim, you can see that for the day zero, it definitely feels like you are two hosts of this conference and you are trying to play this game, and it's impossible to work blazingly fast, because like you need to understand which key to press, and that's not what you used to work with. Plus, we're definitely talking about only like no keyboard. We're talking about the pure mobile development experience. That's the that's what I choose. And you definitely can use your keyboards, your Moonlander, your Kinesis Advantage, but like for the pure experience, you need to try the embedded keyboard. So, like many people ask me, nobody asked me, how are you making all this requests? Like, where's the postman on your phone? How to do that? To be honest, you don't need to use a postman. Yeah, maybe only in my backend. You don't need to. You can use it inside your console. You can use HTTP. That's the same. Yes, a postman, but without fancy blah 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 UI. So HTTP works for like for 80%, for 90% of your tasks. Like when you need to make a request. Pay. Where is it? Where is the pool? Yeah. That's definitely. So I need to share all this pain, because that's the part of this experiment. Git merge tool. When you need to merge branch inside the main branch, that's impossible, and I tried to make it like natively with the Vim div. That's the pain. You need to use your laptop. It's a better idea. You can try to do it with the inside the GitHub UI. Yeah, on the phone, that's almost impossible to do. AWS admin console, impossible to use. That's so mobile second or mobile none. So that's only for laptop. That's that's painful to use. So developers from AWS, please make it mobile first. Please, we need it, like new era of developers need it. Do. Yeah, Android and hotkeys, they are not friends. It's impossible to use the hotkeys. You can say adios to your caps lock. You can say adios to your fancy configuration. You need to use a default keyboard. We're talking about the keyboard, not about the .files and Vim. Plus Google Chrome extensions, Vimium, etc. Adios. Pure Chrome experience or Firefox experience, there is no such thing as extensions. Yeah, fortunately, maybe yet. Maybe it will change in years, but you can use macros on your kinesis to pretend that you have a keyboard hotkeys. You can connect your kinesis by like bunch of adapters, and yeah, you can, or you can use Bluetooth cheap keyboard. But for pure experience, yeah, unfortunately, you will feel this pain with hotkeys. So summary. Yes, that's painful. Yes, that's possible. You can use it. Pros and cons, you can see that in the previous slide. I still not on your fingerprints, not like natively, but you can do it like full time. And now after 3 months, I can say that smartphone feels like a sidekick. So you can work on your, you can work in a bus, you can work in airport, etc. But it's better to make it as a sidekick. That's your helping device. Yeah, and this experiment definitely forcing you to sharpen your axe, to sharpen your Vim experience, to sharpen your to know the default stuff better. Without all these plugins, you need to you're forcing yourself to use a default and Vim, and that's most interesting part, most needed part, I guess. So that's definitely made this experience useful because yeah, default and Vim can do much many interesting stuff. Yeah. Jaku, thank you guys. Back to you. Yeah, I'm done. Any questions?
Yeah, I still am wondering why a phone, but I think I get it a little bit more now, at least.
Plus, there is some blackouts in Ukraine that you can't use your laptop like full time, and there was a sidekick that saved my ass a few times. Plus, so I heard that in some countries they're starting to ban in cafe and restaurant like no laptops, laptops on the table, so you can pretend that you're using your phone. Like, yeah, guys, it's not work. It's just a phone. Yeah, come on. Nobody working from your phone, but yeah.
That's pretty
you can do it.
I'm impressed, though. I'm seriously impressed. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but be ready for pain. Like it's like you're working like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well,
Thank you,
thanks a
guys.
bunch for the talk. Really appreciate it, and a super, I think, interesting perspective on what was going on. Very cool. So thanks. Can everyone give one more clap here? Very cool. Thanks. Thank you very much, Paul.
Yeah, that was awesome. Thank you.
See ya.
That is awesome. I mean that takes strength that I don't have.
True. I hated typing on my Mac. I don't even like saying it out loud. It's almost as dirty as VS.
He has
you know what? Yeah.
He has a Mac right there. I see it.
I wasn't happy. Chat was freaking out at me when I'm streaming from the airport. What I didn't understand was people are like, "Hey, are you streaming from your normal spot?" And you can literally hear the airport guy being like, "Welcome to Grand Rapids Airport. Please proceed." And you're like, "Yeah." And Christmas music's playing in the background. And
This
stuff.
is TJ's normal spot.
Like, chat. I'm in an airport. I don't know what you want from me. Okay.
Would you like to take your sword, sir?
I would. Speaking of QWOP, since there was another QWOP showing there, let's do another.
Yeah.
Let's do another one hand each.
Let's do a little national championship. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Go. Remember, outside in.
I'm not connected or something.
Oh, you gotta press enter. Hold on.
No, we're on the wrong window.
No,
Here,
no,
look,
hold on,
no,
hold on.
you had the wrong window focused.
I know.
Look, I'm typing there.
I know, but we gotta hit enter first.
Oh, okay. Well, we're doing
Now we
super.
count.
Look it's farther than my first try.
All right, here we go.
4 meters.
Go.
All
right. Oh yeah. See, you didn't hold it out long enough.
Okay.
Get it up.
Okay. Yeah.
Get it up.
Yeah.
All right, go. All right, there you go. Up. I pushed it down too.
Woo!
I'll fix it. Okay. Nope. You pressed R.
I did. I pressed R to restart.
All right, there we go. No, oh my goodness, that was way too fast. But I can save it. There you go. There you go. Yes. No, you see, you didn't do it again. You didn't do it again. You gotta hold it. You gotta hold.
Okay. I'm trying.
Hold it. All right, hold it. There you go. Now switch. Hold. Now go. Now hold. Go. Hold. Go. Hold. Go.
Oh,
you're going too fast.
No, you are going too fast.
No, when you're leaning forward too far, that means you're doing too much of these. When you're leaning back too far, that means you're going too fast on these ones.
Okay. Go.
There we go.
Why aren't we moving?
We got coconut oil on the feed. Hold on.
I got it.
We gotta refresh it once.
Okay.
Refresh it. Okay. Last chance.
Well, last chance of 3.
Last chance of 5. All right. Here we go.
Last chance of 5.
Here we go. Yeah, there we go. That was better. There we go. Now there you go. Yes. Oh yeah, there you go. I had to give you a little kick. Oh yeah, we saved it. Don't worry, we saved it. Oh yeah. There you go. Thank you for pressing at that last little moment. There you go. There you go.
Oh!
There you go. Here, I'll push it down for a little bit. There you go. Oh, hold on.
Oh no!
Yes! 20 meters. Let's go.
All right, let's go again. Let's go. We had 3 tries.
No, we didn't. That was good enough. That was good.
Okay, let's go to the last talk of the day.
You gotta go to the last talk. You gotta go to the last talk on an epic. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Pie.
Oh my goodness. Nice.
Thank you,
that's true.
Pipey.
We should end on the one where we look good, because if we try again, we're gonna get 2 3 meter ones.
I know you don't want to do 2, 3. You don't want to do that.
Don't want to end on yield 3 meter run. Okay,
No.
so for our final talk of the day.
Thank you, Pipey.
For our final talk of the day, we unfortunately couldn't get Beefrito back, but we were gonna be talking to him tonight and try and get him back for tomorrow.
Mhm.
Okay, because of course we want to hear from him, because he's the man, the myth, the legend.
He's Beefrito.
Befrettle. As some cars, or BF.
Don't befrettle the situation.
We're
gonna work on it. Synergy.
Sentences.
Teamwork.
Words. We'll circle back to him tomorrow.
We're taking it offline tonight.
When I was streaming from the airport, because I felt really weird talking to my laptop, like I was having a one-sided conversation. Half the time, like every once in a while, I would just interject a bunch of corporate speak to make it seem like we were in a meeting. Like, Jim, are you going to circle back with me about that tomorrow? Or like, are you going to ship those TPS reports or not?
Yeah,
and then that made me feel like at least the people who were sitting around me we're a little less worried. Anyways.
You're probably worried that Jim wasn't even responding to such aggressive language.
Then we almost fired somebody. We didn't know. We were like, because who was it? Type Reflections or somebody like that. I was like, if you don't freaking ship this, we're going to have a problem. You told me you were going to get this to me on Monday. If it's not back in my office by Monday. And I didn't look around, but I really did want to know if anyone was like really nervous for this guy that was getting fired from the airport.
I like it. Airport firing, nothing better.
It's just like I'm traveling and just firing people. Get out of here. All right, so we're on for our last talk of the day. We've got Ben. Ben is going to tell us about mapping our way to productivity, which I'm excited to hear about.
That's my excited slaps, okay? I like remaps.
And here he is.
Thank you, Ben.
How are you all?
Everything looks great, Ben. You can go ahead and take it away.
Okay. You can hear me okay? I'm going to assume you can hear me okay.
Yep, everything sounds great. You can go ahead and proceed. Yep.
Right, okay. So yeah, this is a kind of beginner-focused talk about better key mapping. So I'm a web developer, also written a few web development books. That one's probably the one that you may have come across if you've been on Amazon and looked up these things. The day job, I work at Bet365, so I'm a technical lead there. And on the side of that, I sort of blog and YouTube about web keyboards and obviously text editors. So the sort of stuff I do day to day is the front end of the stack. It's HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I spend my days prototyping new features, and I enjoy pursuing the ultimate form in my tools, whether that's hardware or software, which software-wise, it's things like Neovim. Hardware-wise, you can see by that picture, it's led to me accumulating a few too many keyboards. So my editor journey, I'm a bit of an old dog now, so I can remember starting web development with Adobe PageMill, which I think I actually started with version 2. The earliest grab I could find was a version 3, but there we go. So the first sort of editors I went through there, it wasn't until I got to sort of Coda before I really learned to sort of look under the visual side of things and see the code underneath and starting to get code. I'm not somebody with a computer science background. But more sort of importantly, for the last sort of 8 years, I've sort of swung between Neovim and Sublime Text. But I've had occasional spells with literally every editor I could ever get my hands on. So given that, why have I ended up on Neovim? Well, I'm quite sort of focused on trying to reduce my reliance on the mouse. Also with Neovim, as you'll all no doubt be aware, there's an incredible depth to Neovim. No matter how much time you spend with it, configuring it, using it, learning stuff, you always feel like you're just scratching the surface of what's possible. And the other thing I like about Neovim is that you can make your own PDE. So most editors are like pre-built boxes of Lego, and there's a kind of a very opinionated idea of what you've got to do with it. Whereas Neovim's like a box of loose Lego, and I like that because you can effectively make whatever you need to make. And finally with Neovim, I'm by no means a polyglot working on lots of different languages, but to me, Lua feels relatively accessible. And so that means the possibilities of what I'm able to achieve in my editor are greater. So the reason I wanted to talk to you about mappings, particularly if you're a beginner, is because I think mappings can really empower you as a user at the beginning, and they let you create functionality to your exact requirements. So that means that you can do, you can make customizations that end up making you feel more powerful than you perhaps would have done in any of the other editors that you've tried. So what I thought I'd concentrate here on is a beginner-friendly way of organizing, grouping, and becoming more productive with your mappings. So I've got what I think is a fairly solid 3-step approach to this. The first one being critical thinking, the second one being creating sensible mnemonics and groupings for your mappings, and then finally learning to express any additional needs that you have with Lua. So critical thinking, what do we mean by that? Well, for me, it's thinking about the things that you do all the time. So if I think about what I do all the time, It's this sort of stuff. It's grepping for a string, it's finding a file, switching buffers, spelling, selecting text, switching windows, opening, toggling lazy Git and Zen mode. So if you're approaching it from that mindset, it stands to reason that the most used mappings that you use should be the most terse, and you want them, where possible, to be a single key press. And if you can't get a single key press, then perhaps a leader key and another key press is the second best. And just as a little aside, one of the things, again, if you're new to Neovim, is you can think about the modal nature of Neovim, and this lends you some things which you wouldn't be used to from a normal editor. So to give you some illustrations of the sort of thing that I mean, I happen to use a Colmac keyboard layout. And on Colmac, where a normal keyboard would have caps lock, you have delete on Colmac. So what I ended up doing is, in normal mode, the delete key is just saving my file. So instead of, I'm saving my files hundreds of times a day, because I've usually got like a live reload thing going on if I'm working in JS or CSS. Instead of doing :W and CR, carriage return, I can just press one key and the file's saved. The other thing that I do is I use, there's a plugin I like a lot called Pounce, which, if we just hop over to Neovim here, again on Colmac, just under my right index finger is my H key. So I have that mapped to Pounce. So you got a wall of text here, but let's suppose I want to jump somewhere. I can press H to set Pounce off, and then let's suppose about sort of just over halfway up the page there's a wired, so I can start typing wired, and then see the possible jump points, and there, capital T takes me exactly where I want to go. So again, that's just something I use all the time. It's under one key, and it lets me move around buffers really quickly. And just to reiterate this point, because I think it's important, if you can figure out a mapping that makes sense and you get it to a single key, it really feels like you're winning. So the second sort of stage of this is about mnemonics and groupings. Now, ordinarily, if I'm talking to people about Neovim, I would recommend that you use as few plugins as you need. Basically, only install a plugin if you really feel it necessary. But with that said, for mapping, I am going to recommend that you would use a plugin called WitchKey. And WitchKey, on the face of it, I looked at this a few times over the months that it's been out and sort of dismissed it, because on the face of it, it was just a plugin that was showing me the mappings that I'd already made myself, and I didn't really see much value in that. So let me just switch across to Vim here and show you is a bunch of files in different buffers here. And let's suppose I press my leader key. If you look at the sort of bottom third of the screen here, so after pressing my leader key, you can see I get this sort of nice tabular view of all the possible mappings that I've got. So you can look at that and go, well, yeah, that's fine, but what's the big deal? Well, the key thing that I've found with WitchKey is it forces you to explain yourself. So the way that you set the mappings up, or rather, when you write your mappings, before WitchKey, I've never really seen much value in the description key. But that ends up being the thing that WitchKey exposes as the description of your shortcut. And by having to think about that and write your description in for each of your mappings, I actually found it removed loads of comments from my mappings file, because it almost becomes self-documenting then. And by doing this process, writing a description for each of your mappings, it ultimately forced me to discover some patterns. So to give you an example, before I'd gone through this process, I had things like leader LT for toggling git line blame, and then I also had leader I for browsing file commits. Now, on the surface of it, that's fine. There's some sort of mnemonics there, but they're two pieces of seldom used functionality for me, but there's no common mapping pattern. So they're both sort of around Git, but they're not something I'm doing all the time. And so often when I came to use them, I couldn't remember which exact incantation I'd set them up as. Whereas now I prefix all the Git related stuff with leader G. So I can just quickly show you what that looks like. So if I do leader G, you can see now I get that little thing just down the bottom left, which hopefully you can see there. I've got git toggle line blame, browse file commits, and git status. So the reason I think this is a really good thing is because when you can group stuff together, you've got far less cognitive load. You don't need to remember the exact mapping that you have. You're just remembering the patterns. And the same sort of thing goes for LSP code-related things. For me, I've got them all set behind leader C. So code actions, rename, things of that nature. And before I'd got down to sorting it all out with WhichKey, those sort of mappings were all over the place. So I like to think of WhichKey as Marie Kondo for mapping files. Hope that reference isn't lost on everybody. And the other important thing was that going through this process also exposed a big shortcoming in my previous mappings. So a while ago, when I first got my one of my first configs up and running, I had select all inside a buffer set up for leader SA, which on the surface makes a lot of sense. Leader, S for select, A for all. And alongside this, I can remember being really frustrated at the speed of spelling suggestions in Neovim. I would press leader S as my thing to pop up my spelling suggestions, and there was just always this nagging delay. It was like I was using VS Code or something. It was just this imperceptible sort of 500 milliseconds that just used to frustrate the hell out of me. But I couldn't figure out what was going on, so I just assumed that must just be the way that Vim is. It must just have a slow way of building up the spelling suggestions. But then skip forward to when I'm configuring WhichKey, and I couldn't understand why the mapping that I'd got for select all wasn't showing in the list of stuff in WhichKey, which is when I realized what I'd done. The spelling suggestions weren't showing correctly because the select all mapping that I had started leader S. So in the case of me waiting for spelling suggestions, I'm pressing leader S, but Neovim's waiting to see if I'm going to press leader SA. And so it's only when that times out that it's able to ascertain that, oh, he just wanted the spelling corrections. And that was the same reason why WhichKey couldn't display the mapping for me, because it was kind of representing two things. So the good news is, having gone through this process, I've actually ended up with a better mapping now for select all anyway, because I could just go leader A. And spelling suggestions, I'm pleased to report, are instant. So let's just go to a spelling suggestion. Now, that was like horrible, frustrating delay before, which is thankfully gone. And then the final part, once you've sort of sorted out your mnemonics and your grouping of alike mappings, you come on to the more fun part, which is expressing any additional needs that you need with Lua. So I'm by no means a whiz with Lua, but thankfully I find it relatively similar to JavaScript. And so with a little bit of work, I've found that I'm able to make myself some genuinely useful things for myself. And if I can do it, there's every chance that you can too. So I just, in this last part, want to show you some examples of the things that I've done with Lua. So when I'm working, I tend to have one display and a bunch of windows open with 3 or 4 files, 3 or 4 files open at once. And before I'd done anything with these mappings, I was using just the leader and the arrow key to jump around the windows. So let's go across this one here. So here's a bunch of files from my config. What I was doing was, if I was over in this far right-hand side buffer, and I wanted to get across, which way? Wait, that way, right across to that end, I was kind of having to do a giddy up horsey to go across. Which, I mean, it's not terrible, but we can definitely do better. Yeah, and it was the same with quadrants. If I'd got my windows split into quarters, then that was a pain because I'd have to go up one and across one, or vice versa. So it turns out, like all things with Vim, Neovim, that there is a way of sorting this out. So the Neovim API can give you the number of each window. And so if we can see where we want to go, we can go straight there. And what I've done is I've set my inactive status bar to show the number of the window. So admittedly, this is probably going to be teeny weeny for you there, but if you look down to the bottom there, let me see if I can actually. So here you go. There's a little 4 there in blue. No, I'm off the screen. But if you look across the different buffers, excuse me, at each corner, you can see the window number in blue. So that's the first part of the puzzle. And I'm using Lua line, and the Lua line documentation even gives you this little snippet which you can use to stick that number in your status line. So now I've got it there, I just need to figure out how to jump to it. So the mapping, the default mapping for getting around by window number in Vim is to do the number that you want to go to, then Control W, and then W, which is fine, but that's a bit of a dance for something that you're doing all the time. So I decided what I wanted to do is have my leader key and then just the number of the window. So if I want to go to window 2, it's leader 2, window 3, leader 3. You get the idea. So again, this is sort of re-emphasizing this stuff that I said back at the beginning, where possible, you want to get these critical things that you do all the time to be as instant as possible. So you could write individual mappings one by one, but obviously Lua's a scripting language, you can do a loop. And so what I've done is make a little loop which creates a set function for me. So you can see here, simple loop in Lua. I've just done 1 to 6 because the reality is I've never used more than 4 windows. But obviously you can have that making as many as you need. So the key map set takes 2 strings, one for the left-hand side, one for the right-hand side, and then the description. And so I'm just using the iteration count to build up leader and a number. The right-hand side is then the number, Control W, W, and then the actual command is being written out with the description being incrementally built for each one as well. So yeah, just to sort of show you that. So I'm over on window 1 there and I want to get to 4. It's just leader 4 and I'm straight over in that window. So a couple more simple ones. Day to day, I write a simple work diary, just plain text in Markdown. And every day, I just need to add the header as a date, which not the biggest thing in the world, but you know, I'm getting on a bit. I can't always remember what date it is. And so what I do now is I've just got a little function. Let's suppose, let's go down to the bottom of the file here. And let's suppose I wanted to add the date here. I can just do leader D, stick in today's date, and also put me insert mode at the bottom there. So this is the function that I've got to do this. There's probably a better way, but this is absolutely fine. But I'm basically just assembling the bits and pieces that I need, getting the operating system date, and then I'm using a couple of the Neovim APIs, one to set the current line, and then feed keys lets me programmatically go from normal mode and press O to stick me into insert mode and put me a line below. Again, very simple stuff, but if it's stuff that you do all the time, taking the time to figure these things out can be very impactful. Another little example, I write blog posts in Markdown, but I need to get them into my CMS as HTML. And to do that, I use Pandoc, but I can never remember. I always had to look up the particular incantation of Pandoc and the arguments that I liked to get it into the format that I liked. So then what I've done is I've got a map in there, which basically it's a visual mode mapping so that I can show you this working. So I've got a Markdown file here. I can do Control A to select everything. And then I've got this behind leader X for, sorry. So selected it all. P to X. Option there is Pandoc export. So I press P, and that pipes it into. I'll just see if you can see this here. So this is my clipboard now with that converted to HTML. So yeah, all that's doing is running it through Pandoc, taking the result of that, shoving it into my system clipboard via PB copy. Another little one, I'm often, I'm on Teams or whatever, and somebody's asking me, oh, what file are you working on? Map in there, just gets me the current buffer and file name and puts that into my system clipboard. Final one, I'd like to think I was better than this, but the reality is, when I'm working in JavaScript or TypeScript, I tend to write a few console logs, and that's pretty annoying if I accidentally commit that code with a load of console logs in. So I've got another little mapping, which is just leader XC, and that basically uses the G command to search for any console logs on any line and delete those lines out of the file. Again, single key press, and I've tidied up that whole file. So just to summarize, I feel like simple mappings can be the most satisfying and useful because they're the things that you use most often, and you can bring them really close to hand. The truth of the matter is, I wish I knew offhand a lot of these more esoteric commands, but I can't remember them. I'm just not that good. So I cheat, and I'm fine with that. That's all. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Excellent. Loved it.
I liked it.
I thought you were going to clap more.
No, I'm not going to clap anymore.
Okay, nice.
These hands, they're tired of clapping. No, I'm kidding. So I really liked it. I like the window thing. I used to do the exact same thing. I actually had it as leader H and all those things. I used to hop all around, did that. But I've long given up the multi-buffer lifestyle.
He's a single pane man.
Single pane man.
Monogamous window.
Pain.
But monogamous pain. I'm gonna tell your wife that you said that. Anyways, but I really like this idea, this concept that you're doing of just like iterating slowly over your mappings, finding them, making it your own. I think that's one of the really fun things and like how easy it is to do. And then I loved the little functions, just like writing the little functions that you can map to something. And it's like, sure, those things don't take forever, but it's sweet when you don't have to think about them.
It is.
So I just want to say I like it a lot.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
No problem. I think we're going to move to closing now, so we will see you later. Thanks again, Ben. Really appreciate it.
Take care.
How many different waves did you try today?
I tried this one. It's not a wave.
The clown.
It's not a wave.
Toy Story. I don't know if you'd remember. You were old when it came out.
What does that mean? I should remember. I only remember Toy Story 1 and 2 because I was too old for 3.
Emacs hand, that's funny.
I don't know 3. I don't know.
I don't know if I watched 3 or not. One more quap? One more quap?
Should we do one more quap?
When we say one set, until we have one that's successful.
Cars 2 was amazing. Have you seen? I actually liked Cars 2.
Wait, you're still on the Cars 2? I'm not saying Cars 2 is necessarily a bad movie. I'm saying it's not a Cars movie.
No. Here's the deal: is that I think that a good follow-up is where you completely divorce the previous story. Because this isn't Lord of the Rings. There's no story after that. Now it's just like, let's take the characters we love and put them into a zany situation in which our favorite beloved Mater needs to solve the puzzle because everybody thought he was stupid. Because he talks with a southern accent, which is a typical, that's a real thing.
That is real prejudice. But anyways, the reason that I don't like the movie is because it doesn't match with the characters. They don't really have the same personalities, and the lessons aren't as good as Cars 1.
Cars 1 had the best lessons.
Cars 3 has pretty good lessons too.
I thought it was pretty mediocre.
I feel like it has better lessons than Cars 2.
I really disliked the fact that Cars 3...
the trainer wins?
Not that the trainer wins. I thought that was fine.
Okay.
I just thought it was a little sad that our main boy, Kachow, just like completely leaves his wife. Doesn't even like interact with her. And, you know, you feel like there's no family morale to it. He's just like, bye, wife, I'm gonna go pursue my dreams. And she's like, I'm at home.
I was really worried they were gonna like throw in some like cheater scandal.
I know. I was like, just getting weird. It's just like, what's going on here?
What is happening? It just felt like the whole time he doesn't even mention that she exists.
I know. You think he'd be like, I gotta call my wife. Hold on. You know, like there's just no family. And the first one's all about learning how to love a family.
He's just literally doing walks on the beach with another woman. Like the whole time. That part,
he's having a midlife crisis. It's clear what's happening here.
That part was weird.
That part was weird because, you know, like the thing is that the first one was all about like realizing how important family and community is, right?
True,
like,
very true.
Living that life where it's all about you is empty and it's really about the people you're around.
That's true.
And then Cars 3, it's like, that's completely gone. It's like a whole new thing. And that's why I just never liked Cars 3. I feel like that's the sweetness of what made Cars 1
He learned something, though, about, like, legacy. But
Yeah.
it should have been legacy, like, within his family.
Or, yeah, the people that he invested into, like, for a decade before then.
True.
Before he became too old.
He became too old,
He's
kind of.
old. Yeah.
Yeah.
He just left them all.
Okay, but here, do you not consider that Cars 2, it's unforgivable that they just kill off Doc Hudson without so much basically as a sentence?
I really find that I'm sure there's a real reason that we don't know. Usually whenever they kill a character and they don't tell you, the person literally died in real life.
Yeah.
Or a massive scandal happened.
Yeah. I don't know what happened, but it's still
I don't want
like,
to even look it up. I really liked Doc Hudson.
Yeah.
You know?
But like they bring him back in part 3. They talk not alive, but like he becomes a central figure.
Yeah, that is a little strange that he went from just not existing to.
They were just like, he's dead. Sucks for him. Let's go race around the world. Hey, remember the guy that convinced you of everything that matters in your life now, Lightning? He died.
Hey, he died. Go race up.
I'm gonna go race a Ferrari.
This guy talks crap. Okay. Anyways, anyways, I can't believe that was a real moment here. That's how we're closing it. Okay, so here we go. Real talk. Hey, real talk. I think YouTube is around too. Oh, by the way, here's Restream.
Here's our DMs with Restream.
You want to see Restream tweets?
We're literally like, hey, why do we have a low bit rate?
We're 350 kbps is what we're getting right now. That's why it's so bad quality. And I didn't answer for 8 or 9 minutes
because we're running a conference,
and then I respond with this, and then they're like, well, looks like you actually haven't responded. This is a minute later. So I respond with all of those things. Nope, I'm angry. I'm like ping, and they're like, okay, so what's
what seems to be the problem, sir?
Odd. It looks like your message came in after I sent it out. Yeah, like this was, look at this. This was 6 minutes later. I was like, yeah. Anyhow,
can you just
another 8 minutes? Do we have a resolution here? Can you describe the issue? What? Let me copy and paste it, and then I re-copy and paste it. Twitch has this. We're getting about that. Here you go. It's $100 a month, which we're paying. I expect a respectable bit rate. Now here you go. Let's see. Sorry, the description is very vague.
Vague, like we named exact numbers.
I don't think I can get much better than that description. We're at this bit rate on this resolution. That's bad. Give me something better. Sorry, that's vague. What? That's not vague. That's perfectly accurate. That is as accurate as it gets. And then, of course, I went with this. Hey, I'd expect at least this. This is a pretty respectable rate. We're not even getting a tenth of that. Can't even 720p live. Can't even do under a megabit.
Draw it. Yeah.
It needs about 3. And then it said, try lowering the bit rate. The proposed solution was to lower the bit rate.
Which, to be clear, we don't control. The reason that we're doing it the way that we are is so guests can easily join into Restream, and then we have Restream stream it to the out things. Well, we don't even have the uppy downy arrows to do the suggestion, even though the suggestion is the opposite direction.
Here's the guide.
Oh no, they don't know. We are using your service to stream.
We are using your service to stream. and approximately 1,000 people. No, I'm not gonna blast him. Don't blast him. Don't blast him. But this is terrible. If Theo was here, I think he would love this.
If you all know of a service that has similar features to Restream,
yeah.
Primarily we need the ability to screen share. Then that would be great. Let me know. DM me.
That's all we want is screen share.
Follow me on Twitter and then DM me.
Yeah, just follow. That's a pretty good one there, DJ.
First, smash the subscribe button on my YouTube channel.
Just smash it.
Consider using your Twitch Prime in my chat.
Yep.
Go to my Discord. Ping me there. I'll send you my Twitch, Twitter. Then you can follow, and then you can.
Yeah. Anyways, a quick 5 gifted subs for the boys afterwards. All right, so should we do a QWOP moment?
Yes.
To close out.
I really want to. So.
Okay. There you go. We are now officially in QWERTY.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
This is it. Hold on, should we bring YouTube in or not? YouTube, I'm sorry. This is what happens when you're on YouTube, okay? YouTube's never been the experience, you know?
Okay, I'm ready to try again. We should refresh the page.
Yep, refresh the page, hit that Control R. It's Control.
Control's over here. That's very confusing. We just refreshed Twitch, though.
Uh-oh, hold on.
Suck it, Twitch chat.
Yep, okay, now let's refresh this one.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, go, TJ. All right, got it. Yep. I tried to tap it in. Okay, hold on. Here, let's just die. We'll die. All right, go.
Oh, what a save!
What a save! All right, too much, baby. There you go. There you go. You got.
I pressed the wrong one. Sorry. I choked.
Get it out. You got to get it out.
I choked.
All right. Up. If we're going too far forward, I have to push my foot out. All right, go. All right, there we go.
What?
I don't know what happened.
I don't know what you just did.
There we go. Oh my goodness!
Oh no! I choked!
Why would you go so fast?
I choked.
All right. Come on.
But we did get some running action there.
There you go. Thank you for spreading it out. Okay. See, I gave you the chance. All right. There you go. Now let me get it. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Ooh. Almost Michael Jackson moves there at the end. All right. There we go. No, you gotta hold it.
Yep.
There we go. We had dived over our personal record.
Nice. Okay. We can beat 50.
We keep playing until we don't get a high score.
Okay. We keep playing until we don't get a high score. Oh,
yep.
Okay. All right.
And we'll do a quick refresh.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
We need to let's do a prediction.
Should we do a prediction? Okay, how about, yeah. Okay, prediction. We'll do a prediction. This is supposed to be my prediction spot right there. I don't know what happened to it. It's like broken.
It doesn't think you can handle it because there's such low bit rate.
Yeah, no, there's such low bit rate.
This isn't a prediction stream.
This is clearly not a prediction. Wait, did predictions go away? Okay, there it is.
You can also do /predict, I think, here.
I don't want to do /predict. That seems okay. How does Twitch have such a confusing interface? What is this? This is me trying to turn off ads. Prediction. First try. All right, here we go. So, first 5 tries. We get 5 tries. 5. Okay.
Oh, that's confusing.
This keyboard is very hard to use. Shift 5. Yeah, there we go. Wait. I forgot we're on QWERTY. There we go. We have 5 tries. How far are we going to make it in QWOP? Are we going to make it less than 10 meters, 10 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100, or 100?
If you get it wrong, chat, you have to gift a sub.
Boom. Think about that. Think about that. All right, predict. Come on, jump in the predictions. Put your points.
Holy cow. People are thinking 50.
I know. People are actually thinking way too high. Remember, it's TJ and I. Okay, right. It's TJ and I.
Someone's putting 20 and 100. These people putting their little predicts.
69, funny number. Yeah, it's both of us. That's what we were doing. That's what we were just doing. We were both playing.
We've been playing. I play QW. He plays OP. I play QW.
Yeah, TJ's playing over there. I'm playing over here.
This hand's my hand.
This is my hand. This is my hand. We're double dipping.
We're dancing on this track.
Okay. We're dipping.
We're dipping, diving,
dodging.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. All right, I'm ready. 5 tries.
All right, hold on. Refresh it. Give it the refresh. Okay, here we go.
5 tries.
All right. Oh, I gotta click. All right, here we go.
Yep. All right, ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
All right, go, go, go. Yes. Yes. Okay, yeah, there you go. Good job.
What?
We punched the ground.
That doesn't seem like it should count, honestly. I don't even
Honestly,
understand what just happened.
redo. I make that. This is my stream now. All right, go. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. There we go. This is okay. Let me rotate it. There we go. All right. Oh. Okay. Hey. Okay. 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 There we go. This is looking good. There we go. This is looking good. There we go. On. There we go. I bring it back in. Now we'll get it. Yup. This. Okay, I'll step it. There we go. There we go. I'll bring it down, and I'll bring it down. Yes. All right. Bring it, Grandma. All right, here. I'll flip it around. There we go. I'll pull. Oh. There we go. Hold on.
Which one do I need to do?
We're gonna go do insides. Okay, hold on. Insides. Go. No, you didn't commit.
I don't know what button inside is.
Well, there's outside and insides.
Okay. Outside and inside.
Choose on the outside. Oh my goodness.
Okay. That was pretty good though.
All right, that's 3.
Okay. All right.
There we go. Yes, I love when that happens. Okay. I tried to seed the nice, because once we go. Okay, there we go. This is some good pace. There we go. Oh yeah, this is good pacing. Oh, they don't go. Oh yeah, okay. Hold on, we got it. Yes, yes.
Doubters?
Oh my goodness! No, you didn't go.
We still have another chance, though.
We still got another chance.
We still have another chance.
I got another chance. Here we go. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
All right, there we go. All right, yeah. There we go. This is good. I feel like this is a good round. Yep. No need to rush it. There we go. I went down on it. There we go. Yeah. Did you see that nice little save? Okay, we're looking good. And there we go. Yes. Okay. This is oddly really good. DJ, I think we might have a great YouTube video here. I got it. Yes. Okay. Yep. Oh yeah. Can we get? Oh, that was such a big jump. Oh my goodness, we're actually doing it.
I'm sweating.
I told you
I'm sweating.
I told you it gets so hard.
I'm sweating.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, what is this?
Yes. Yeah.
I've never seen that before.
Hold on.
Oh!
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Don't worry, I got it. I'll bring it out. All right, there we go. Hold on.
Yes! Downers out!
Oh my goodness.
Yes!
Let's go!
Oh my god. What just happened?
We went so far.
That was so good.
I can't even believe it.
I'm sweating so much.
I know it's really intense to play Quap.
Oh my goodness.
When I told you at the end I get all sweaty and stuff, I wasn't kidding. It's scary once you get to the hurdle.
All right, doubters, you all lost.
Yeah,
so
doubters.
Gift a sub.
Yeah, gift a sub, doubters.
Choose outcome.
50
to 75.
Oh my goodness.
Let's see those points.
All right, who's the real believer?
No, that was 5 tries.
I know that's 5 tries, but who's the real? Look at
Oh, the guy who was all upset that it was us doing it now is reaping the rewards.
Yeah.
He should donate his points.
You gotta donate your points to charity.
Donate those points.
Go donate them
Wait,
to charity.
only 3 people.
Only 3 people.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. All right, hey, that was pretty good. I would say that was pretty good. Hey, thank you for that Twitch Prime.
Welcome to Costco.
I love you. All right, so I guess we should probably rate out, huh?
Indeed.
All right. Oh man.
Rocks Codes.
Rocks.
Who is that guy? All I know is Rockstar.
Rockscar
76.
There's Rockscar 76.
He's making a meme project though.
He's making a meme project.
That's what he said on Twitter.
Okay. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna take a poll, because real talk, I would also host. Let's see, computers or games.
It's a good question. I mean, they just did get pretty excited about QWOP.
Yeah, computer or games. Which one are we doing? Computer or games.
While the poll's going, we should just do one more QWOP.
No, we nailed.
We really ended on a high note.
We ended on the highest possible note. I cannot imagine we're gonna do better. Computer or games. It looks like it's gonna be a computer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that means we can't raid Rockstar.
Yeah, that means we're up. League.
Flip edits. Sorry, buddy.
Flip edits, everybody. Okay, because I was gonna rate our girl Keely. Okay, but we're gonna do Splash Party. We gotta get Splash Party Keely ready coming up here. Okay.
Oh, we could do a
Bash
gaming
party
stream later this weekend.
We could do it.
Well, I'm here.
We could do, but you don't really know how to play video games.
Well, according to Bash.
No. According to many people in this,
I'm okay.
The startup. Okay.
We'll play then. I'll do it.
Many people in the startup,
We can
including
carry it.
Karen. Okay, including Karen, does not think that you can do it. Okay. All right. Let's do Rocks Codes. Let's do it. All right. Hey, we're gonna be back for more, and we're gonna have one of my favorite Neovim speakers coming up tomorrow, Thina. And some other very
We've
good
also
ones.
got State of Neovim from Justin.
We got Tree Sitter coming
We have
up.
Max Brunsfeld, the creator of Tree Sitter.
Yeah, there's a
talking
lot of
tomorrow.
stuff.
Hopefully, B. Friedel gets back tomorrow.
Yeah, could be a banger of a day tomorrow. Banger.
Could
okay?
be.
Will be.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for the coffee. Yeah. Later, Prime TJ. Hey, later, Nightshade dude.
See everybody. We love you.
Bangs.
Great.
Day. Yep.
Great job today, Bash.
Yeah, Bash, you did great. Bash, great opener, by the way.
True. Can we get one more clap for Bash?
Yeah. Can we get a clap for Bash?
One more clap for Bash. I don't think I can do that thing.
We'll go like this.
I'm doing it right now.
So just go like that. We're doing it to get ready for Rockscar.
Everyone spam, it's free real estate.
It's free real estate. Everyone get ready for
Do slash me, it's free real estate.
Yeah, slash me, it's free real estate.
I think he had a space in his.
Yeah, normally
like
there's a space in real estate.
Spam
Boom.
it. Spam it, chat.
Get ready to spam this, okay? Okay? Get ready to spam it. We're
ready.
gonna go. We're gonna go. It's free real estate, okay? Everybody?
Let's do it!
Let's rock and roll. YouTube, I appreciate you. I know we never really said I know we didn't say many things.
We said some things. We banned people.
Yeah, we banned people.
That's all we did. Pair clopping.
I appreciate you, YouTube. Bye, YouTube. All right.